guys. Who's out there?
Anybody out there? Out there. Two people.
Who? Where? Oh,
we can take
Nicole
a poll.
was there. How do you do a poll?
Huh?
How do you do a poll?
The poll could be whether or not the two people are stalkers or friends. Dun, dun, dun.
Well, Jocelyn's there. Nicole was there. Carol was there. JP was there.
They'll be back, don't worry. Because it's going to pop up with a little thing on their YouTube that says, "Oh, we lost one." Shit. Nobody wants you here anyway.
Did you say Mustang?
I said nobody wanted you here anyways, Mustang.
You're silly. Oh, there's Nicole.
I don't see Nicole.
She said hi. There's Jocelyn.
But I don't see her. Did she block me?
They're in the chat.
Okay. Remember, guys, even when they're on different channels, like on your channel, but not on mine. Okay, now I see Nicole there. Okay, there we go. I'm not really supposed to talk about this, but I might as well do say something. Apparently, we're going to have a nice little conversation about something very, very soon, but I'm not going to say what it is until I'm 1,000% sure.
Hi, Carol.
Oh, I'm wide awake, ma'am. You snitch ass bitch.
What did you call Carol?
I called Carol a snitch ass bitch.
A snitch ass bitch?
Yes. I've been calling her that for like days now. Oh wow, that number got real high real quick.
Oh, 7. Hi.
Do you want to do the poll?
Sure.
No, I'm just joking. I don't know how to set up a poll because I'm fucking lazy. But
I can try to learn.
Yeah, I had magical visitors come by last night, and then Carol and Trial Junkie. Well, they kind of ran away. So I don't know. Maybe we should just not talk about Delphi anymore because
you guys were talking about Delphi last night.
Well, I don't know how the topic got to that point. I'm pretty sure it wasn't my fault. Pretty sure. But okay, somebody in the chat said something about there's no evidence. And I was like, I'm sorry. Even if we follow, I don't want to get back on the topic because then people are going to leave.
Oh, look, people already left.
Yeah, they left. See, told you.
Oh, hey, Christine.
Hello, Christy. It's just weird. I've never had people do that, you know? But yeah. We kind of wanted to talk about this thing I saw in the news. Basically, it seems like it'd be connected to the whole happy face murder theory in quotes, theory, because if the FBI and many other departments of justice kind of type deals in law enforcement have looked at the theory and I'm going to say outright that right now, at least, there's no evidence pointing to it actually being true. But at the moment, at least, there's been a 4th body found in the Indianapolis area. And they keep being found in water and all this other stuff. And it's very similar to the cases in Texas and British Columbia and actually across the world. People being found in water that's not supposed to be found in water. Some of them sober.
Can we get a news link here?
Oh my God, do I have to do everything?
Let me look it up.
I'm big in water. Yeah, I mean, seriously. At least I know what I'm talking about. You just look pretty. Come on, you can type stuff into
Indianapolis.
But yeah, they found 4 bodies. I think it's in 3 counties, and they are being investigated at the moment to find out if there's any weird connections or anything suspicious about the deaths. They are male, all males between the ages of 45 and 65, I do believe. I'm not going to say it's not weird, but you got to understand sometimes when you get a little bit of alcohol or somebody trips, falls, hits their head or something like that, sometimes they will fall in the water. And yeah, there's plenty of times that you're gonna have more numbers and then it slows down again to none, and vice versa. Um, See, the whole murder happy face killer theory is basically how do I put this? They just keep finding bodies in the water, people that ain't supposed to be usually dead and stuff. And yeah, it does seem a bit weird because then they'll find like a bridge nearby, and on the concrete of the bridge, what they find? A smiley face, logo that you would see in the 70s all the way until now, like, very simple kind of thing. And then
You
the
must be
theory,
talking about this.
yeah, it's a smiley face, or there's two. There's an actual serial killer called the Happy Face Killer, Keith Hunter Jesperson. He was a trucker. At the end of his thing, he wrote in the bathroom, in like a rest stop bathroom. He wrote on the wall a whole and a letter, a confession, and all the shit that he was killing sex workers and stuff. His daughter now works for Court TV, if I do remember correctly. And he also was on that, the guy that's always like, we're going to catch these unsolved serial killers. And he's really annoying. And he's supposed to be a writer. Like, my sister was killed by a killer. I'm like, no, she wasn't. And she technically really wasn't your sister. Just saying, dude. Yeah, he's full of shit. He's like, he seems like the kind of guy that smells his own farts. You know what I mean? And enjoys it. Trust me. If you look at the guy and saw him, you know exactly what I was talking about. Because on the show, basically, he'd be like, oh, I know what we need to do to figure this out. And whoever's supposed to be like, what are we going to do? I'm going to call Raven, or I'm going to call, it's Raven and somebody else.
I
Basically,
have no idea what show this is.
it's a guy trying to solve unsolved serial murders, right? Throughout the United States. And he would go to places and spots, like in Florida, where the flat tire murders happen, or like, well, I don't think he ever came for the Fort Myers 8 or anything because he's a little bitch. But anywhere basically, the West Mesa Bone Collector, the Texas Killing Fields. Are you bored already?
No, I just don't know who we're talking about.
Well, I thought somebody in the same chat would know, but hold on. Raven.
Who's the guy that's like, yeah, who's that?
He's a self-conceited piece of shit asshole who thinks he's the world's amazing writer, and he writes true crime. But then he also did this TV show where they're trying to solve unsolved serial murders. And it sounds like a good idea, but then you find out who the guy is or what the guy is and how he talks and stuff, and you're just like, I can't stand this guy. Okay, everybody ready? All I had to do was type an annoying guy that does the unsolved murders with the Raven. Okay, it's a show called Dark Minds.
Dark Mind.
Dark Mind. Okay.
Yes, baby. Hold on, many monsters calling me.
Take your time. That's why I see you. So trust to wait. It's basically the catch of the show is we're trying to solve unsolved serial murders, and who are we going to do that? We're going to use shit. Like, we're trying to solve unsolved serial murders, and who are we going to use for it? We're going to use serial killers to help us do it. It's like, bruh. You do realize that we have the FBI and profile. I'm like, yeah. But he wouldn't tell them who they really were. So he called one of them Raven, and the other one would be, I forget the other guy's name, but in real life too. We found out that one of the serial killers she was calling was a trucker serial killer, the smiley face or happy face killer, Keith Hunter Jesperson, right? I mean, the show wasn't a bad idea, and it's catchy. The guy. In fact, I'm going to pull up like a little clip or something like that and share screen so y'all can see what I'm talking about. And Dark Mind. Like I said, it just, to me, this dude seems like he sniffs his own farts and likes it. You know what I mean? He thinks his shit don't stink, I guess. Not the darkest minds. What part of the dark minds do you not fucking understand? Did I say darkest or did I say dark? Oh my god. It's dumb as Google. Dumb as Google. Dark Minds, Raven. Okay, that should help. But he only uses 2 serial killers throughout this whole series. And he uses them for murders that he obviously wouldn't need these fucking idiots for. They basically both killed women and sex workers. Okay, guys. I got it ready. I got it clicky. I'm going to come over here and share screen. All right. Everybody ready to go. Okay. Okay. Go ahead and turn on the fibby. Entire screen. Because I like to be stopped. Yes, sir. All right. I'm not sure, but is everybody able to see this or something? No. Okay. Basically, and like I said, just listen to the guy talk and all that. You're just like, here's Raven. I do remember. I'll tell you who Raven is in a minute. I'm trying to remember. But yeah, that's basically okay.
Raven. Wait.
This is Raven. I'm trying to remember which one's which because there's 2 of them. I can't remember the other one's nickname they gave him, but it's these 2 guys always, and then they call these fucking serial killers on the phone. What the hell just happened? Okay. I know who that is. I mean, yeah.
And how did that make you feel that the body was gone?
It's that guy. He smells his own farts, I'm telling you. You can see it in his face.
Yeah, it looks like it.
I see. This guy, I believe, is the serial killer out of New York. He got caught with a body in his car.
You were paranoid. Did you walk through life with a constant paranoia?
See, that's the guy right there.
I can't stand him. I'm going to be caught. I'm going to be someone around this corner is going to catch me. I had this feeling. I was wondering what cops around me. I looked for people watching me. I wasn't people watching. I was watching people around me. I would sit in restaurants where I talked about my shit. I was chasing every place I went to eat at. I was chasing the place, watching who's watching me.
Okay, that's the show. Basically, they go out to the scene of these crimes, right? They kind of, I guess, investigated a bit and all that. They do give you quite a bit of information on the crimes, the unsolved murders. Some of them are known, well-known unsolved serial murders. Others are people are like, we don't know. They might be, you know. And then at some point of the show, that part of the show is okay, except for the guy with the parts. You know what I mean? But then is the chat even moving? Like anybody there? Hello? No. Okay. Then they got for whatever reason, because that's the real ploy of the show. It's like, nah, we just really want to talk to a serial killer on the phone, which I'm sure they're getting paid for it. That's why they don't want to act like that's the main reason why they're doing it, because I'm not sure if that would apply for the Son of Sam laws, which is a federal law. So I'd have to look it up or whatever to see if doing interviews or whatever and making money off of it. But yeah, the one killer, I can't remember his exact nickname, but that was Keith Hunter Jesperson from where was that? It's one of those Midwest places or whatever. His daughter's now a reporter on Court TV, a blonde chick or something like that. Because there's a couple of famous kids by serial killers that do work and shit for like news networks now that their claim to fame, these daughters, is literally that my daddy killed people. Seriously. There is, like I said, Keith Hunter Jesperson's daughter. She's blonde. She's kind of pretty and stuff. I mean, she works, I think it's like for Court TV or something like that. And then there's the other one. It's BTK's fucking daughter. And she works for like one of the news things, or she's trying to. It's like people don't want to hire her because she's just not like as no one as the blonde chick is, because they're like, yeah, you're kind of chubby and stuff like that. So we really don't want to pay you the money, girl. So time they talk about BTK, she's always like, my daddy, like a footnote. I'm sorry, it sounds like something I'm saying it's like really mean or whatever like that, but you cannot hear. You just can't hear about BTK without hearing. Well, let's find out what his daughter says. Like,
it's true.
Yeah. Tell me if you found an article in the last 5-10 years talking about BTK where they don't slip in there something about his daughter had some sort of comment, right? I'm just saying. I'm like, come on, girl. We see that you're trying to make, write a book or something. We know what's up, okay? That's what I'm saying. I got you. If my dad was a serial killer, I actually asked my mom one day, and I mean this, okay? I was like, hey, you think dad's a serial killer? She's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, he's a slut. He likes to stick his dick in everything. And there happens to be a whole bunch of unsolved murders in that area right there that he lived at the time. And she says, like, Bobby, you're stupid. I'm like, man, come on. I want to write a book. And no, that's not a joke. That conversation did occur. Okay, let me tell you.
I believe it.
Yeah, I swear to God. I mean, there's warning red flags and all kinds of other stuff that you can look up when it comes to serial killers, okay? And I know a lot of those things are passed down to me as well. Like, I like to torch shit. I love fire. Fire is pretty. I was just at CBS on the 4th of July firing rockets, like rocket launchers and shit across the highway. And yeah, I do stupid shit all the time. Yeah, I just never knew what kind of person he was because he was really not around that long when he was and stuff like that. And you just think to yourself, I'm like, hey, he's such an asshole. And the substance abuse, well, he was an alcoholic and shit like that. You think he was a killer? Yeah. At least if I found out he was a serial killer, I wouldn't have to worry about no inheritance, because I'd have that to fall back on. Apparently, if you got a relative that kills a bunch of people, you can make some money off that shit. I think didn't Jeffrey Dahmer's dad or whatever make some money writing the book and shit like that? Or the Columbine killer's mom, Joan Klebold's mom, she made a book and got some cha-ching. So I'm just saying, you play your cards right, you hopefully get yourself a mass murderer or serial killer. Kind of makes you want to abuse your kids, you know what I mean? Just saying. I'm joking, obviously. But I will tell you a little bit more about that show, Dark Minds, here in a second. Please do not take my stupid ideas of entertainment seriously. I have a very dark, demented, twisted, perception of things. Yes. Not the darkest minds. Let me give you a fucking God. Jeez. Okay, just tell me who the other guy is. Serial killer in New York, caught with the body in the car. Hold on, let me just type that into Google. I guarantee it'll tell me what I need to know. Oh, that's what it was. I just remembered it, but I haven't looked it up yet. I think it's the other guy's called 16 or something like that. It was like a number because that's how many people he killed. But not people, they all killed women. I think they both killed sex workers, actually. So let me look it up. New York. And I remember the guy talking. Oh, shit, what's his name? Yeah, I see his face on it. I just can't remember his name. New York serial killer. No, not Richard Cunningham, the moron. He would have been a better idea, at least. New York serial killer. Body found in car. Oh, I already figured it out.
Who?
You want to know what I hate most about having my memory is, y'all? I go through all the trouble.
What?
I go through the trouble switching the tabs and remembering the keywords that I type into Google, and then I start typing into Google, and right when I get to almost to the end, right, I remember who
Bam.
the guy was. Yeah. Uh, one of them was called 16 or something like that, 12 or 16. Basically, it was the number of women that they killed. I'm pretty sure that was Hunter Jesperson, I think. Yeah. Now, the guy that's Raven from New York is known as Joel Rifkin.
Joel Rifkin.
Yeah, yeah. I can't remember exactly how many people he killed. Oh, no, I keep saying people, but they're both basically, they killed women. Yeah, he's smart as shit, like almost Kemper level, right? Intelligence. But here's where I think, you know how they say sometimes, like a killer wants to be caught, and this and that and the other. I'm like, I don't know. In this situation, I do think he's either made a dumb Koberger type kind of Brian Koberger kind of thing, stupidity thing. The tags on his car were long out of registration, like outdated. You might think that it might be important to get your tags up to date if you're going to go, I don't know, moving a body around in it. But I don't know. That's just me. Just me. Because you hear him
That's
talking
funny.
a bit, and he's like, oh, and I would do this and I would do that. And you can obviously tell he's got some smarts to him, but it's like, bro, the idiot known as, I mean, I know killers that had an IQ that made him near little retarded, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, those guys. But they still need to re-register their fucking tags. So it's like, how does 130 plus IQ guy forget the tags, but 70 something IQ guy don't remember the tags? You know what I mean? I think what it is you get overconfident and shit when you're smart as fuck, right? Or at least you think you're smart. Actually, that fits perfectly with the whole thing. That's how I feel Brian Koberger got. He thought he was badass and smarter than fucking everybody. Bit of a narcissist, you know, all that crap. Am I
He
boring
did.
you?
He did.
But yeah, you know, sometimes people get overly confident in their intelligence and make the simplest, dumbest mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
And
Too confident.
what's up?
Too confident. That was Brian Koberger.
Honestly, he just never thought his plan was going to ever go awry. And then a dog and some pesky kids fucked it all up. I'm sorry. I'm going to keep calling it the Scooby Doo murders. I don't care what y'all say. I like it to this day. If somehow Brian Koberger would just do a press interview and just say that phrase and pull his mask off, I'd be so happy. But what was we talking about before that? But that show's not bad if you can put up with the guy that snips his own parts. You know, that's all you got to do. It is cool because you do get to hear some conversation from real serial killers and shit. And yeah, I mean, it's high. It's high. The other guy, they should have got away from the fart sniffer guy and left the other guy in because he's like really smart, I guess, kind of. But in that show, he acts like he just follows the other guy around. And every time the show starts, it's like, my sister was murdered. I'm like, no, she was your sister-in-law, who you never met because she was dead before you ever met the person that you're married to.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's what trust me. The second I saw that show, I'm like, there's just something about what he's saying that just smells like bullshit to me. So I went and looked it up and all this other stuff. And even though he wrote a book about it, it was like a regular everyday, I mean, and it's a horrible thing to say. I get it. I apologize. It's just a normal everyday freaking murder of somebody trying to buy drugs or something like that. It's like, you're going to act like that's why you're here doing all this and this and that. I'm like, come on, bro. It's for a check. Just say it's for a check. I'll respect you more if you just tell me it's for a check. Look at the Jolly Green Giant over there trying to alert. What's up, Shouty?
Jolly Green Giant.
Shouty wanna be a thug.
How do you know about my man, Tupac?
All up in the club. I have learned now that I'm going to use any and every short joke I can whenever I see Nicole. It's going to be the funniest thing ever.
She's lurking now, going to sleep now.
Well, she was lurking before that. Let's be honest. It is 3 o'clock in the morning. Somebody slept until like 9 p.m. You know, fucking weirdos.
Could that be?
I have no idea. I like being alive. Thank you very much. But yeah, what were we supposed to be talking about? Yeah, okay. As I was saying, the happy face killer. I always get them mixed up. The one is the truck driver that's known as the 16 guy or whatever, and nobody cares about him because he's a bitch, and he really didn't, yeah, he's not like an It's Real Keys type or a BTK. It's like, bro, you even wrote us a letter saying you did it. You ain't really smart, and he just thrives off that attention that he gets from killing those women, and it fucking is disturbing. You know what I mean? Rifkin, he doesn't try to get a whole bunch of attention. I was actually shocked when they picked him or whatever. He's just an antisocial type and all that other crap with that looked goofy and all this stuff. Kind of, really like a Brian Koberger, but he he talks a hell of a lot better than Koberger does.
What's up, who's your daddy? Nice to see you.
Who's your daddy? I don't know. Some guy that lives in fucking Wachula.
Some guy that what?
Yeah, I'd say that lives in Wachula, I bet.
Wachula?
Wachula, Florida. Yes. Hello there.
No, not your daddy.
Hmm?
Not your daddy.
Well, I was looking at the name and it said, "Who's your daddy?" And then you said it, and I was like, "Who's your daddy?" I'm like, the asshole that's up there in Wachula. But yeah, you want to make the announcements, or you want to keep talking about the voice messages? No, basically.
You answered your own question. Go for it.
Well, I'm trying to make it simple and all that. Basically, all around the world, literally all around the world, anywhere there's body of water. If they're finding bodies in the water and stuff like that, sometimes there's more, sometimes there's less. But some people are drunk, some people aren't. And the UK,
who's your daddy knows dark minds?
yeah, dude, tell me, do you think the guy thinks he seems like he enjoys sniffing his own farts, doesn't it? You know? Like he's so full of his own bullshit. Just the way he talks, the sound of his voice, and all that. He says, "I'm here to say because my sister was murdered." I'm like, you don't say that with a positive context in your voice. It makes it sound like you are happy that somebody killed her. Just saying. I mean, the show itself was decent. I like the fact that they go after cold cases like unknown serial murders and possible ones all over the place, and that was great too. I just really wish that one guy wasn't there. I get that why they picked him because he was a writer, does true crime writing and stuff like that. So I get it, but it's just like anybody else. Get the old Colorado detective guy. That show becomes a hit. Dark Knight was canceled soon after because, they ran out of sets of murders. How many different unknown sets of murders? I think I can name most of them right off my mind right now. The Zodiac. Trying to think California first. You would think they have more unsolved serial murders in California. It's such a big ass fucking state. Texas killing fields, West Mesa bone collector. Texas only has really one. Well, maybe two. Can't remember what the other one was. Yeah, but basically, got about 30 or so sets of like victims that could possibly be serial. Out of that 30 or so, I was wrong. I knew there was more than one in California. In California, you have the Zodiac.
What's up, John Paul?
What are we doing here? I don't know why you're here. I'm here because I like the sound of my own voice, obviously. But also in California, they have the Black Doodler. It's this gay guy who liked to go home with guys and like draw them before they banged and stuff. And then when they got done banging, he'd stab them a bunch of times. He was never caught too, because back then it was bad to be gay. So most of the people that lived through the stabbies, wouldn't say who did it, and that's why he lived so long.
Doo-doo.
Yeah, he makes his shit don't stink. The guy from Dark Minds. That's how I feel. Why are we talking? I thought it was Who's Your Daddy, but now I'm like, why is John talking about doo-doo? John, find a better place to talk about shit. We were talking about farts, not shit. Oh, we were talking about this show called Dark Minds, where this guy who's a true crime writer goes around and, well, I mean, I'm always high. I thought you knew that. I mean, there's literally no point that you have ever talked to me that I haven't been under the influence of some sort of marijuana product. I'm just being fair. Do you think I can get on here and just talk like this? And well, I probably could actually. I don't feel like it's boring, and then I get a headache really fast. And I mean, I'm sure it's happening this week. But what happens is, in the show, they go to a place that has a bunch of unsolved murders. True Detective. If it had, oh no, sir, no. Warning, Will Robinson. Warning. Look, guys. How do I feel annoyed? I'm actually fairly well annoyed and all kinds of other stuff, but I can't act like I'm annoyed, so I have to pretend that I'm interested and perky and happy, and somehow still talking about violent murders in the process. Yeah.
Huh?
He asked me how I was feeling, but no, I'm just a little high. That's all. Nothing overkill. I slept earlier, so I got a lot of fucking energy. A lot of fucking energy. I slept like 9 hours.
Beautiful.
I was up like 5 days. And this is our, what is it? Even though they can only pull up like 2 of them. This is our like 7. Well, I don't know. You were gone for 1 or 2 of them, weren't you? Yeah, okay. This is my 7th live in a row. 7 in a row. Yeah. But I deleted most of them, so ha 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 ha. You, Well, most people, when they notice that their wife wasn't home, they're like, where is she?
Where is she? That's a good
And if she
question.
wasn't supposed to be there, then that's different. You don't want to be blamed for a murder. I'm just saying. You want to cover your bases. I know that seems a little bit paranoia. Have you ever been questioned for any murders? Well, I have. Okay.
Not getting up till 4 a.m. But she's working hard.
It takes a long time. But yeah, we wanted to do a little quick thing because I thought I saw this news article or whatever on a 4th body being found in Indianapolis. So I wanted to do a quick little thing, and I'm making Diana suffer because she's being held hostage in my basement, basically. Yeah. Oh, I really wish I was wicked hard. I don't. It doesn't take me much weed or whatever to get high, even though I smoke it all the time. I have like a natural resistance against basically all drugs but marijuana.
What's the song that reminds you of Charles?
Song that makes me. I smoke 4 joints in the morning. I smoke 4 joints tonight. Or I think it's a Sublime song or whatever.
Hold on here. Are you calling me?
A very contradictory song. Yeah, see, when I hop into the live stuff, I mean, if that's what you mean or whatever, you can't. I know a little bit about acting, so if I really, I know a little bit about acting. So if I want you to think I'm happy, you're gonna think I'm happy. If I want you to think I'm high or drunk or something like that, I could easily pull that up and done it many times in the past. But you're not gonna find out much about what's on the real inside unless you ask, and I said naturally, I'm kind of bored. I feel like I've been blamed for a bunch of shit. Somebody's been being People have been rude to me all night, and I went off on them. It was glorious. I'm proud of myself. I got attacked 3 times today. 3 times I was yelled at. So think about that, yo. I got yelled at the first time. I didn't yell back. I don't want to say it. You'll understand why if it ever comes out later on. Okay, then I got yelled at a second time and attacked the second time that way. I still somehow held back and calmly responded rationally. Then it got to the third time, and I'm like, listen, motherfucker, who the fuck do you think you're talking? Oh, yeah, switch went off. I was just like, listen, bitch, I don't need you. You need me. You bring nothing to the table here, so I need you to shut the fuck up a little bit there. The fact that you're talking to me with so much fucking disrespect, I'm like, look what I've done just recently while you were sitting on your ass at home taking a vacation. And you got the nerve, after seeing what I've done in the past, seeing what I did in there, and I'm going to shut up because she's back. Oh, I tried it for the third time. Not with these, not in this case. Nope. One of them, you have no choice if you do not literally stand above them and go, who the fuck you talking to? They're like, oh, yeah, you're right, sir. I'm sorry. Once that happens, that's the only way you can deal with this person. Basically, if I'm not naming them or tell you kind of anything about them, you guys know them. Just tell them. And I feel like I've been attacked a 4th time, but I got to be nice again. So I'm not very happy at the moment. Because I feel like somebody was saying something bad about somebody else, but I also feel like the persons that were insulting were like heroes and blah, blah, blah. So I really feel like I was just like, you know what? I have to light the world ablaze because I need to tell everybody, look, bitches, okay, we got to introduce you to these motherfuckers because, you was wrong the one time. Maybe you're wrong the other time. You think? What I will say is, anybody that heard of or knew of me personally, well before I got to the place I am now, did you think I went through some magical, historical, fucking flippity-dippity bullshit kind of change? Or do you think that maybe I was just this weirdo all along that's still a decent, nice person? And maybe you were hearing rumors and all this other crap? I mean, like I said, I'm just asking the people who had heard of me in this community and stuff. Do you think I just changed out of nowhere? No, I'd never changed. I do think the comment was made to kind of at least piss one of us off. It was to both of us. Yeah. Because I don't feel like people all around at the moment in time, no, because we've been keeping these things to ourselves because we didn't, if I say too much, it's all of it. Okay. I was going to do a whole lot doing this because, guys, can we not believe in rumors or anything like that? I mean, that's why y'all thought I was a bad guy in the first place, right? That's all I'm asking. I've been the same person as I've always been. I've taken at the moment. No, at the moment, I need a verification on something. That's what I need. That's once I have that, I'm going to do a nice thing, and then when I do the nice thing, if it comes up again, yeah, I like to be nice. I like to do things in a nice way. And one thing I don't like, I don't like it when yeah, it's just. If you knew what went on in my head in this instance, I think everybody, there would have never been a problem. Everybody would have just been like, oh. It's just, I know all this information, and she knows it too. So at that moment, it's just been like, really? Really? Me, I'm a little bit more like, I want to say something, but I don't because I'm nice like that. Yeah, this has always been the kind of person I am. It's really easy if somebody disrespects me to step up or whatever and just put them down real quick, verbally, and then just walk away. I don't have to, do all that stuff and all that. That's why I got a bad reputation, because I walk up, talk a lot of mad shit, see if anybody wants some more of it, and when they don't, and whatever, they're crying, I just leave. It's like, all right, cool. And even that was apparently too bad. I'm really not putting anyone down, but that's what was done to us. And yeah, basically, I feel like we've been insulted, right? A little bit.
Hey, looking for trouble? That move makes it double.
Is it JP song that reminds him of you?
Let
This
them steal
song.
my
This is a
cheddar.
question,
They
ma'am.
stealing that cheddar. Better
Okay, yeah,
watch
John,
out.
I'm a
Bad
musical motherfucker. Ask
couples,
these
watch
guys
your step.
that
The
talk to me
real
via the
is
phone and
gone,
stuff.
ain't
I
nothing
will
left.
cornet
Here, pop your
motherfuckers all
ass.
day
Let's
long,
have a glass.
singing them
Welcome to
songs
the
and shit.
party. Let's make it
Ask
last.
Mandy
Time to make
sometimes.
a
Oh my god.
wrong choice.
The other day she was like, "I love Hailstorm." I'm like, "Hey girl, I'm gonna send you 50 songs that feature Disney hits for no apparent reason whatsoever." Okay, maybe not 50. It's more like 20, but still. And that's just the rock ones. If I'm with around my parents, um, it's always country. And if I can find a song that somehow has rock people in it that my mom likes, I will not shut up and be happy to sell. I do need a blunt. No, I need a blunt. And no, I'm trying to be calm, but I don't know. I got too much energy at the moment in time. Way too much energy. That's what happens when I sleep too long. But I found this song not too long ago, and I know I'm just talking about random bullshit. That's basically what this live is, because that's I find amusement in doing it. But my mom loves country, especially that slightly older country like Alabama and Travis Tritt and John Michael Montgomery and stuff like that. They adore one of my stepdads more like really, really old country, like the Righteous Brothers and people like that. And I'm like, dude, that's like black and white colored TV kind of time bullshit. You're not even that old. Like, I still like it. I'm like, all right, whatever, you fucking weirdo from Illinois. But my mom, she at least has some sort of little hipster to her or whatever. So I'm like, I always try to find a way, because I play them Shine Down, right? Because I'm like, she likes country, right? How do you not like Shine Down? Because it's like Southern rock, and it's damn near like country, right? No, I put on Shine Down or Creed or something like that, and she's like, listens to it, and she's like, oh, that's that devil worshiping shit, Bobby. And I'm like, what the fuck? She went by me Creed when that first CD of Creed came out, because she looked at the cover and said it was devil worship and shit. I'm like, Mom, that's a Christian band. I don't care. There's a naked man on the cover. It's bad news. Mom, seriously? Really? That's how my family is. But she talks mad shit too. Is surrounded. Do you see that, Charles? Do you feel surrounded? No, I remember that story because it's hilarious that she calls. Oh, do I feel surrounded there or here? I'm always by myself, man. Always. I never feel surrounded. You'd have to know me in real life to even understand why. I'm just like. See, with you guys, I talk a fuck ton and everything else. In real life, on the other, well, you can get me to the point. I will start talking. I got to get comfortable with you and stuff like that. But I'm really fucking big, and I don't smile often. So I'm kind of really. You think of an NFL linebacker that's always got a gloomy face on, and probably I'm a little bit old, so he looks retired too. Okay, but yeah, I don't like. I mean, I don't think what's the word? Introvert, extrovert, whatever. Which is the one that feeds up the energy by being alone. And I'm not that person. I'm actually the exact opposite. I just don't like people because they're assholes. Well, she's not talking. Somebody's got to. Sorry, apparently I'm talking too much. Okay. Well, tonight we are.
Tonight we dance. Nope. I don't share, but you know what? I'll take one for him right now.
The last thing I need is medication. I already have
Against the law.
Yeah. I have a crazy amount of energy to begin with in the first place. Some days are good, some days are bad. I don't want to say why, but I'm not in great health. You know what I mean? So there would be days that I feel like I'm dying and everything. Well, think about this, okay? I was up for 5 days because of insomnia and my health problems. 5.5 days. I was live damn near every single day. So every single day I was just. But then when we go live, I drink a little, cup of coffee or something like that, just to try to get a little kick. So then it sounds like I'm talking a whole crap load and stuff, and blah blah blah. Because I don't want to bore everybody to fucking death, and I've got stalkers to impress. Don't you see the counter at the top there? Because they're going to watch me, dog. I gotta make them entertained at least. They're here already. I mean, it's abuse of you. You know what I'm saying? Even if they want me dead, abuse of you, right?
We got shrooms over here, JP. JP, are you in California? Is that where you said you're at?
Hey, don't you tease me by saying you got shrooms. I want shrooms, damn it.
I don't have any in my house, but I can get some.
I'm moving to Oregon just so I can get some shrooms all the time. Seriously.
Everybody says that. Every time I tell anybody that we have shrooms here, decriminalized.
Yeah, I know.
Like, we're moving there.
I think Colorado does too. Or I know California does. I used to buy these chocolate bars, but they were $50 for a damn chocolate bar.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it had 5 grams of shrooms in that shit. But you take one little square, you eat it, you're just like laughing your ass off for a fucking few hours.
I've never done shrooms. Did you know that?
And anyways, I have a special message tonight for the stalkers. I hope they're going to react well. Probably not. So it's great. We're going to be covering some special cases coming up soon. Some of them are very large cases. It might take a 1 episode or 2 episodes, or who knows how many episodes to do them. But,
oh, you live in Nevada? That's cool. I was kind of thinking about Nevada.
It's hot there.
Yeah, but everybody has really nice houses and big old pools.
But there's serial killers that live there.
There's serial killers everywhere.
Yeah, that's true.
More serial killers in Oregon, probably, with all these weird white people.
Oh my God, can you get any more racist? I'm a weird white people, okay?
Okay, sorry.
Okay. I'm just saying. You look a little bit like a weird white person too.
I'm not weird.
Oh, you're definitely weird.
When
we're not on
they're all over Indy.
When we're not on the street, I'll explain why I think you're weird, and then we'll see if I'm correct or not. I believe I'm going to win that conversation. I really do.
Like Reno, right? Reno is ghetto, trailer trash ghetto.
Is he? I mean, I guess
Reno,
like Anthony Reno.
No, Reno, like Nevada, like Reno, Nevada.
Oh, well, I don't know. I've never been. I've only been to a few. Well, I mean, I've been through many states and junk, but no, not Nevada. So
I'm just doing my hair for the week, JP. Tomorrow's Monday. Back to work.
Between the states of Florida and Mexico, every state that's right there along the Gulf, I've been through because we had to go help in multiple hurricanes and stuff because we're nice like that. And then going up the East Coast, but the only time we would stop is to like fuel up or something like that. All the way to Canada, basically more or less. I've been through all those states too. Yeah. But we never stop anywhere. So, I mean, the only actual states I lived in was Florida. Mexico's not a state, so I don't have to include that. I lived there for like 6 months or so at one point. Alabama and Pennsylvania. Because I wanted to get some pussy, so I flew all the way to Pennsylvania. Apparently, I was afraid of airplanes and flying before that. Not so much anymore.
You went to Pennsylvania to get some pussy? Of all states?
Really special pussy, okay? Really special pussy. No, I mean, I don't know. I just met a person or whatever that I really liked, and she was had to go back to Pennsylvania where she went to college at. So yeah, I went up there to spend some time with my girl. What's wrong with that? I joke around and I say, "What does any man get on a plane? Pussy," because it's funny. But then I went up there and then I saw snow for the first time, and I was like, "Wow, is there a volcano erupting around here? What snow? That's a myth. The Weather Channel comes up with that to fucking get you to spend money and stuff." That used to be my yeah. Until I saw snow, I used to joke around and tell people that snow was a myth. I swear. And then last year, I started saying the joke again because it's been like 6 or 7 years since I went to Pennsylvania. So I was like, I'm old. I forgot that snow exists. I got to start using the joke again.
Oops, sorry, Jocelyn.
And then yeah, I was in a little town outside of Pittsburgh called, well, I guess it'd be a city, but it's like a college town or college whatever called Washington. Whoever thought of that name is a dumb motherfucker. I lived in Washington, Pennsylvania. Make sense of that.
Pennsylvania's scary. They're like kind of like Indiana when it comes to the illegal
white
stuff.
people. Lots of creepy white people, and I'm white, so I can say that.
Jocelyn said Washington, Pennsylvania is right by her.
Yeah, I landed in Pittsburgh. That place was huge. I thought Fort Myers was big. Holy shit. I saw Pittsburgh. I'm like, what the fuck? The city itself is just massive. Fucking massive.
Interesting.
I've never saw a city that big. Like skyscrapers and all that, all kinds of shit. Yeah. Where I'm from, it seems like it's got a huge population. We got like 10 million. I mean, it's not small, definitely. It used to be a small town with a lot of woods. Now we don't have skyscrapers and shit though.
Nah, not in Fort Myers.
No, definitely not. You got 10 million motherfuckers, no problem. But we don't have the biggest building, I think, tallest building has like 40 floors to it. And that's a motel that's been closed for like 20 years.
I'm born and raised in Miami. Then I moved to Naples for a year.
In Miami plenty of times, of course. And Naples,
Then I lived.
I don't remember
Naples.
skyscrapers.
No skyscrapers.
Yeah, maybe it's harder to have skyscrapers in Florida because we're under sea level, and they'll just slump into the mud. You think?
I don't know.
That makes a little bit of sense, actually.
I mean, no, I lived in Hawaii and they have skyscrapers.
Hawaii's not below sea level. It's an island. There's a difference. Dirt.
What's the difference?
An island is a floating piece of land or whatever, and the buoyancy levels have to change significantly for it to become lower than sea level. If an island becomes lower than sea level, it will sink.
Oh.
I actually don't know that. I pretty much made it up, but I guarantee if I look it up, it's going to say that. Boom!
Sounds pretty good to me. Pasadena, Texas ain't no better. Smells like asphalt.
Like it makes sense, don't it? Sometimes I'm a really good bullshitter. I pull it out of the back of my mind. I don't know why it sounds like that sounds good.
I think it's an acceptable answer.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Can somebody look that up and see if Charles's bullshit meter is still as good as it usually is? I don't know. But I'm just kidding. It does kind of actually does make a little bit of sense because to make a skyscraper, you have a special foundation and all this other crap that you have to put it on. Now, if you're below sea level, wouldn't the introduction of water to the earth and all that other stuff and shit, like make it shift all the time and maybe, yeah, that kind of sounds like it might be possible too. I don't know. Less possible than the island bullshit, but still possible. How do I put this? There's certain cities around the United States and actually around the world that underneath the cities there actually are like subways and like other cities, underneath the city and that kind of stuff. That's where you can build something like a skyscraper because there's a foundation on top of a foundation on top of a foundation. In Florida, we don't really have like subways and shit. We got buses, sure. We got trains, sure. But it's a little bit harder to have those under ground tunnels and shit like that. And really, like I said, I have no idea why we don't have them, but it just seems like it's because we don't have basements. To have a basement anywhere else, you just dig a fucking hole until it's big enough, right? In Florida, we're under sea level. You start digging a hole, that hole fills with fucking water.
Mm-hmm.
So to actually make a basement in Florida, it usually costs, I think it's like $200,000 or more to actually build yourself a basement, because you have to reinforce all the walls and shit as you go along with
I
concrete.
never seen a basement in Florida.
Some of them it's rare because they cost so damn much. Like you have to dig it out to an extent, and they put a concrete wall or something like that in a divider that keeps the water out, right? Let's go, Charles. Where are we going? I mean, I'll go skydiving. I've already been like 4 times, but I'm down.
Hell to the no.
But I don't want to bungee jump. I'll skydive, but not bungee jump. I know that doesn't make any sense. If we sat here for 20 minutes, I'd explain it, and then it would make sense. But you're just gonna have to take my word for it. Definitely. I'm right by a field called Page Field. I have a buddy that has an airplane. And only if after we skydive, we're gonna go scuba diving, because I want to take everybody to do wreck diving, and I'm a certified trainer and stuff for that kind of stuff. So I can take as many people as possible with me. I just got to give you a quick lesson on how to use the BCVs and shit like that, and the octopuses and stuff. You're gonna be badass. We're gonna go to Key
I'll
Largo.
pass on all 3 of those activities. I'll pass on all 3 of them. No, thank you.
If you don't want to go scuba diving,
Or skydiving, or bungee jumping. None of
if
it.
you doesn't think I'm gonna take you out to the shark nest, you think that's what it is. Just be honest, right?
No.
I did say I was gonna take you to the shark nest. I would take you to the shark nest, but if you're scared, I guess I won't.
I won't even go in the water.
Why? See, that's why you're so white, girl.
I'm a vampire. I'll be okay. Thanks, JP. Mm-hmm.
She doesn't understand how simple it is and how safe it is. She's overthinking it. That's all. You get a
There's
tank.
Gabby.
You get a tank on your back. You get a weight belt, and if you have any troubles, you unclip the weight belt, and it falls to the floor of the water thing. That's it. You have
I'll pass.
You have a vest. It fills up with air. That's it. And the regulars, of course, and goggles. Have you ever been snorkeling? See how
Yeah.
this makes no sense, okay? Because Florida people are like dolphins when we're born.
I
And
hate dolphins.
well, they're rapey. I get that. There's a good reason to hate them, but the swimming ability is what you're looking for.
No, I don't swim like that. 3
But-
tickets. Yes, JP. 3 tickets. You, who's your
Are you-
daddy?
Hold on. Are you sure you're from Florida?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm not quite believing that. Did you have to get
Me and Jocelyn.
Yeah,
We're not going in.
You're not going to go scuba diving either, Jocelyn? Y'all suck. It's going to be funny because if we actually did go do it, no, you don't want to love dolphins because dolphins want to love you, okay?
They want to rape you, Jocelyn. You better be careful.
Well, I said that, didn't I? I said you don't want to love dolphins because dolphins really want to love you. I thought I was making sure I made that implication there, you know?
Jocelyn, I don't think you're going to love dolphins after you learn the truth about them. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm trying to get away from talking about that one case as much as possible. I don't care if we talk about nothing. I don't care if we talk about scuba diving. I don't care about any of that stuff. But
Go where again? Snorkeling?
we can go snorkeling, sure. Because you got to think, while we're diving, you could just be sitting there snorkeling, obviously. You don't have to
I don't like that either.
You see what I put up for y'all? I'm just saying, you see what I
I
have
already done all that stuff. No,
If I-
hell no. No skydiving.
If I showed you what it looks and how amazing and all this other shit it is, no, she hasn't done anything this amazing. She's just lying out of her ass. She just don't want to go swimming because it's effort, and she doesn't want to put in effort because she's lazy. But I'm done. See, she even nodded. There you go.
I mean, that's half of it. Lazy and scared.
There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm not going to take you to the shark's nest if you're scared. That's just common sense. I'm going to take you where it's.
Anywhere that there is water is the shark's nest. You know that, right? Why is my phone not charging?
Listen, okay. You have a real Florida person with you. I think you'll be safe. Because that means we can't go out on the fucking swamp boats and shit to go look at alligators and shit. You see, I mean, she fucked up our whole damn trip. She already
I
messed
ain't
it.
going over there either.
We can't go on the airboats. We can't go on the fucking scuba diving pontoons. Damn,
Nope.
sucks, bro. Can we like tie her up in something? You know, I mean, once she gets out there, she'll see how fun it is, and she'll have a good time. Trust
No,
me.
I won't. No, I
You-
won't. I'll be freaking out the whole time.
You will not. You don't trust me?
It's not about you.
Mhm.
It's about the alligators.
Oh, there's no alligators when we're going scuba. I mean, yeah,
It's about the shark.
What you need to have alligators in the water that we're going would be brackish water, and you don't have to worry about that because it's going to be salt water, like pure
Well,
salt. It's clear water. You will see anything and everything that's coming anywhere near you for at least 100 feet or more. I swear.
JP wants to go.
Of course he wants to go. He has a death wish. Didn't you hear the other night how many times he's almost died? Of course he wants to do something dumb.
Hmm.
The only reason why I do dumb shit because I haven't died yet.
How many times has JP almost died?
Nowhere near me, but yeah, quite a few times he was saying the other night or whatever. I think he had a car accident or something like that. He was saying, didn't he? I think I can't.
Was this while I was on break? I missed all of that.
It was when he was it in your life or was it in our life? No, I think it was our life and he was in the chat or whatever.
And Indy, we have loan sharks. Yeah, are you one of them? Who's your daddy? What's so fast?
Well, what she's talking about, guys, if you actually look it up, you'll see the rarities. Okay, for one, let's hypothetically talk about sharks themselves. Do you understand that the odds of you getting into a normal fucking car accident and getting killed are far more, like 1,000 times more likely or more, just going to the gas station a mile or two away than ever getting bit by a shark, let alone getting killed by one? Just, I'm saying, look at the odds. Look it up and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. It's a fact.
Yeah, but the more you go in the water, the higher your chances are going to increase of you getting attacked by a shark.
How many times have you drove your car this week? How many times have you been in the car this week? Twice? Okay.
Yeah, I rarely leave my house.
Now, let's say hypothetically an entire year, how many times do you think you've either been a passenger or driven your car?
Well, I bought my car with like 40 miles on December 31st, and it only has about 700 miles right now. So how much is that?
So you put 700 miles on it in a matter of 5 months?
6 months?
Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, let's say 2 times a week, 52 weeks in a year, 6 months. So let's say about 26 times 2. Yeah, about 52 times you've probably driven your car on average. The odds of you getting in a car crash within a car accident within 5 to 10 miles is like 1 in 6.8 million. So your odds of basically dying in a car accident is probably like 1 in 5 or 6 million, give or take. Actually, you got to technically times that by 2, but we're just gonna let it go for now. Now look up the odds of being bitten and killed by a shark. I'm going to remind you how many different species of shark there are.
Okay, but wait. You have to do the math to make it even. The amount of times you go in a car and the amount of times you go in the ocean.
You told me it's been basically almost 6 months or whatever since you got your car, right? This week alone, you said you made 2 trips in your car, right? So a year is broken down into 52 weeks, correct?
Yep.
You've had that car for 26 weeks now. You times that by 2, get you back to 52 weeks. because you make 2 trips per week on average, based on what I know information-wise. So your
Okay.
odds change once you get into the regular things for that amount, which is about 1 in 5 or 6 million. Now that you know that, go back to Google and type in what are the odds of being bit or killed by a nurse shark, and type it in. And one
If
time,
you
going to
if
the
you
one time. Then what are the
if you
odds?
go swimming
One time. Just one.
52 times a year.
No. That's cheating. You're not going 52 times. You're going once.
I don't think that's the right math.
Charles is very good.
Like,
Do you? Okay, for one, I'm actually one of the most smartest persons in Florida when it comes to math, actually. That's what they said. I don't really agree with it because I hate math, but I'm still really
I
good
hate
at
math.
it. I can do trigonometry in my head, basically.
Jocelyn, I had an ex like that and I had to leave him. We had to break up, I mean.
What did you try? Like what? Like who?
What?
Am I missing part of the conversation? Oh, I thought you were talking about me. I was like, what did I do? Shit.
No, Jocelyn said her husband gets stir crazy if he's home too long. I said my ex was like that. We had to go out every single weekend.
Oh,
It didn't
no.
work out.
Yeah, no, I don't like going out because there's people out there. And I often want to murder people when I'm around people, so I usually don't go around people. And it's not like I wouldn't have to worry about people like here or people like y'all because it's Florida people. It really is Florida people. You have to spend a lot of time in Florida to realize that why. If you spend like 6 months in Florida, you'll walk out at one day and just be like, I hate you fuckers. And then you want just stay inside. Best way to explain it. I really do hate math. But I'm cursed to look at math. Like most of the time when people ask me a math equation, I don't do the math, okay? I have a photographic memory and I just tell them the answer because I've done the math before. It's like, what is 3 times 5? It's 15. Duh, we did that in elementary school. What the hell's wrong with you? I never do the math itself. I just know the answer. Florida sucks. Somebody gets it. Florida fucking sucks. I want to move. I love Florida. I'm going to. So, yeah.
Florida sucks.
I mean, what was I going to do when I was like a little kid in school? Pretend I don't know math?
JP, personal question. Do you have kids?
Yeah, I never heard them talk about kids. I'm not saying.
Me neither.
I noticed that myself. Good catch. Good catch. I'm amazing at history too, because I have the cheat mind, you know.
Oh, you do? I haven't heard you talk about them. How old are they? Are they? I mean, you don't have to say that. Are they adults
I think he
or
has
not adults?
Oh, that's good. You gotta know his age. Nice. Good
Are they?
call.
Just wondering if they're adults or not, because
How old are
I don't
you?
want to put my kid in school. I'm against school just because of this reason right here that you wrote. And I hated fucking school. She's 19. Okay, did you put her in school?
I knew that there's got to be an adult or something like that. Well, he got 2, but he's gotten used to being without the kids. That you can tell it in his voice when he talks. That's that's why it sounded like he didn't have kids.
He's living the empty nester life.
Yeah, because when you're talking to somebody that has kids that are still at home, even if they're older than 18, they will often always find a way to bring up the damn kids. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but it becomes a subject they're normally used to talking about. Especially when we're talking about history, like people getting murdered or shot and stuff like that. I'm really good at that stuff. But basically anything I read. I never forget stuff. It sucks. Cyber school or regular school? Oh, computer school? Like where they teach everybody on laptops and all that other shit? They didn't have that when I was a kid. Or they probably had me. They had me in...
Right?
Yeah, they had us in a thing called, well, I say us, but it was just really me in my family at least. It was called Kitty College or some bullshit.
What's it called?
It was called like Kiddie College. It wasn't mandatory or anything. It was just like for special fucking kids. And I learned to hate being special. It's not special. Okay? It's really sucky. That just means you got to go to school when you're like 3.
That's terrible.
Yeah, I mean, because I have a birthday that's really late in the year. So it was either like, well, we got to let him go now because in 2 months he'll be 4. And if we wait much longer, we're going to have to basically wait another year. And by then, he's just going to be in pre-kindergarten anyways. It's really fucking retarded.
Keep her home. Yeah, I think I'm going to do unschooling. Have you guys heard of unschooling?
I'm not sure, but whatever. I mean, I know you told me about it before, but I still like the way you're saying the joke. I'm like, it sounds like something you would do. It's like, but it's not what you think when you actually hear about it. So it just sounds like you're not going to, you're going to make a wild child that's feral and it's going to run around and eat stuff. Which, if you met Valencia, I'm just saying, it's not far off. Just saying, you know. Yeah, it was funny because I was talking to somebody about it, and she's so well mannered, this, that, the other. I'm like, which kid are you talking about, dog? I talk to her every day, and like you can hear that monster in the background. She's just like, she's telling everybody what to do, and I'm like, damn, bro.
Yeah, I don't know who told you that she's well behaved.
I know. I told you who said that, and I told her at the same time too. But where do you think the nickname Mini Monster comes from? That's basically where right as soon as I heard that, I was like, she a monster, man. No, Mini.
That was a good nickname.
Yeah, and then Mommy's the Mega Monster, so if it's perfect.
Exactly. And you know what? I hated school. I fucking hated school.
I think everybody hated school.
I liked college, but I hated school.
I liked college because they had drugs.
That could be a reason. That's a good point.
I hated school because even if they were skipping, I mean, I got skipped up multiple grades, and even then, I was still bored off my ass. 1 year, I think it was in 7th grade, I broke the record for as many referrals as you can get. That also includes as many times as you can get internal suspension and regular suspension. But here's the catch. This is going to throw your mind like, what? Guess what my grades were?
Ace.
100% across the board. They literally started skipping me up after that because they were just like, he's very bored and blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter because, I skipped from 7th to 9th and it was just boring. And I don't think I'm really that smart. I mean, I hope it's all the drugs I did and it made me dumber because that would make me feel better because I don't want to be smart.
The dumber you say you are, the higher the views we get.
I tell people I'm an idiot. You want to know why? Because nobody expects anything from a moron.
Very good point.
Expectations. You never saw that? No, I have. Me in real life, you'll finally see it. Okay, maybe you do. Somebody we don't even know or say something to us. I'm like, no, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I even pull out the dummy voice. I don't know. You start speaking real slow. You throw an accent in there and just make a goofy face while you're talking. Next thing you know, they don't ask you to help them out anymore. So, perfect.
It's just everybody's judgment,
Now, if they want to think I'm an idiot, what I also say about people that think you're an idiot and might be wrong? That means when I sneak up on them and get them and some, they never saw me coming.
True.
You assume I'm an idiot, and I tear you to shreds. I'm not even going to talk about this millions and millions of times where somebody thought they were going to be smarter than me, and I'm just like putting on this dumb look in my face and like, oh yes, you want to do that, son? Okay, we can do that. That's the only time I like to pull out the forward action and stuff when I want people to think I'm stupid. It's the best part. Because you want to know how I learned that? You do that shit to my mom all the time, and it makes me want to knock him the fuck out.
I'm gonna knock you out.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. She didn't have the schooling and all that other stuff that I did, and graduate from college and all this other crap. But she's definitely got to be like Brian Koberg level IQ, straight up. She's doesn't have the education and all that other stuff to understand, but she will sit there and explain things to you in this weird Southern way. But you'll get what she's saying, even if you're smart. She's fucking yeah. It's hard to explain. I write novels and shit all the time. I give them to my mom. I'm like, Mom, what do you think? 2 or 3 days later, 500-page novel. She hands it back and says, well, you know what, Bobby? That one part right there, I don't like it because it has a. And she'll explain everything. And most people are like, what the fuck did she just say? And I'm sitting there like, see, Mom, this is why I never publish anything. Should you ever be fucking supportive? Not just, I swear.
How
She's
come she has such a thick accent?
Hmm?
How come she has such a thick country accent?
That's, I kind of used to too.
They don't have that in Fort Myers, do they?
Depend. Well, my family doesn't necessarily start from Fort Myers either. I did say I lived in Alabama, didn't I?
Where? Alabama? Oh yeah.
Alabama, yes, ma'am. Near Mobile. My family came
Mobile.
from Virginia, and if I say who my family member that was that went from Virginia to Florida, everybody knows who he is. I'd rather not. It makes us look racist.
What?
We got only to idiots because you have to actually know a little bit about this guy, other than that simple basic fact that everybody knows. But if you just know the simple basic fact, he looks like a racist. Robert E. Lee,
No idea.
really? She's blonde. Please tell me somebody in the chat knows who Robert E. Lee is. Don't Google it.
I mean, sounds familiar, but
She's blonde. I'm just gonna go. Yeah. She hurts my head right now. Like, do you not know American history? Like, Ulysses S. Grant, the Civil War. Oh, my head hurts right now. All right. Back in the Civil War, the South and all this crap's going on, all this other crap, right? Abraham Lincoln is like, dude, we're going to Civil War. I need to get me a general. But you know who I'm going to ask, right? That one badass guy who was so fucking good in the other wars. So call in Robert E. Lee. So Robert E. Lee comes in. He's like, yes, sir, Mr. Lincoln, what can I do for you? And he's like, listen, Mr. Lee, look, dog, I need you because you're badass. And I don't want to use Ulysses because I hate saying his name. It's annoying. Like, well, sir, I'm going to have to decline that offer, my friend. My brothers will be fighting in the Civil War for the South, and I do not want to fight for them. He's like, I understand you. We're cool. Have a good day. Thank you, sir. And then he leaves. Then Ulysses S. Grant, mind you, this is the dumbest decision, one of many that came before and one of many that will come after, that members of my family have done to basically fuck me over. Yeah, basically. Ulysses S. Grant comes in. You know who Grant is, right? Please tell me you know who Ulysses. Oh, my head hurts. He's on the $50 bill. He becomes a general instead, right? Of course, the North wins the Civil War because they were outnumbered. They had access ways to get stuff in. At some point, we did not. Yada yada yada. But here's the point: Ulysses S. Grant, after his win in the Civil War, when he makes Robert E. Lee surrender, then he loses all his plantations and lands and everything in Virginia, which would have stayed in our family. We would have been rich. Get it? Like I said, not the first time. We are related to royalty. We fuck it up all the time. Yeah, it's great. So Ulysses S. Grant, I don't remember which one, but he was elected president of the United States. Of course, he's on. Have you ever? The only person that's on a bill that's never been president is fucking Benjamin Franklin. I'm pretty sure he's the only one, right? Charles for president. I agree. No, you don't want me for president. Dude. I'll nuke the whole planet. Ask Diana. There's just some days where I'm just like so annoyed. I'm just like, I will fucking burn this world and watch it smolder and laugh. You don't want to have me with the launch codes. I'm just saying, it's not a good idea. Or maybe it is. Fuck it. I mean, you know, right? Maybe this world does deserve to go to fucking shit. This is a pretty fucking shitty world. Yeah, see, who's your daddy? You know how hard it is to talk about history? She didn't even know who Grant was, bro. She didn't know who Grant was. Did you at least know who Abraham Lincoln is? I'm just...
Oh?
Abraham Lincoln. Do you at least know who that is?
Yep, I've heard of him. I know who Darlie Radia is.
What did you even say? I didn't hear you.
I think she was guilty.
Are you talking about murder again? Oh, you said it wrong. Her name is Darlie Routier.
Routier.
Guilty, dog. Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Don't give me
killer.
Oh, Lord. Oh, they found a sock like a block away that the killer used to hold the knife. No, you dumb blind bitch. You did that shit. And then you had a party to laugh at your dead kids. You don't remember that? She had a party at her grave and they looked like they were seriously having fun. And she's like, I just wanted to make it look like, bitch, they dead. They dead. You just looking like you happy in front of dead people. That's all I see.
She's sick.
That's a... Why are we talking about her? Who is...
Jocelyn.
Oh, gotcha.
Jocelyn distracted us with that topic, which is way better than history.
Hey, blame who's your man. That's not my fault. He said history. I talked about my family, and I'm also related to the King of England right now, so fuck all y'all. It don't help my credit score, but I'm still related to him. I've been related to 3 kings and almost a president, but he a bitch.
History is boring.
No, it's
I lived in Virginia.
History is not... No, because if you don't know history, it repeats itself. I mean, most of the time when you do know history, it repeats itself anyway. So that's why you want to know someone about history, because you don't want to completely fuck up over and over and over and over. You see what I put up with y'all? I'm just saying. See? Imagine being me. I'm just saying. I love it. I love him to death, man. It's just like sometimes it's just want to like, that's all those times like Homer Simpson grabs Bart by the neck and he just shakes him a bunch. It's like, I really want to. No, I'm just kidding.
Boring.
How the hell did you get through 11 plus damn years of fucking college, mind you?
It's all about psychology.
No, it's not, because you have to take the extra, the regular basic function classes and shit too at some point. Who'd you pay
Those
off?
are the ones.
Who'd you pay off?
My ex-boyfriend did take my statistics class for me.
I knew there's somebody that at least got paid off. I knew it. Fucking knew it. You had to go through history and stuff. That means everything I just asked you, you knew at some point. You just forgot it.
I didn't. I just...
No, you knew it.
It's called Christmas treeing the test, you know? Multiple choice.
Yeah. What's going to happen if you ever go on Jeopardy? You're going to lose badly.
I'd have to apply to go on Jeopardy. I'm not going to apply.
Not necessarily. I've been in places where they ended up asking me trivia questions, and I won a prize for being awesome at it. So that's what you...
Well, I don't do trivia unless I'm going out with Tracy. Duh.
Sucks. I own Tracy. Okay, I'm being nice by letting her keep her crown for as long as possible, but they gave it to her without having to face me down. Like, she knew one case that I wasn't talking about, but like I knew like a million of them. So come on. No, I'm just kidding. I don't need to be the smartest person in the room. It doesn't that big of a deal. But yeah, I tell you all the time to bring up any case that you want or whatever, that I probably have it right here in my brain.
Let's always listening to us the whole time.
I can't hear. Hey, excuse me. If you think I own somebody in my family, you don't know who my family is. You might want to look at a little history on Robert E. Lee. He owned no
Just,
slaves. Correct yourself. He didn't own any slaves.
this is funny. I didn't know you were here, Tracy.
Really?
Yeah, nobody owns Tracy. This sounds like a battle.
Hey, I'm ready anytime if she wants to shut me down. She can shut me up real easily.
Listen,
And
Charles is butthurt.
the person that gave her the crown doesn't know who
It's
Robert E.
Dave.
Lee. She didn't know who Robert E. Lee was and didn't even know he was on the $50 bill. Do I make a good point on why we should have a recount on the vote? I'm just saying.
You're just hating because Dave said that Tracy knows all the cases.
And Dave is scary sometimes, so I don't have to listen to him either. No, I'm just joking, y'all. Yeah, we can talk about any case at all because, like, I'm a fucking dictionary. I'm human Google. Somebody said that. I can't remember who.
Yeah, it was funny.
Your face is funny.
That was funny.
Why are you saying that you're in bed? What the fuck? I mean, nobody made you get out of bed. We're not there. So if you got out of bed.
I think it was too funny. He had to get out and laugh.
I can laugh quite well, just as well as I can. In fact, I'm going to be less funny and laughing when I'm standing up because I put effort into that. Oh, God.
That was hilarious. Waking me up for Robert E. Lee. Listen.
Well, I mean, like I said, I don't forget shit. It drives me nuts. Imagine, I always explain it to people, but like, okay, imagine every amazing fucking thing that ever happened in your life, right? They're like, yeah, and they get this whole big old grin on their face. I'm like, now remember every horrible fucking shitty thing that ever happened in your life, even better. Yeah, you'll never forget. And they're like, oh, I'm like, yeah, that's my life. Congrats.
Good night, Jocelyn. Have a good shift change.
Why, Jocelyn?
It's all about the Benjamins, baby.
Hey, are we even sure that she knows who Benjamin Franklin is?
Yeah, it's the old guy and that looks like a Simpson.
Okay, which president was he?
Of the United States?
Yeah.
At one period of time?
I already made my point, right? I think I already made my point, right? Even if she answers the right answer at this point, she's hesitated for like 15 seconds. I think I made my point, right? Just saying.
He was the 100th president. That's why he's on the $100 bill.
That look on your face is like you were processing. You were processing it. I'm just like, I've made my point. Thank you very much.
He looks like a Simpson character. Hey, snarky ass angel.
Did you know that they found a mass burial ground where he used to live?
Nice to see you. Welcome.
Snarky ass angel. What do I?
We've
Well, I
seen.
mean, technically, that's what the news said. Charles, but not to be the president. I like to smoke weed and have fun.
Oops, snarky sass angel. I said snarky ass angel.
Yeah, anybody I don't know that comes in here, I'm basically thinking I know them. Yeah. And I'm too lazy to see what their little avatar picture is, so I'm just going to assume I know who they are.
Sorry, I corrected myself. I said snarky sass.
Snarky sass. Yeah, you fucked me up too. Snarky sass angel. I just assumed that she's one of the people in the corner because the number hasn't changed yet.
My brain is crammed full of info.
Do you have an eidetic memory too? I like it better than snarky ass. To be honest with you, that sounds much better.
I know. Charles drives me to smoke too, and I don't even smoke.
You should smoke. That's why.
I think the child. Yes, baby.
What did I do now?
The child is calling me. Hold on one second.
pray to the Lord so they take it away. No, I was going to say something else, but I just remembered it. Oh, why is everybody got to talk about? I don't like talking about Delphi because everybody gets offended and leaves at some point, or at least some of them do. It's like, can I please talk about these few facts without somebody leaving the room? And that's how it always goes. It's either your defense or you're guilty. And if you're either or, you can't make points for either side, because if you do, the other side's like, they get butthurt and they leave. Yeah, I said it. Fuck all y'all. What would you like to know, Snarky? If I have any information, I'll gladly relay it. I mean, just last night, I had a live here with friends in it and everything else. And one of them yelled out, "There's no evidence that Richard Allen did it." I'm like, technically, even if we follow Gold's instructions given to the letter, there's still quite enough evidence to prove that he was indeed fact guilty of the felony murder charges. Just saying. Probably a little bit more than that, but not the number one. I keep saying premeditated first degree murder, but in Indiana, as Rescue of the Dog says, thank you for informing me of that. Basically, they don't have the first, second, and third murder charges. They just say murder. Basically, you're a fucking killer. That's basically what it means. Pardon my French. So even though they probably just wanted me to look dumb, well, I've never been to Indiana. I'm a moron from Florida. I still know probably more about the damn case as everybody else does. But yeah, I mean, it causes too much conflict, especially in the group I like to hang out with, because there's people on both sides all over the place, and then people in the middle that are like, "Well, he did it, but then he didn't prove it." Well, no, they kind of proved it, dude. Like, the more I look at it, and I'm like, nah, they definitely had enough for the felony murder charge, definitely. Even if they follow the rules given by, Goal about if there is a logical reason, the piece of evidence somehow goes for both sets, the state and the defense, well, then you have to rule in favor of the defense. Okay, but I can still find you fucking enough evidence for them felony murder charges. But people in here, if I talk about that and I start naming the evidence, they run away. I've never seen that happen before in my life. Most people, if they think one thing, you can have a conversation with them and just say, "Hey, if I just give you the facts, we calmly talk about it. Is that cool?" And then, they can check and verify what you're saying and stuff. So if they're running away, doesn't that seem to me as they don't want to change their mind at all? That means like, "Oh no, I'm seeing your logic. I need to run." That's what I hear. But I hang out with a lot of people, but most of the people now, they're like, "Yeah, he's not guilty." I'm like, I wouldn't say that. No, see. No, there's a lot of people, both sides, Snarky, are preventing it. You will hear untruths on both sides. I was on the guilty side. I would see things like, "Well, there was no DNA at the scene." No, bitch. Okay, please get this right. There was DNA found at the scene. Sure, it wasn't enough to make the DNA profile of. Sure, they could say it was explained away and all that. But that's what I mean. We're waiting for the transcripts and all that. I'm not going to take somebody's word for it. I just want the evidence in front of me to be able to check myself. You know what I mean? That's all it is. So when I have it all in front of me and I can verify that, I would rely on that fact. Sure, I have a lot of cool people and stuff that I trust that went to the trial. I still want to make sure. It makes me feel better. On the other side, oh Lord, I remember some days there was like 12 lies in just one post alone. I'm like, stop hiding truth from people. It doesn't seem like a good thing to do. That makes it sound like you have an agenda and you don't want people fucking being honest and this and that. Journalists don't say, "Hey, I'm looking at all the facts here. These ones are boring. I'm going to cut those out." No, you're not supposed to do that. Yeah. I mean, I say, and people act like it's such a mystery. And like, where? It seems so logical to me. The main question I ever get answered, "So you're telling me that you think only one person did all that at the scene?" Yeah, one person. Just one. Well, what are you talking about? I'm like, well, I'm human. I'm not lazy. I found a punch bag that was about my height, filled it up with rocks and everything else to make it a little bit heavier than me. And then I proceeded to do, since we knew the distances, how far they were drug and all this other stuff, I did all that in about 55 minutes to an hour. Now, between the start of the crime, once they hit that one area, and when somebody, Susan Cavanaugh, saw him getting near his car, it took about an hour and 20 minutes or so. So 55 minutes to an hour and 20 minutes. That means she had 25 minutes to get back to the car after doing everything. Plenty of time to me. People in certain groups, they don't want to hear somebody that knows what the fuck they're talking about because it doesn't jive with what they say. It's like, I can't if I think something different, I can't hang out in this group anymore. Yes, you can. I'm an asshole. I hang out here. And people think I'm wrong all the time. And it's like, yeah, whatever. And I really willing to sometimes, like, guys, can we have a conversation? It's one. But if you understand this whole case entirely, instead of the creators that you watch that you think is telling you everything you need to know, maybe you should actually hear all the things that you need to know. But see, I'm doing the sneaky way. See, I'm doing the whole be your friend thing, be really nice and charming and stuff, get you to come to my live, and then out of nowhere, I pop it on you. Yeah, and then you're like, oh, and they still run away. It doesn't work. Yeah, it sucks. Why do I feel like that? Well, honestly, if she knew me, she would just say so because everybody knows me kind of a little bit. I got such a nasty ass reputation in this community at this point. But yeah, it causes too many problems. That's why I tell everybody, is there any other cases you want to talk about? Like, there's another case we're going to do a series on soon. And it's going to be even worse because it's going to cause so much conflict. And people, you look at the chat, top left, the number of people in there, and I think it's like 11 or so. It's going to be even bigger at that point in time, but there's going to be even less people actually in the chat because it's just going to be creepers trying to make sure I get all the information right. Because if I don't, they're going to try to murder me. Yes, there's a lot of people preventing it, but that depends on what you think. But no, it's both sides. Both sides are doing it. Why do you think I'm in a group now that's all my own group? I'm like pro fucking defense can fuck themselves, pro state can go fuck themselves. I'm in the Charles group. But
why do you have to name it the Charles group though?
Okay, the Charles and Diane group, or would you rather?
No, I don't care.
You want to be in the group. I thought you were in props group, but if you want to be in the group, you can be in the group. Okay, this is Diane and Charles group, y'all. See, I haven't put you in first.
It's the free people group, the free thinkers group.
The ones with the brain sit in this group. That's what we. But you still think Richard Allen's innocent, so I got to take.
Of course he is. Oh.
Okay, one day, I did say one day online we're going to have a conversation, me and you, and not a debate, not an argument, none of that stuff, just a simple conversation. Barrett, see, look at her. She's already holding her head. She wants to walk away already just hearing that word conversation. See that? That's what I'm talking about. It's like
he's innocent, bro.
Why do you think he's innocent?
Okay, we're not going to start on this right now. Where's Carol? Carol, where'd you go, Carol?
She gonna come out? No, Carol. I made Carol run away last night. What you talking about?
You made Carol run away?
Yeah. She heard logic and facts, and she hauled ass. I swear.
I don't believe that. Carol's not scared of you. That's why I always call her.
Hey, there was nothing scary about me. She said that her exact words were, "There's no evidence that Richard Allen was guilty." And I said, well, man, even if we go by Gold's instruction, which is if there's a logical argument or whatever for either side or both sides, that they have to rule in favor of the defense. Which yes, by the being held in isolation, you can take the confessions off. The bullshit, the bullet science, yeah, you can take that kind of shit off. There's a bunch of shit you can take off. But you guess what, after you do all that, I can still make a damn good case for the felony murder. That's all shit you can't eliminate. You want to know why? Because I got the 1 million piece that I need. How police didn't do with this is beyond me. Because as long as you have this one piece, you're going to end up with Richard Allen in a couple weeks, or you should. The fact they didn't for like years, I don't know. They're stupid. They're really fucking stupid. I hope they're really fucking stupid.
This is blasphemy, Charles. Change the subject.
See, they don't want truth. You see this? The moment you have the car, you have Richard Allen. That's all I gotta say. Prove me wrong.
Who said that it was the right car?
Would you like me to?
Not the right car. No. I don't need your trigonometry, okay? I don't need
No,
your
not
trigonometry.
trigonometry. Basic car facts.
I don't need your trigonometry, okay? Go on to the topic that you know about. Let's talk about a topic that you know about.
A topic I know about? We were Delphi. Hey, do me a favor. Everybody, anybody, go to Google and type in 2016 Ford Fusion with a hatchback.
Oh,
right?
here we go.
Hey, if I'm wrong, you guys win. I'll shut up. Simple as that. Just go look up the picture of the car.
Type in a fucking Subaru Outback. Type that in too.
And I will literally show you the differences. And what I was trying to make a point out, there's a divot on the car's roof, about a foot or so from the back, in a special spot on both sides.
A special spot.
No, don't look it up. Just pull up the car itself with the hatchback. You'll see.
I'm not looking it up.
Now look on the roof, towards the very back of the car, about a foot or so from the very back. You're going to see a weird change to the shape of the weather of the car. Now, if you go to the hood, you do the same thing right around the wheel well, just a little bit towards the back or whatever, you're going to find another weird little design. Those designs are apparent in the pictures from the Harvard store, which means it's a 2014 to 2017 Ford Fusion hatchback. Look up your Suzuki, whatever the fuck you were saying or whatever. Guess what? They don't have those little notches. Which tells us what?
Not a damn thing.
Now that's just denial. You're a psychiatrist. You should know better than that. It's bad.
I'm a psychologist, not a psychiatrist.
Whatever. Same fucking difference.
Different.
I'd rather be a psychiatrist than a psychologist. Look, I can give you all actual proof, but if you don't want to listen, you're not going to listen. And I know why you don't want to listen. I can say that out loud. We'll have a conversation about that sometime. Just not now. Because you want to believe in the best in everybody, especially people like you.
Me? No, I got over that a long time ago.
No, you still do. You're really bad with the sob story. Really bad with sob story. I can make up some bullshit in my mind right now and pretend to cry. Actually, I say pretend to cry, but I can cry on contact, you know. All I gotta do is think about my dead puppies and tears just start coming. And all I gotta do is make up some bullshit at the same time and say it to you while I'm doing that. And you'll believe every fucking word I say. You know it.
No, I won't. I'll be like this on the phone with you. I'll be like this.
We're gonna test that theory soon enough. Yep. Remember that, y'all. We're gonna do it on camera too.
Hey, TJ, how are you?
It's definitely a Ford Focus, 2014 to 2017. Any cop in the right mind would then make a circle around this whole area and go through that area and find out Carroll County, as you might have it. Find every single 2014 to 2017 of that make and model. And we already know that there was only one 2016 Ford Fusion hatchback in Carroll County. So eventually, in no time flat, with all their cops and resources.
There wasn't only one?
Yes, one.
Didn't you hear about that?
There was only one 2016 Ford Fusion hatchback in Carroll County. Yes.
Oh, really?
Go look. See if I'm wrong.
There's only one that they talked about.
Are you relying? No. Literally, that was one of the points they made.
Ford Fusions are so popular.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Are you going to rely on your memory, Mrs. I don't know who's on the $50 bill compared to mine, who literally just...
Yeah, but the difference is I'm interested in Richard Allen's case. Okay.
I'm interested in... Okay. How many 2016 Ford Fusion hatchbacks were in Carroll County?
What are prisms? What do you mean by that? Oh, you see, like Magic.
Hmm?
Oh, that's a cute picture.
Okay, I need to word it right because Google AI is just retarded.
I'm
This is
doing
like,
something important over here, okay?
no, you're not. You're
Yes,
trying
I
to.
am.
No, you're not. You're just trying to deny what I'm saying. That's what you're trying to basically do.
Please tell Charles it's a focus. A Ford Focus, not
Oh,
a
that's why.
Fusion.
Okay, my bad. Focus. Charles, you need to fucking focus. Gotcha. I'm not. Okay. You sound like a hyena is choking or something. You might want to chill. Not Carroll County, Florida. God, Google where you are. You're really stupid.
That was
What I said?
hilarious. That was hilarious. That was
Oh,
hilarious.
okay. Hold on. During the trial, that we've learned that there is only one black 2016 Ford Focus SE hatchback in Carroll County. Right there, the first fucking thing that you click on, right up the fucking bat.
You know what this is? The world's tiniest violin.
That means it's playing for you because I was right. We can see that in the car in the picture is black, correct? You see, you're lame, man. It's not like I'm trying to prove you wrong. It's just know the stuff. That's all. Gosh, and you make me feel like we're trying to explain it to y'all. You ever like it's like you know they how do I put this? What if y'all got Richard Allen released? And then
Oh, here we go.
somebody else, hypothetically speaking, wouldn't that be on you? Because you didn't want to go to Google and stuff. I'm just saying, right? I mean, I'd like to be nice and not have to say that, but that's what it comes down to. We killed a 12-year-old and 13-year-old little girl, correct? Think of everybody you know that couldn't even. I don't even want to say that because every time I say that, she always thinks the same thing, and I don't want to think the same thing. But you know what I'm saying? Other people in your life, that not the mini monster, obviously.
The mini monster is even bigger than Richard Allen, okay?
He's bigger than
She's
you.
solid, man.
How tall are
She
you?
is solid.
How
5
tall
foot
are
and
you?
a half inch.
Mm-hmm. How tall
My
is
daughter's like solid as a rock. She
so
weighs like 300 pounds. I don't know. She's heavy.
you are so full of shit, everybody. But it's okay.
She's heavy. She's heavy.
Girl, I pick up my 17, 18, 19, 20-something-year-old nieces and nephews and carry them around with the little kids.
Dude, she's solid. I don't know.
You're just weak, that's all.
She's got to weigh like 75 pounds.
That I believe, possibly, sure. But I'm just used to carrying that much weight around. It's not a problem.
That's a cute picture. ChatGPT.
I try to explain something and then they don't let me, and then it's
Oh,
just like,
coffee sounds delicious.
see?
Good idea. Great
That,
idea.
you see what I have to deal with, you. You see what I have to deal with. I'm a pro guilty. I'm not even pro guilty. I follow the evidence. In this case, it's obviously I actually have enough for the. And then I'm stuck in a bunch of people that like. How do I say it? Man? Don't understand the stuff. Not even that sounds like dumb. I'm just gonna shut up. See, I'm often just sitting there being quiet in the conversation. I have to find new things to talk about, or just say, "Can we not talk about Delphi?" Why? Because you are dumb as fuck. And they won't let me explain it. So yes, I should be able to call them dumb or ignorant as fuck. There we go. Because
Ignorant.
it's not that they're dumb; they just don't understand it. Period. And it makes me sound like an asshole. It's like, guys, I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm just making sure you know the facts. But it doesn't matter.
Facts.
Okay, any idiot can go down to the DMV and type in how many black 2016 Ford Fusion, Ford Focus, whatever the fuck it is.
Focus. Remember, you gotta focus.
Yeah, I gotta focus. I'm apparently not. I'm not the one that really needs to focus. I'm just saying. When's the last time you read a book?
Don't make me spill my weed. That's what JP.
Oh.
Last time I read a book, look at all these books right here.
And that makes me wonder. Yeah, that even bothers me more.
I haven't read all of them.
He's with me anytime on a case now. I'm just gonna look at her funny and be like, "Are you sure? Are you sure? Like, you're really sure?" And I don't make it different. It's weird because I lay out this massive ass plan and how I thought Brian Kober did his entire crime, and everybody just listened. They're like, "Yeah, that kind of makes sense, dude. Hell yeah!" But y'all won't fucking listen to me about Delphi at all. No, fuck you. You're an asshole.
We already listened. We already listened to you about Kohlberger.
You hear? Yeah, that's what I said. They heard me. They listened like a motherfucker when it comes to Kohlberger. They listen so damn well, and then at the end of it, I'm like, "Do you see what I mean by everything fits like a glove or a puzzle?" And everybody's usually like, "Yeah, I kind of get what you mean, dude. You're reaching a little bit in parts, but yeah, we get it." And I'm like, "Yay! See, they are smart." But then when I pull out Delphi, it's like, "No, sir, we're gonna walk away if you try to talk about it anymore." But what? Huh?
Is that where Carol went? Did you scare Carol off from this group? Because I'm really mad.
He ran away, I'm sure. Yeah. Don't blame me for it.
Tomorrow's the 7th, right?
But how can you argue with anybody that brings up Delphi if you don't want? It's like, hey, I like possums. Possums are marsupials. No, they're not. I'm leaving.
Because we're beating the horse to death already.
I did ask anybody to bring up any other case. And then Snarky said Delphi. And I'm like, no. It's like for the rest of my lifetime, I kind of have to act dumb about Delphi. Basically, that's how it goes. I don't know. See, or when I thought you said online, but the entire operation, it's possible. I don't disagree with that. There's things pointing things out. There's every single thing that somebody says, down to the corruption of cops and all that. I am the best at finding points for all of it. But when it comes to he just simply did it, that's what they don't want to hear. They don't want to hear that. No, sir. You shush. Cop corruption? Yes. Cartels? Yes. You know, I can go through any kind of weird part and everybody's happy to hear it. They're like, hell yeah. But then when I say Richard Allen might have done it, hey, you don't know, sir. You better not.
Don't go there.
Right. I'm just saying.
No, JP. I'm just joking. I don't know what I was choking on, but it wasn't weed. I'm too.
Hey, I'm talking about Delphi and in this community. I'm pretty certain that everybody's either somebody I know and I'm friends with, or they're out to get me. So Snarky, I don't know. I hope she's not somebody out to get me, but there's 12 people up here and 5 people over here. The math is telling me that somebody's out to get me.
I don't know, Snarky. I don't know who you are, but I know that I've seen you often in prop
chat. Are you pro defense or are you pro Richard Allen?
Clearly.
I just need to ask that question. I can't even say the words now.
Clearly, nope. She's on Rick Allen freedom side.
Am I allowed to talk about Ron Logan at least? Is that okay?
We have a young one. I didn't do it when the kids were around. Well, they did it when I was young. My parents were always smoking in front of me.
That young one orders her around like she's a freaking queen, okay?
My mom told me she smoked when she was pregnant with me, and look how I turned out just fine.
So I guess we're not allowed to talk about Delphi either. Yes, I don't entirely.
I'm a prophetess who studies images.
Well,
that's pretty cool if you are.
Who do you think did the murder? Very simple.
I mean,
not you.
Smoke with my name.
I'm asking you.
I know, right?
Wait.
I'm telling JP that my mom used to also smoke with me when I was young.
That's because you suck. If I was your mom, I wouldn't smoke with you either. My mom
she did smoke with me.
Oh, she did? Yeah. My smoked when you were like 16. When I was 16, I was rolling a blunt. She was like, I was rolling a joint. And she goes, let me hit that there, buddy. I handed it to her. She hit it. She goes, "Back of my baby, you used to smell the scars." I'm like, "Mom, so do I. It's just right now I have rolling papers and I don't have any scars. You're being weird."
Yeah, as soon as I caught my mom smoking with my friends in the bathroom, when I had a party, when my grandparents went out of town,
Who is
I was like
Richard? Who is
15.
Richard? Mom.
I
Somebody
don't
did
know, but I'm
that.
about to look him up. Judge Richard.
Look, if you want to hear some conspiracy shit, we can talk the conspiracy part of it. That's simple. Like I said, I'm here. I can link Delphi all the way to the Mexican femicides of thousands of women if I want to. But how derp are we going here?
Sorry,
That's
JP.
what I'm saying. Well, how many rabbit holes would you like to go down? Because I know them all. He lived along Deer Creek. Okay, what about him? Oh, when he died? Oh, people died. This is
Oh,
a new rabbit
damn.
hole. Look, y'all, somebody found a new rabbit hole for me. Hold on, clicky. I want to hear about this.
Hold on. I need to
You gotta
tell
have
JP something.
oh Lord.
Damn, JP. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's sad.
What ahead?
That sucks.
Your
How long
mama?
ago was that? Aww.
That's why I
That's
never
sad.
walk away leaving things unsaid. You know how many people I know that were loved ones that died or murdered or
I
whatever?
mean, in reality,
Many
it
of them.
was just an argument. I'm sure, she knew that you loved her, but I know that it really hurt to carry that around.
Listen, the last thing I said to my cousin was, dude, get away from that guy. He's creepy. Come on. I never saw him again. I sat there for years trying to figure to myself, maybe I just didn't explain it to him enough. Because that guy he was talking to was a fucking serial killer. So imagine, and I get it, it sucks. I understand what people say, okay, he was underneath the car. He has a face that, I don't know, I kind of slap him around a little bit, but he seems like an alright guy. I'm just joking. Dude, I was literally, he looks like Shane Evans a little bit. And then she goes, what about him? Okay, we need a little bit more information than that. I mean, under a car, you know how many people died in a car accident during a year? Like, we need more information. I get that it's weird that it happened. We had a judge that liked to mess with hookers and stuff, and he wasn't the judge at the very beginning. There's lots of weird stuff there, but weird stuff has to connect. I'm not trying to sound mean. I'm really not. You know, well, like Nick McClellan, didn't he have a conflict of interest? Technically, no, he didn't. Because even though he had a relative that was related to, and blah, 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 it was by law related, and they had divorced at that point, which means the conflict of interest would have been. But they never tell you all that. They just keep saying the conflict of interest, but they forget the end part. But they say, oh, but they got divorced like 15 years before that. Then doesn't that mean that the conflict of interest was? I don't know. No, you fucking know. You're just lying to people. That's what I'm talking about. Both sides lie. That's another one of the defense lies right there. Oh yeah, no, trust me, I can tell you some crazy shit about that motherfucker. Um, look up Tennessee, the mountains of Tennessee.
Oh, God, here we go. No, we're not looking up no damn Tennessee.
I can't talk about nothing.
We're going to look at this. This is new information, okay? We could look at this. Do you know about this dude, Judge Mammers?
Because they didn't know any of it. I don't know. Dude, I'm from Florida. I've never been to Indiana.
Okay, but let's read about this dude.
Well, you're the one with the thing open. What's taking you so long?
Okay, so he got trapped under a car in a barn. They think the car fell on him, is what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
He was Cass County presiding judge.
Cobb County, you said?
Cass.
Cass
County.
Cass
It's
County.
next to Carroll.
Gotcha.
They
Okay.
called it a tragic accident.
Well, I mean, was it a convertible?
This is a Judge Richard Mommer.
I know his name.
This is from I was telling JP. It's from 2019.
So
his truck fell on him, says Chow Junkie.
Okay. Well,
but how does that happen?
Remember, this is small town areas, right? You know, a couple counties probably right next to each other.
Yeah, Cass County is by Carroll County.
Yeah, think of how many people we know that they can intercede and all these different things. And I always tell people that the first two things you got to think of is this somehow connected, or is this fucking small town bullshit? And I don't mean I know which one this is. I don't. I'm just saying. Remember, you got to factor that in too.
Who's Travis Lee Evans?
Travis Lee Evans. I know that name. I can't place it. I'm horrible with names.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
No, that doesn't make much. I mean, you know how many people get, under their vehicle? I mean, was it a car? Was it a truck? If it was a truck or something. Okay, that tells me everything I need to know.
Oh, Shane Evans' uncle.
Who's Uncle Shane? Mm-hmm. Well, I kind of figured because the last name was Evans, they had some sort of relation. It goes right back to the beginning where all these people wanted to believe that somehow Shane Evans was either basically the one that committed the murders. But I'm sorry, we know where Shane Evans was. There's proof of it. I mean, if that's what you think, I'm sorry. It was videotaped. He signed into a log sheet. I mean, why does I can't even remember. Why does everybody think that Shane Evans did it at all? I know there's something weird or some shit that was the reason why, but it was just like, guys, it's small town bullshit.
Where's the tribal judge?
Oh, what? Did they have
tribal judge?
What's the girl out there? I can't remember who it is. What's that where Indians stay?
Huh?
Reservation. I didn't know they had a reservation out there.
Where do you see that, JP?
I don't know. He's stoned. He probably just made it up. I'm kidding, dude. But it might have actually.
This guy's a tribal judge? Where do you see that?
This guy is a tribal judge. Did you read it and you say that and you just like ignore it, or do you not notice it? Or does it say his title at for the first time? If he's a tribal judge, it'll actually say so.
He's part of the Indian board. Read it. Okay, let me just control find tribal.
Well, I mean, what about the point I was trying to make about what does he have? What is that? Okay, if I'm not allowed to talk about Delphi, you're not allowed to talk about Delphi either, because you're just making shit up now.
No, Indiana. This is Indiana.
Just saying. I think that's
Indiana. Body count episode was so key.
Well, I guess I could just talk about the fucking cartel shit, but then y'all get.
Can we just have a conversation?
No, not about Delphi, because when I try to have one, y'all like, no.
This is not Delphi. This is the non-tribal judge from Indiana.
Why are we talking about it? Why are we talking about it? Because I know it's going to lead to Shane Evans.
Snarky Sass Angel.
I know it's going to lead to Shane Evans.
I had never heard about this, and it was quite interesting.
It was on Prop's show. You obviously just weren't paying attention.
I'm never paying attention.
Well, how? You see what I mean? I think it's y'all's fault. That's why both sides lie about shit.
It's kind of fishy. Tell me the truth.
Both sides are lying to people about it because y'all want to be lied to.
Oh pretty fishy.
Did I just figure it out? Everybody just
it's pretty fishy. Who's Jennifer Vinters? Oh, there's another one.
Yeah, okay, I know who that person is.
Snarky Sass Angels bringing the knowledge over here.
No, I just stuck with names. I told you all that. If you say, hey, remember that chick that did blah, 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 I'd be like, oh, okay, gotcha. Don't act like I don't say this all the time. I'm like, I'm horrible with names.
Whoa. Who's this?
Well, you want to type in Delphi because it's obviously part of Delphi.
Did I spell that wrong? No, I spelled it right.
Yeah, I mean, did you include the Delphi part, or at least Indiana? You just did the Google and typed in a random regular name and expected magical powers to
I
occur.
just typed in the random name.
I just said that. I literally said you at least got to put Indiana in there. I mean, I was being a smartass and I said, "See, it says Delphi, Indiana, right there." Fuck y'all. It's gonna link right back to fucking Delphi. I tell you.
She died October 2002. That was a long time ago.
Wow, 2002. Was she connected to the judge that took the things off or something? You know, it's got to be something like that. I'll tell you. Delphi. What about Florida? Can we talk about Florida?
Auto accident in Carroll County. Look at that.
Let me guess. She was found under the roof of her car. Because now any killing or any death that happens where somebody ends up under the roof of their car on the ground, dead in that area somehow. I'm sorry, I'm an asshole. This is how it goes.
Who's Larry Ives?
Ives?
Yeah.
Larry Ives. You know who Ives is? He's the freaking main prosecutor before Nick McClellan took over. Come on, bro.
Oh, shit. What you taking to court for?
Like, how do you know this? How do you think you know this case if you don't even know who Ives is?
So many players.
He's the one that was like, there were so many signatures that could be spotted and photographed and blah, 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 blah. And then they was like, oh, wait, he said that. Well, we're going to have to edit that out. I mean, like I said, I've been on this case for almost 9 years now. Shit.
That was Robert Ives, silly.
I have spelled Ives. That's all
Snarky fast angel.
Okay, so it's not even Robert. It's somebody related to Robert. What, his brother?
So who's Larry Ives?
What, like a brother or dad? That's what I'm saying. This is small town bullshit. It's not directly linking the actual people. It's directly linking the people's family members. But that's all these places are. But is everybody from big ass cities and shit or something? Because when you're from a small ass area, you know there's these massive ass families and shit. And yeah, you're gonna marry like somebody's cousin or doing this or doing that and all this other crap. And that means small town bullshit.
Oh, Charles, you're not.
You're looking too far because logic is the most simplest answer is usually the correct one. These are facts. This is a small area, the population density and everything else. You're not factoring none of that in. Yeah, I could agree with the whole generational. I have been trying to talk about that for a while, but all everybody wants to talk about is Delphi. The more important case was right nearby, and nobody ever wants to fucking talk about it. Why? Are y'all racist or something? That's what that's what I'm wondering. There's a much more case right nearby with a much more weird face, and it's directly related to Delphi, but we never talk about it ever. Patrick Westfall is involved. Who else is involved? I'm just saying.
Oh, you wanted to talk about the Flora case?
I did, literally. People get mad about Delphi, but don't want to say a word about Florida. Please explain why. 4 little children murdered in an arson fire. A Molotov cocktail basically thrown inside a house at the late hour of the night. Ow. And the Odinist live right 2 roads down. Isn't that a little weird? I can go on. I know Florida just as well as I know Delphi. Nobody ever wants to talk about Florida. Everybody wants to talk about Delphi.
My foot's asleep and it hurts.
How many months in between, right? Because Florida was only like 3 or 4 months, maybe. Florida was October or November of 2016. And we all know when Delphi was. So you tell me, what is the difference there? Oh, maybe that Florida is a poor ass town compared to Delphi? And it's more like the ghetto-y type? You know, that's the only, you know. because everybody wants to talk about the homeboy being innocent. I get that, okay? Give me something that eliminates him. Instead of putting all this time, you can't even eliminate him, let alone prove he's innocent. How about we work on a case where kids, twice as many girls were murdered?
We don't talk about Bruno.
You want to talk about what?
It's a movie, cartoon. You won't know it. It's for children.
I mean, y'all are going to go through all this trouble, and one day he might just pop up and tell everybody, okay, I really did do it. What are you going to do then? You'd spend all that time for nothing. I'd rather get working on something else. You know the information already. Or at least you should. If you're this far into the case, you don't know these informational facts, what have you been doing? I'm just not trying to be rude or anything like that. I mean, there's so many damn cases. You do what you can on each one, and you move on to the next one. Yeah, is this about the judge that was the first judge that we whatever himself or whatnot, the one that we know that was fucking hookers and shit? We know this. And she probably died of some weird whatever cause that somehow was connected to hooker. Once again, she actually says it's just not. I mean, if something like that did happen, I'm not saying I don't. I know what happened and stuff because I knew that first judge was into some shit. Reno done said it, and all kinds of other people said it. And I agree with it once I looked into it. But that was so long ago, it's not so easy to remember. But it's just, how'd she die? Car accident, right? Or something? The escort give a very strong piece of evidence that proves Nick McClellan. This is the reason why we call that motherfucker Slick Rick Nick. I'm just saying. Anybody that slicks their hair like back like that, man, I'm saying that's just. And let's not even talk about what is it, Brandon Woodhouse or whatever, in his story that they settled for, and then accidentally he gets a flash drive and everything else magically. And let's not talk about how he was an Odinist, and somehow that must mean it connects to the Odinist. There's just so much weird shit about this case. I get that. I really do. But weird shit doesn't equal. Woodhouse said he was raped by fucking multiple law enforcement people and prisoners and everything else on the encouragement from Nick McClellan. Everybody forget that too? And that's not making anybody look guilty or anything. That's just fact. That is the case. It was like Brandon Woodhouse or whatever. I can't remember his exact name. Y'all know who I'm talking about, right? He was on YouTube. Y'all remember that? The cops swarmed his house and took him into custody, and he went back to prison because he had a flash drive that fucking Baldwin and Rosie sent him. Y'all didn't know that? Really? No way. I mean, somebody in the chat, right? Oh, Judge Faust? I don't think he's dead yet. No, I don't. He might be, but I'm just saying I don't think he's dead. I would have probably heard about it because there's a lot of weird Delphi people around that talk to me and stuff. But yeah, Woodhouse, they said he claims to this day, and I don't know, something's wrong with the dude, and he says it didn't happen before that. I don't know. He was on YouTube for a long ass time. Wow. Yeah, he may be a lawyer again. Wait, yeah, I do remember hearing that. Wasn't he working with somebody lately? For somebody lately? Yeah, I do remember hearing that. Faust was working for somebody and a lawyer since not too long ago. Somebody that was, oddly enough, kind of basically connected to the Delphi case too. But I'm not going to just, at this point, I just sound like a dick. I'm like always going to ask, is that small town bullshit? You got 3,000 people in there's like 20,000 people in Carroll County as a whole, and about 3,000 people in Delphi. You know how small that is? I mean, boss man, uh, boss man, boss man. Need a little bit more information than that. Boss man. Of who? And it's like, then you start bringing up the geocache. Yes, we've been down these millions of things, but yeah, I'm not saying I trust them, but you gotta prove it. You can't prove it. You sit there for 1 million years and you just don't prove it. You just wasted 1 million years. That's all I'm trying to say. Criminals are usually pretty fucking stupid. And that's why I bring up Florida, because the connections are there. You can see them. They're right on top. And people are just like, like, who does the appraisal in the Florida house that burned with the 4 girls that were murdered? Oh, Becky Patty. What? Yeah. Well, a house like that shouldn't have no insurance on it. It was older than a damn matchbook. That's a good point, but it did anyway. It's about $500,000 on it, if I remember correctly. When you start thinking like small town corruption, well, small town corruption, wouldn't that be about passing people's property appraisals so they can get insurance, so then they can torch them and get money for it? That sounds like a bit of small town corruption right there, right? Same. Now there's so much established links in that one. Delphi, that's your 1 million murder crew right there. That's what that is.
Is that a podcast or is that on YouTube, Char Junkie?
What? Julie Rain. Do we want to hear about some lady sucking dick? I'll just stop.
Charles.
Hey, I didn't say there was anything wrong with sucking dick, especially nothing wrong with dick for sucking dick. Okay? All I'm saying is, are we really going to sit there and listen to a lady about her time? I'm just trying to be funny. That's all. It's like y'all want to find the connections for corruption, but y'all gonna like ignore this big thing right here to the side. That's like got signs all over it saying corruption, corruption. It's like, could there be corruption? Let me ask everybody a question. Could there be a lot of fucking corruption in the county, right? But still some creepy, weird guy that likes foot jobs killed 2 girls? And that be separate things. Just want to know an answer. Is that possible?
No.
How? You shush up. You're a bad influence on them because they're just like, trying to figure things out. And you're just like, I'm lazy. I say whatever annoys Charles. That's what I'm saying. Sure, all these things happen all the time. I'm from a very fucking area where you know how many different cops have been arrested and are known serial killers and shit like that. So if we know corruption here in Florida, trust me, you might take our word on where to look. You follow the money. Well, what's wrong with Delphi? There's only certain instances where you can say there's money to be made there. You can say the whole Logan thing, but it doesn't fit. You know why? Because the McCain brothers never got the land. It's Logan's son that has it. So they murdered 2 girls for nothing, I guess? No, that makes it not make sense. If Logan had no kids, then it makes perfect sense, right? But everybody knows the property, but it just went right back to his son. Unless he sold it to somebody else or, vice versa or whatever. So it doesn't make sense that way. So you got to find money somewhere else. Well, they're using the small town government to filter money through and to make money up the actual bigger state government. Okay, but how do you connect that to actual murders? And there it becomes a problem. If you can't connect to Delphi itself, you can't connect it to the small town corruption. Did something about the Delphi murders, tell you there was corruption? I'm asking anybody this. What about the Delphi murders tells us there might have been corruption? I really want to know that. I ask this question all the time. Anybody that thinks he's innocent, please explain me how. Eliminate this man. Do something. But everybody always tells me they got a bunch of answers, but nobody ever gives them to me. Except for Trial Junkie. She actually did try. I was going to answer her, but I think I'll wait until things become a little bit more calm. Come on. Okay, I already explained the crime scene. Is everybody not paying attention? I replicated the entire crime scene with a punching bag that's 6 feet long compared to myself, who's 6'4", And I filled it with 400 pounds of rocks. Everything at the fucking crime scene was accomplishable in 55 minutes, giving Richard Allen a whole 25 minutes to get back to his car. It's not about explaining to you guys that he might have done it. That's easy. It's like y'all don't want to accept that he might have done it. And y'all, I give you a very simple question. Eliminate him. Just do that. Find a way to eliminate him. How hard can that be, right? One reason. Any. And y'all don't even give me the one that I can point out. That's the part that bugs me. It's like, come on, guys. I told you about it a million times. If you'd say that, I'd be like, but okay, but anything but that one. Can you go beyond that? I even give you the one, and you still never put it up. Common sense would be the first thing to say is, what about the victims, the DNA that was found on the victims that wasn't a complete profile? Yeah, see, something like that. Can you find me something more than that? Yeah, if you don't even know that stuff. I don't know. But okay, what about Foster or whatever like that? No, she said Big Boss Man. Who is Foster working for now? Because I remember hearing about that. I just don't remember who he's working for. And it's not that Charles is explaining anything. These are just case facts, guys. This is well-known stuff. You see how quickly I can just, that's not because of my magical memory or the cheat or anything like that. I use that for the weird shit. We've all studied this case so much that we... How do we know that Richard Allen set up symbols? Okay, there's a little thing I'm going to remind you guys of that most people don't even think of. Where did Richard Allen learn to back up and everything else all the time when he drove? He got that from being a truck driver. You remember where he was a truck driver at? He was in the Indiana, I think, National Guard, where he was a truck driver. Now, in the basic training and all that shit that serves for combat and places like that in the military training, if you look it up, they will tell you if you happen to have a victim or something like that, something you had to take out because you were in conflict, right? That you want to hide the body, cover it with leaves, cover it with sticks, this, that, and the other. If there's pools of blood and such, you're supposed to cover it up to keep the sun from glaring off of it. This is all common military shit, dude. Or better yet, how about we pull out how come the drone with the heat-seeking technology didn't see the victims that night? There was fog there, and if you look, that temperature changing fucking thermal drone shit really fucking sucks. Even the military's good shit still can't find shit nowadays. Once fog rolls in, they're fucked. There's a very good logical reason for damn near everything. None of that points to why Richard Allen's innocent. You could point out Richie Davis. What does he say that King Klein's side? Did he not say King Klein's confession involved either somebody or... I'm actually asking. I haven't seen the actual confession. So I hope somebody here would have it. Whether I got no pick, I had no idea, honestly. Usually I have a wolf that's on fire, or I have two Chihuahua puppies that I love dearly, but StreamYard's stupid. Because I'm in a dark room. Because I'm ugly. How about that? Does that sound better? Okay. No, you're trying to get me to shut up. That's all it is. Carol, don't make me run away real quick. I would literally make you run away. I will make you run away. What happened last night, Carol?
What?
I just pointed out some evidence real quick, and she went, bye-bye. And look, she did the same thing too. Well, I think she came back though. Yeah, Trial Junkie at least had the balls to stay. I give her that props. She probably tuned me out at some point, but she still stayed. Carol might have stayed too, and she just hid in the background, probably flicked me off and all this other stuff. It's just, I ask you a simple question. I mean, I can point out a magical million different things. that slightly points to weird shit going on, or somebody else, sure, I can do that. The Indiana professor, or no, the Purdue professor, and the geocache, and I could do a million different things. Because trust me, I've been down them rabbit holes, and it kind of tells me how long you've been on the case, depending on which rabbit hole you've been in. Yeah, if you're on the cartel area, I'm going to be like, ooh, you've probably been here about 5 or 6 years. If you're stuck on the geocaching thing, I'd probably say, oh, that's about 3 or 4 years. Because eventually you come to the end, you look every direction finally, and you're just like, damn, there's nowhere else to go. That's why it's the rabbit hole. There's no end to it. And nobody tells you, look, I'm not a vain person. I don't need to hop on here and show I'm pretty and stuff. Diane, on the other hand, she loved the attention. So of course she's always down here. I'm shocked she just turned it off. Hey, okay, then tell me, why do you... I'm not even going to talk about that because it's getting real timing and everybody hates me for it. So it's just like, okay, y'all, I'll just pretend to be dumb so everybody will like me because that's what y'all want me to do. Okay. I'm a suspect on YouTube. I'm the realest motherfucker. I'm here. You just smoked too much weed. That's all. I have been on this case longer than most people have. That means that if you found a rabbit hole, trust me, I've dug through that motherfucker in hopes that it was going to be some crazy shit. Because everybody wants to be the guy that solves the crime, right? Right. You get to the rabbit hole. Think about this. Okay, imagine I find Indiana State Police members at a wedding for a cartel fucking boss's daughter in fucking Vegas. Don't you make for the cartels? You see that, you're like, oh my god, that's gotta be Delphi shit related. And you get all the way from Indiana all the way to back to Mexico, and you're sitting there going, it don't go no farther. I can't link it to nobody, and I can't link it to nothing. Maybe I'm trying to save your time. One day you're going to find out just how long you were down that hole, and you're going to be like, well, fuck. Oh, at least it's shady down here. That's it. Did you not get... I'm not... No, okay. You know how often I sit in here between Prop and everybody else and stuff like that? I get banned on Prop's channel just for making logical points. Like when people talk about Libby's cell phone, they're like, they were trying to hack their cell phone through the Oxford. And I'm like, I don't even tell people anymore. I got nice. I'm like, I don't tell people they sound dumb anymore. And then tell them why. Now I'm just like, hey, I'll just tell you why. Not call you stupid. I got banned for that just the other day. What does that sound like to you? I'm literally German American, Native American. I've been here in my family for about 1,000 years. Sure, why not? I'm related to like 3 kings, but yeah, I'm just an immigrant. Yep. I'm half fucking Native American. I'm more American than y'all motherfuckers. I'm half Seminole and Cherokee Indian. Get off my yard, bitches! No, it's just, how would you feel like if you were in an area, and everybody's saying that the conversation and all this other stuff is welcome, but then, except for you. Because I can make y'all's points, but nobody lets me make the ones... About Wilson's Bridge, and the shack. Are you talking about that shack that they tore down like 2 or 3 years before that? And if Jinx says that, honestly, where's she at? I want to call her dumb. I love Jinx too. Well, I'm using the laptop, and I'm just saying, fuck it. Honestly, I mean, I usually care more. Either I'm too hyper and loud, and then they complain about that. But then when I lean back and try to relax and shit, then somebody complains about that. So I'm like, what the fuck do y'all want? Seriously. It's just, I don't know. If I didn't sound, I go through a murder, okay? I literally want to solve it. Huh? I know a lot about Area 51. I know a lot of shit. But nobody ever wants to talk about the other shit. You want to talk about Delphi. And no, Jinx does not think the actual murder was committed at that shack because that shed was fucking gone by then. Or you know what you're thinking of is Weber's shed, if anything. Because Alan tells you himself in the police interview, him and a crew of people from fucking Walmart tore that whatever shed, I forget what they called it, like an onion thing or something like that. They called it a weird, he called it a weird name, something weird sounding. But him and his crew from Walmart tore that shit down a few years before Delphi murders. That's what I'm talking about, guys. You don't have to assume all the information that you want to know is already existing. You just got to know where to look. That's what I'm trying to do is help people, but then you'll get mad at me. So then I just want to shut up or not talk about Delphi. No, I mean, I'm not saying anything bad or whatever. It's just I'm only trying to answer the questions that you're asking. And I hope I don't sound like I'm in a rabbit hole anymore. I should probably just revisit the whole parade. It's been a while. Tough as shit again. Where'd you go, Diana? No, she's probably either had to go do something or something. If she was going to yell at me, she would have just done so directly. So if she was mad at me about something, she would just tell me. That's her exact words. Well, okay, but here's the problem with that. I never mind. I'm just going to. Yeah, sorry. Do you want me to answer it or do you want me not to answer it? Because I can answer it. No, I don't think she fell asleep. She slept until 9 p.m. But this is why I say, can we talk about something on Delphi? Because then I try to answer people thinking I'm being helpful, but apparently people don't actually want to know what I think, even though it's facts. And then everybody gets mad at me. And she was the one that said not talk about Delphi. Then she allowed the conversation to get right back to Delphi. She hasn't been through the trick thing yet. Yeah, nobody. That's the problem. You're always stoned. That's why you forgot everything that everybody told you. I'm not trying to sound rude when I say that. Because it drives me nuts. Ron Logan took a call that was damn near like customer service about 2:09 p.m. from the very front of his driveway. Then proceeds to every GPS ping of a cell phone is going down the driveway onto the road towards the highway, with the last time being 2:19 p.m. I mean, everything points to Ron Logan being on the way driving somewhere at 2:19 p.m., meaning he couldn't have been there when the murders were committed. I mean, nobody else was at his house, so who was the one driving with the phone? Richard Allen? No. Sorry, okay, that was a dick. Okay, my bad. That would still, technically, that would still be felony murder, though. I'm just saying. I mean, there's a lot of answers for questions that don't really ever answer right there in front of most people and stuff, and I get that. I mean, I try to think of it as maybe I just have more years doing this dumb shit, and it might be it. I don't know. I've been doing it since I was 7. When I started with the Jack the Ripper murders. And every case since then, I can pull up right now in my brain without even looking it up. And except for the names and like specific dates and stuff like that. I can give you pretty much most of the information. We used to have my last group would have a fun time like bringing it up. I mean, not in case before this, my last group. Yeah, I didn't really fit in there either. So yeah, I mean, I don't mind talking about Delphi. I just don't understand why people wouldn't want to know both sides and then taking their logic from the both sides. That's all. And yeah, it's crazy because you take each and every person like, why couldn't the Garrett Church or whatever? Oh, look, I got a text message. Is she gonna yell at me? Oh shit! Her power went out on her block. She will be right back. Everyone, no, please be clean. That actually makes sense. See, because if power goes out, the modem goes out. If the modem goes out, you can't use it. What's particular? So there you go. No, that's why me and the weird little shorty get along so well. If we annoy the shit out of each other, we stop right then and there, and we. Oh, he pissed you off? All I did was literally state a small list, because I said I haven't factored in goals instructions like they're supposed to. And I started to tell her what evidence was left after eliminating goals rules on the whole two parties. If you have a logical reason for both sides, you have to rule in favor of the defense. So I eliminated the confessions. I eliminated the fucking damn near the bullet science. I eliminated damn near everything. But there's still stuff there. And she likes to make this comment, and the comment always is, there is no evidence. No, there was. But then people don't want to hear it. Yeah, you got to report the outage. You got to report the outage. The outage and stuff. Go to the Slack all that. It's probably gonna be like a drunk driver or a car accident or something like that. It happens all the time here. That's actually one part of my job. I literally had to go to the power lines and shit and get them out of the road and stop people from getting electrocuted. So I get some people do texting me about, yo, dog, I need some time. What do you mean you need some time? Hurry up, talk to me, blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, I'm holding a wire in my hand that's got a few 100,000 volts running into that bitch. You might want to give me a minute. Well, I'm in a fucking truck. Give me a minute. Just a minute. A smidge of a minute. No, I just want everybody to get all the facts. And I think I believe I've told all y'all why. Because I was on one side and there was facts missing in the tire rules and the videos and all kinds of other stuff. And it's like, I ain't going to be part of that shit. No, thank you. But then I go to the other side just to hang out and all that because it's like, I don't agree with those guys. They're up to something. They're not doing something good. But then I get to the other side and they're doing the same shit. So I literally have to step in the middle and just be like hated by everybody and nationally attacked. Well, that's kind of my fault. But hey, don't break the law and do crazy ass shit when you're in the middle of a murder trial when Charles is around. He's pretty slick about that. It's your own fault. I mean, anybody that knows the story of whatever happened to me, would you or would you have not have taken those screenshots? Well, I think the main problem is I think everybody would take the screenshots. You just don't talk about it. You know what? Yeah, that's probably the thing, right? Carol, don't make me choke a bitch. Somebody get me some baby powder. A little. Oh, there's the difference. Then give me something to talk about. Because y'all are the ones that got us back into the subject, and Diana's the part that agrees. See? It's like everybody keeps blaming Charles. I wasn't the one. I said stay away from Delphi. And then Sassy said, "What about that guy?" And Diana's like, "No, it's like a thing. We don't know about this, but it was a trick. She just wanted to get us back on the Delphi." I told you when she looked at like any other case. Now, why is Delphi so much in your heads like that? Flora, nothing. I just really would like to know that. Please answer that question. What is the attraction of Delphi? Because both cases have fucking corruption or possible corruption. They have young kids being murdered. I mean, if you want to talk about the violence of the way they were murdered, I'm sorry. When the two harshest ways to die are what? Drowning and burning to death. So that's not true at all. So we're only allowed to talk Delphi, but we're not allowed to talk Delphi, I guess. That's rules. Because when I don't talk Delphi, nobody talks in the chat. But when I do talk Delphi, everybody bitches. All right, next time we go live, I'm going to put on a character and put on my little acting lesson. Well, okay, I had that same theory for the longest time. I even said that earlier in the thing or whatever. And it probably is somehow evolving somehow. Yeah, no, let's be honest. Most of the suspects in the Florida case, once you get to the end, they can only be suspects if you're using insurance fraud. So yeah, that's fact. Oh, I'm not, John. I'm not talking directly. I wasn't trying to be rude or anything like that either. I was just trying to figure out. Well, okay, everybody's being quiet. How do I stop that? Because it's like they want to talk Delphi, but I'm not allowed to talk Delphi. So it's like, fuck. How am I going to pull that one off? Hold on, let me put my laptop on mute, and I'll turn on my little acting thing. And, unmute, and I'll be like a conspiracy theory type weirdo. But yeah, probably in the end, there's something involving insurance fraud. Sure, but was the kid supposed to be there? Because without him and everything else, the particulars, I mean, I have all the PDFs and all the other shit from the lawsuit and stuff like that. It's not like they would have gotten the 500,000 or whatever. It's only certain instances or whatnot. You have to follow specific rules. I got to remember and look it up. That's why I was going to do it after we checked it out. Diana didn't know anything about the case, but luckily I have all the paperwork. But it doesn't solve the case to argue about Delphi. That's what I don't understand. And no, I mean, I rarely hear about Flora anymore. And I said in any case, it doesn't have to be Flora either. That was just an example that I used because it's nearby. So you hope that if everybody's so addicted to Delphi, that they'd be a little bit interested in Flora. And I'm not trying to sound rude, but I thought it was a good idea. And the case is unsolved. So, I just, for the life of me, I don't understand the whole attraction to Delphi. I really don't. Because there's, I agree with, of course, Molotov cocktail and everything probably used in the thing. It's, I don't know. I'm not so sure about that. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I just haven't heard of that before this day or any proof of such. I mean, the only tie that we can find to the actual patties themselves is the fact that she did the appraisal. And the ages of the girls were significantly different. I think the oldest of the four girls was like 8 or some shit. I think. Don't quote me on that. 8 or 9 or something. And it seems like not much of a jump from 12 to 13 and 13, or no, 13 to 14, right? And like 8 or 9, but in the world of kids, it's massive. That's not true. I can tell you of millions in cases where justice never prevailed. I can tell you about my own personal county area right now where there's a total of 31 unsolved murders. They'll never get justice. No, I agree. We can talk about whatever. We don't have to talk about murder. This is my okay. I thought most people already know this. My shrink calls this a trauma dump, basically, of survivor's guilt that I use. This is why I do the whole true crime thing. Like I said, not only did my cousin get killed by a serial killer, the guy seemed to try to get me in the car too. So I survived. My cousin did not. My cousin didn't listen to me, and now he's dead. 31 out of the 32 of the murders will always be unsolved, even though I was a witness with cops, or like it takes too much money and stuff. So yeah, it's like not having closure or whatever at the same time. And then after that, I met two more serial killers. One by choice. I kind of knew he was a serial killer when I went to go meet him. Just say. I knew the Lords of Chaos killer. I helped get the Deadpool killer, Wade Wilson, tossed out of the Buddha bar, which is where he found the one victim at. Yeah, I can tell you some crazy ass shit. I've met lots of killers, mostly just killers that killed single people and stuff. But Wade Wilson killed two. Let's see, Paul Klein, aka Popeye, the schizophrenic serial killer that used to work at Walmart, that went to school with my stepdad and shit. He killed 5. The Hog Trail murderer killer, basically. Daniel Owen Conahan Jr. killed 32 victims. That is known at the moment. No, I mean, for years I thought I just didn't tell the dumbass enough. But the more I thought about it, I'm like, I felt my fight or flight go off. And I just ran into the store practically, even though I was a pretty big ass fucking 15-year-old. Oh yeah, I was a kid when all this happened. So I believe that if he was loud enough, I was loud enough, he heard me, he nodded at me, he got greedy. I'm 43. This happened in 96. I was 15 years old. I did the whole music thing when it was around 2006 to 2011 and stuff. I started it off as a joke, but I ended up doing it for a while and stuff. But that was like a whole nother lifetime ago. No, 1981. I was a millennial. Yeah, December 8th, 1981. Whoa, you mean the 99 Woodstock? Everybody remembers the 99 Woodstock. I even remember who was at fault. Hell yeah. Oh, I wasn't alive in 78. I probably watched what you're talking about. The train wreck? Was there a Woodstock where there actually was a train that wrecked? Or do you mean it just... Yeah, when I hear Woodstock having a train wreck, I think of the 99 Woodstock when Limp Bizkit and Korn and everybody else went nuts and there was rapes and fires everywhere and stuff like that. Your sister is 77? You're actually 78? Holy shit, dude. Yeah, I'm not that old, bro. Yeah, you got like 35 years on me, homie. Oh, well, yeah, yeah, in 99, they literally lit fires everywhere and raped a bunch of people and stuff. And there was fights and all kinds of shit. Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, did they retire the concert forever after 77 or 78? Oh, okay. So you know how that. I was like, how you were 70, baby? And I'm like, I'm not even gonna argue at this point. But yeah, I mean, at least the concert continued after that, right? Like the next year, something like that. 99 was so bad, they just stopped having the fucking concert. Pardon my French, sorry. Is she hot? No, I'm just kidding. My last ex is about 49, actually. But somehow I think she sold her soul to the devil or something, or she could shapeshift because she was looking like she was in her 30s or some shit. What's that saying? How it goes? If the church finds out that we can shapeshift, they're going to put us to the stake. But then again, after she, I don't want to talk shit about that person, but it was funny. I saw a video on it the other night. So 2,500 without power. It's not that weird. It's not that weird. Yeah. One accident can do all that. I mean, did you forget? I actually do that job kind of. I mean, half the time. Can do just that. Sorry, y'all. I had to respond back to Miss Diana. Personally, my own personal opinion, based on what she said, number-wise, I don't believe. So if you're here and you don't want to deal with me, but you're waiting for Diana, I'm sorry to tell you that she's probably not going to be back. Because, I don't know, we get the best power companies in the damn country, basically, and it would still be another 3 hours at least before she'll get her power back on. What are we talking about? I was talking about her power, huh? Diana's power cut out from the number that she was. Why are we talking about angels and demons? Huh? Is there something in the chat that I'm not seeing? I have people blocked, but maybe I'm not seeing it or something. I didn't see anything about angels or demons. I called Diana. I was talking to Diana, and I was saying what I was saying out loud. I was saying, I told her to report the outage, and that's how you get spirits. Did I mention spirits? I mean, just now when I clicked over to the tab, and I said out, I said out loud what I was typing to Diana. I said, hold on, I'll tell you. There we go. I told her, I said, oh, she said, yeah, you got to report the outage and stuff where they slack off. It's not, and then I said, I reported it. There's 2,500 without power. How weird. And then I said, it's not that weird, brat. One accident can do just that. So I'm not exactly sure. I don't think I said spirits, but you know. No. I make the whole joke about evil, but I'm not even really evil. So yeah, I have a weird kind of thing. If people believe that there's no religion, whatever, that's cool. Because I mean, I do. I'd rather not talk about it because me and him are gonna have an argument once I get there. Just say. I don't agree with the whole customer service. It's been pretty shitty. So if we just making a joke. Wow. What's wrong with you, Carol? Okay, moving on. I'm trying to think. All right, didn't I do? Sorry. Oh, I don't want to turn the ignition because it's loud. I mean, technically, I don't believe in church, but religion's all different. I mean, okay, I don't believe in religion. I don't believe in church. I believe in a higher power. Does that sound a bit better? Because I can literally like connect everything that's happened in my effed up life to events that occurred well in the past. And it's just the probabilities of all these things can, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I agree with that. I call it a higher power because it just as easily could be aliens that came here and was like, did some little experiment for shits and giggles and then left and never came back. No? That technically would make them like God, right? So, yeah. Religion is by man. God is God. God is just an omnipotent, powerful being that fucking created everything. Basically, right? If he wanted to write a book, he'd just go, and the book would be there. And if you couldn't read it, he could go, and you'd be able to read it. So why would he need apostles and his son? You know, hypothetically speaking, it's weird. Yeah. And for all we know, some cosmic being could have just hugged a loogie and it hit Earth, and boom, there we go. Right? I try to make it a little comedic or whatever, but well, why would we see it? I mean, technically, if you just look at the primates that are alive, the difference between the least evolved one to the most evolved one, actually, there is significant difference. Have you seen some of the things gorillas and orangutans and all that stuff can do that the other monkeys are just dumber than rocks? Well, I mean, you can say that you don't believe in evolution as a whole, that man came from primates, sure, and etc. But you can't say that you can't believe in evolution. There's actually proof of that. I mean, you can look in your body right now and see parts of that proof. And some humans are still born without that proof, like with the whole things that we used to have. I mean, what about people that come out with webbed feet and webbed hands and shit? Well, we would have that for swimming and shit when we were more like half water, half human things, you know? Plus, there's things on our body that we shouldn't have. The only way we should have them is if something else was used to be there. Like, okay, in the corner of your eye, there's a little bump there on your eyelid, right? In the very corner and you're inside of your eye, right? Well, that's most people or most scientists or whatever believe that would have been like a second eyelid or whatever that closed. I mean, you explain it then. You can't just say it's crap. You know, you got to offer some sort of explanation because it's there for a reason. Like if you pick up a lizard with 3 arms or 3 legs and a stub, is it a safe assumption that the other stub used to be a leg? Well, there's a part of our body that we shouldn't have that we never had. If it was there, then it would have meant that at some point something would have been there. That's true. That's not true actually. I've known how to tell time pretty damn well without a clock since I don't know, I was like 8 years old. It's called the sun and moon and stuff. Huh? I don't understand what you're saying. No, we don't know precisely how long it's been here, but I think they use things like what is it, carbon dating and everything else. So it's like we can see beyond at that point that is at least that old. If we can find something on Earth that's part of Earth, that well, what does that matter? That's not what I'm asking. We were talking about evolution, weren't we? You know, now we're talking about time. No, it's not accurate, sure, but it's a lot more accurate than saying, "Hey, there's just nothing." That's all I'm saying. The only part of this we can go back with a way to tell that was, I don't know, like 5, no, yeah, about 5, 10,000 years tops. But I mean, what is that actually saying? I mean, The only way that they think that evolution is fucking real is that they pull out some sort of fossil or something like that, and they compare it to things that were alive at the time, and they're like, oh, no, this thing wasn't alive then because we already know that it was alive then. I mean, I guess. I mean, probably, but does that really tell us as much of anything? To learn how old the Earth is, whether or not it's like 650 billion years or like 650 million years? Does it make that much of a difference? Mm-hmm. I don't know about the whole God's image thing because there's parts of our body we can't explain. Why do we have those? How do some people have tails? How do some people have webbed fingers and webbed toes? You want to say we didn't evolve? Well, did God have webbed fingers and webbed toes like a frog? I'm asking you a question. Why do we have those? Why do we have the spot for the second eyelid? Like crocodiles and shit have. We have that too. You ever look at yourself in the mirror and see right there in the internal corner of your eye that there's a little bump there or whatever? Crocodiles and alligators or whatever. No, see, that's blind faith. I can't do that. I can have my faith because I don't believe in that much of a coincidences. And if I just told you some of the events in my life that through my crazy ass memory and everything else, I can find the link between 2025 and like 1989, piece by piece by piece. It's all linked. So if it's all linked like that, then somebody did it with a plan. You know, y'all are just like doing it blindly. And I mean, I ain't trying to say nothing bad about it or whatever. I just need a little bit more than that. But then even before that, I still was like, you know, yeah, no, it probably exists. And I can do that. You want to know why I can do that? Because, like I said, God makes us in His own image. He knew He would make me this way, and He knew that's how I would think. So that means He set all that up for me to see it that way and have him, believe in Him via that way. So, yeah, people can look at me weird because I can use your logic to prove I'm still right, right? Because God's like, Charles is going to be a real pain in the ass, but I really need him to think I'm here. So we're going to make it to where only he can see the connections between his present, his future, and his past all at the same time. He made me have exactly the amount of recognition that I needed to have. So there you go. I call it a dirty little cheat, though. It's basically what I tell him. Well, yeah, he wants to torture me. I'm God's fucking favorite fuck toy. You know that? Gosh. And the only thing I ever wonder is, I was like, No, I actually, no, you don't, you don't really believe, I guess. Okay. I really do believe in God. I really do actually believe in God. But when you talk about evolution, I want to be like, well, what about those things that are weird that we can't, we're not sure of? Couldn't we have been created in another being and then slightly just changed a little bit? And if you say no, you can't just tell me because the book said so, because the book's wrong and the book lies and the book's missing parts and all this other stuff. The book is written by man and is corrupt. I mean, when you say stuff like God created people in his own image, where did you get that? See, if the church and all that, and religion and all that is all corrupted, then how is the Bible not corrupted? Hypothetically speaking. You just you can't use your argument for two out of the three pieces, but then to say the third piece actually works well. So I mean, you're going to say that the religion itself is corrupted. That includes the Bible, but you can't. That's just picking and choosing what you want to use. You understand what I mean? I get about it, but I'm trying to make it make sense or whatever. I don't have any children. So we existed before God, I guess. No, I'm honestly asking. I mean, I'm more than happy to hear things. I will ask questions if I see something wrong that's odd, and that's all I do. No, I really genuinely do believe in a God. I mean that when I say that. But like I said, with anything else, when I see a problem in the logic, like she didn't say that she thought religion was corrupted, but you did. That's why I brought it up. Like you can't believe in the Bible if religion's corrupted, because the Bible was created by religion. Hmm? Everything, even the shit. That's not. I don't have any kids, dude. I just said that. Well, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, how are you saying that religion is corrupted, but then saying that the Bible's not? Religion created the Bible. Okay, Adam and Eve. Once again, you're talking about a part of the Bible that was written almost 1,000 years after the Bible was completed. You could. Did God come back down and have another conversation with them, and then they added it after that? It's a known fact. The Adam and Eve story was added to the Bible damn near 1,000 years after the Bible was completed. And we do know that. There's actual proof of that. We know who wrote that part of the Bible and all the other good stuff. Okay, wait. Now, if religion's corrupted, what came first, the religion or the Bible? Because there's evidence of actual proof, both. So which one came first, the God or the religion or the Bible? No. There's no proof of that. There's proof of Jesus Christ and when he existed, correct? I'm just saying, correct? There is. We do know he has an actual tombstone or whatever else. No, see, then just say that you believe in parts of the religion is corrupted, not all of it. It's just silly to say that you believe, like all of Indiana law enforcement or whatever is corrupted, but then saying I like the Doug Carter guy, he's really genuine. No. Do I breathe? So does everything else. I asked you a question. That's all I did. I said, what came first? The Bible that you're swearing is true, or religion itself that you said was corrupted? No, that's the Bible again. You can't use a book that you say is part of a corrupted thing. I'm not trying to sound rude, like I said. If it's corrupted, it's corrupted. Is there a Bible without the religion? No, I mean, isn't everything going to become like Sodom and Gomorrah? Everything is turning into Sodom and Gomorrah. It's called the more people get into one little group of area and everything else, they start raping little kids and doing all kinds of crazy shit. Do you see a massive flood coming to take out Beverly Hills or Hollywood? Because it's been Sodom and Gomorrah for 100 years now. Tell me what happened in Sodom and Gomorrah that isn't happening somewhere on this fucking planet right now. That's been untouched for 800 years. Yeah, but I'm sorry, that's not proof. I asked you, we know the Dead Sea Scrolls, they became there at some point. We can actually date how long they've been there. That's proof. We know when Jesus Christ himself was fucking stabbed with the fucking the spear or whatever on the cross. And it wasn't even called the Bible until like 300 or 400 years ago. Before that, if you break it down into the other languages it wasn't called the Bible. No. My problem is, I really don't have a problem. All I ever say, look, I use the same argument that y'all do. God knows what everything, or God knows all. God has a plan. God has this. God has that, right? So if I had a really fucked up life from the moment I was born, that means that God set it all up. And I don't want to hear the words, well, God only gives us what we can handle. Guess what? That's not the Bible. That's some bullshit Hallmark stuff that somebody made up. Or some shit. But I know it's not a part of the Bible. What, the Bible? The original shit was called the Dead Sea Scrolls. Found in the jar, basically jars or whatever like that in a damn cave. That's like somebody 5,000 years from now, after the Earth's been desolated and knocked out and destroyed, they finally can breathe on Earth again, and they go walking around on Earth, and it's all sand and shit, and somebody finding a Harry Potter and calling that the Bible. I said, whatever the Holy Scriptures or whatever, okay, that would have began as from the Dead Sea Scrolls. Yes. So why are we taking things out of the Bible and putting things in that's from somewhere else and somehow saying that's still the Bible? I mean, what about all the parts that they took out of it? What about that? Isn't that still the Bible? Do you want to see the kind of stuff that's in those things? I could say the same thing about the Quran. So, but, all these holy Bible books and all that, everything else. One says if you rape a goat and you come inside of it, you have to eat the goat. Do you think God knew in 1,000 years that we might still be raping goats or something? I don't know. I'm just wondering. Well, at least for one, the Quran and Muslim, whatever the hell that crap is, it's older. And you know what? They even talk about Jesus Christ. I'm not saying believe in that. I'm not saying, I'm just saying theirs makes more sense than ours. And I'm just saying it does. Religion is something your parents force you to do. And you need some sort of higher power sometimes to get you through things. Well, I'm sorry. I believe the higher power exists and all that, but everything I got through my damn self. God would not allow us to be tempted. I don't like to be an asshole or whatever like that, but then how you expect those guys running around raping and killing hundreds of kids and shit? God don't want to allow us to be tempted. So what if I told you that the serial killer who's still alive, running around murdering little girls right now, has about 500, 600, 700 victims, and he was locked away in prison, and they just let him go again? The taking? I just asked you a question. How about you answer it? About temptation and all this other stuff. And these are actual questions. And God should know what. When I get to him, I'm going to ask him. I don't care about the Quran either. I just told you I have a really creepy ass memory and I remember everything. So when somebody brings up one thing, I always have a counter to use. And I like, just doing it. But what kind of God creates a guy who can kill like almost 1,000 little kid girls? Yeah, that's the point I was making. So much of the book was just put to the side. That's literally what I was trying to say. What makes that part less important than the rest? And if it is just as important, then why aren't we allowed to read it? Okay, I know what you're going to say, right? It's not God's fault that guy's a killer. He has free will. But then everybody's supposed to get free will, okay? Right? How come the kids aren't allowed to have free will then? They don't get a choice in whether or not they die, right? So that's that's not free will. They didn't have a choice. You know, I thought the whole thing is everybody has free will. And like I said, I do believe in the higher power. But I got some motherfucking questions for him, is what I'm saying. When I get there. And it's okay. He's omnipotent. He knows I'm coming. Right? God made us in his image. That's what you said, correct? How many people on this earth right now have murdered and done all kinds of different things? So does that mean that if that's in God's image, then, you know, and how many were in jail for imprisonment for rape? You know, what if we're the base of what God is? Well, if you're God, you shouldn't have to eat. I expect God not to have to eat at all. All powerful, all knowing, blah, 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 blah. I ain't never heard a word about God ever having to eat. I mean, Jesus maybe, but he was man at the time, I think, right? But I'm just saying. You know, and the problem is, like, where I go at and place like that, I'm not allowed to even go to church and shit, like where I used to go, because I would ask questions. And it's like, you're not allowed to ask questions. Yes, I guess I do, but it seems kind of silly. I mean, if you're the all-knowing, all-powerful creator and stuff like that, why would you have to sacrifice yourself, which that impacts your actually son? Which, yeah, it starts to make it a little bit more confusing, but I mean, it just seems odd, that's all. But I do say I actually agree, man. You know, I do agree. No, because I can prove Jesus exists. I don't need the Bible for that. This whole conversation began because somebody said religion was corrupted. I would say that church is corrupted by man and greed. That's what I said. I guess. I mean, we know that Jesus existed. We can prove that. So if Jesus was the actual Son of God, which I guess I believe, yeah, sure. So if he died for all sins, one of the sins of the 10 Commandments is thou shalt not kill. So of course it included killers. But if you want to simplify it, of course I believe Jesus Christ exists. Jesus of Nazareth written right on the wall where his body used to be. But what I'm saying is, but you're missing the point I tried to make. You can't call religion a whole as corrupted, but then say the Bible is legit. That's why I sit there and tell people that church is corrupted. Because that's where they want your money. That's where they do this. That's where they do that. That's all this conversation began as. Because religion is the Bible. Religion is the holy books. The religion is the holy men. Religion are the church. That's the whole thing entirely. And the members too. So that's what you say is corrupted when you say the religion is corrupted. That, you said that, not me. I said that I believe church is corrupted. And somehow everybody made me the bad guy again. You just said at the beginning that religion was corrupted. That's what we were talking about. And then I asked you, what came first? The religion or the Bible? You never answered. Because we can prove we both exist, or at least part of it. It's God's word. It's part of God. What is religion? Worshipping and all this other crap of God, right? But Catholic Church is what? That's a church. You just said it right there, like I've been saying. You say the religion is corrupt, but the religion, that Catholic Church, Catholicism is more linked with Christianity. Christianity is a religion. Catholicism is a fucking church. Well, that's common sense. Because who runs a religion? Now, the church. So I simplified it and I said the church is what's fucking. And what does a religion run? Or what is. I don't think he understands, but okay. So I'm just gonna okay. We'll move on from that conversation. So because isn't like a religion an idea or whatever? So to say it's corrupted just sounds silly. The belief in worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods. How can you corrupt that? You can't. Now, when you build structures in that belief, that never mind. Basically, we've been arguing about nothing because I've been trying to explain it, but you don't understand it. You got to know the definition of what religion. It's not all. It's the belief in worshiping a God. I just told you that like 10 minutes ago. Look, if I want to believe in religion and stuff my own way, and that's what I'm supposed to do because that's the plan. You know, there was people in the Bible that had their entire families executed and were tossed in prison. Would you tell that guy that he was wrong to think that, was his plan? The fact that I'm willing to accept that plan and still keep going says exactly what just because you had a good life and somebody had a crappy one, and they mentioned that they have a crappy one, but they still get up every day and keep doing things and everything else. I don't say it's God's fault. I say that he must have some badass plan for me because I need to be really tough or this, that, and the other. And no, I actually do believe that. To open my mind. Wow. I don't blame the Bible. I never said the Bible was anything. I don't know where you're coming from. I said the church was corrupted, and it went from there. You said religion was corrupted, and I said, well, religion would include the Bible because it was made in the belief or worship of the God. Dude, you're totally conflicting everything here from the very get-go. You're literally saying the same thing I have been the whole time, but somehow you're arguing about it, and you're making no sense. Because religion as a whole is a single idea that can't be corrupted. It just can't be. It's just belief. Religion is just somebody's belief. It's not a building, it's not a person, it's nothing, it's a belief. That's what we've been talking about this whole time. All I said was, look, if you're saying religion as a whole is corrupt, that means all the belief is corrupt. That's what you're not getting when I say it. You said it, not me. I said church, because you have multiple churches through Catholicism, Baptist, all this other. They're all basically connected to Christianity, correct? But you just said it yourself. Catholicism is corrupt, but Catholicism isn't a religion. That's a church. Religion itself is just a belief in a higher power. Oh my God, you're not listening. You not understand. Do you believe there's a higher power? How do you corrupt that? But still believe that there is a higher power? I'm asking you. I mean, what I don't get is though, what bothers you so much, what's the difference between the church being corrupted and saying religion is corrupted? Because, if you put it like a triangle, right? You start at the very top and you got religion right there, right? Well, who made the Bible? Who wrote it? The apostles and other stuff. But you already said that was only part of it. Okay, who wrote the rest of it? So even if we count the Dead Sea Scrolls and shit like that as the first beginning part of the Bible, and then other parts were added after that, who added those parts? Oh my God! See, now you're just being technical. A creator, whatever you want to call it. Nobody's trying to get you to trick you. What I'm trying to tell you is when you say that all of religion is corrupt, you are literally talking about the higher powers too. That means, or not just higher power, the creator. So basically, you're blaspheming. That's what I've literally. I've been the only one that actually has been saying the right thing, basically. Because God never said there had to be a church. Never said any of that shit. It just became a thing when so many people showed up. Just like any other business. Where does it say in the Bible that we gotta have a church? It just says that we have a place to meet at, to talk about, to worship God, and that place, I'm not sure what it's called in the Bible itself, but that's all it says. So when they added a business type, there's nothing worse than having an argument about something you don't really have to have an argument about. I'm not saying that the Bible is bad or corrupted or anything like that, but the Bible itself is part. No, I'm just saying the Bible's part of that triangle that comes down from the very top of religion. You go start with the religion. Then the spots next, right below that, is church and the Bible. Because parts of the Bible weren't written till churches already exists. So it goes hand in hand. So that's what I was trying to say the whole time. I never said the Bible was fake. I said, well, if you're saying that religion's corrupted or something, then so is the Bible. Because it's the next step down. There's 2 steps down. But they do add and take away from the Bible all the time. I heard not too long ago the Vatican and shit actually had a vote on whether or not to include gay people and change that part for later purposes. As a meeting place. We're talking about the part of the church's money when we're talking about corruption. At least I am. Because I'm pretty sure God didn't have his hand out looking for some money, right? Or Jesus didn't, right? That's what I. So what you're telling me is the people that run or whatever, the churches and shit, not all of them maybe, but a good chunk of them are corrupted. There is a triangle because the belief in God starts the triangle. And I mean triangle as in, oh Lord, people, do you not know what a graph is? Like the 4 food groups, I'm talking about like, okay, y'all some freaky ass religious people, I swear to God. You can sit there and say that the belief in God itself is actually corrupted, but then when somebody says the Bible would be then too, you get offended. Do you not understand how dumb that sounds? I'm not trying to be mean. You said that religion was corrupted. Look up the definition on what religion is. The belief or worship of a creator. So to say that's corrupted sounds like you more or less had a problem and screwed up English-wise in what you were trying to say. I said what you were more trying to say is maybe something along the lines of church. That's all I was saying. Somehow you got offended by that, but you just basically said the God itself is corrupted. You just blasphemed by your own book. You did not get that. I was just trying to point, like, hey, dude, I might not want to do that because if it is real and stuff, they ain't gonna be happy. See, if you don't know what a word means, it's easy to go look up. You think you know more than fucking. That's almost like thinking you're God. That's kind of twisted. I'm sorry, that's different. If you can know something without looking it up, that means you're trying to make yourself seem omnipotent. And that's basically a form of the Antichrist. No, you look up these things. That's how you learn it. The words go all the way back to Hebrew times to the definitions. I mean, what is blaspheming? To speak ill or will of God or his word, correct? I know a hell of a lot more. I never said the Bible was corrupted. I said if you see religion's corrupted, then the Bible must be correct. You're not even listening, dude. You said, do I need to scroll up and show everybody in the world that you said the words that John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believed in him will shall not perish and have everlasting life. And I can do that with about a fucking 100 other verses. But that's not the point. I'm not the one that said God was fake or corrupted. You did. And I tried to politely listen to you and say, you might not want to put it that way because what you're saying is the Bible. That's all I said. I was like, if you say it like that, then that's basically saying this. Oh my God. No, I'm not. I am not at all. When you said, I never said God was fake. You said God was corrupted. Do I need to talk? Type, hold on. Dude, you said religion is corrupted. Not me. Maybe y'all are just not hearing me correctly or something because of the thing. Oh, Lord. Nobody said you said it was fake. You said it was corrupted. What is religion? What's the word actually mean, dude? The belief or worship in a creator. You're basically saying that every single thing that somehow... Apparently there's not even any point of explaining it any farther. What came first, religion or the Bible? I'm going to guess religion, right? So if religion's corrupted, everything underneath that is corrupted, including the Bible. That's what you said. Well, you agreed. But if that's corrupted, is the Bible not man-made too? One way or the other, somebody had to write it that was involved. That was a male. We already know the apostles wrote it, right? So part of it had still, even if God sat there and told you what to write, you still have to write, correct? I didn't say it was. He did. I said, if you're telling me your religion is corrupt, listen, Beasley, hold on. Let me explain real quick what's going on, okay? He said that religion, no, you're not getting it, dude. You said all of religion was corrupted. That's your exact words. It was up there. I could scroll up to find it. Now you're trying to tell me that you can have religion taken away and the Bible still is a thing? No, no, you can't do that. That's part of religion. Is the Bible is or not part of religion? Is it or not? No, you're not getting it. Trust me. Because you're basically trying to say that the Bible is somehow above and not part of religion. No, yeah, there's those two. I agree, but that's still part of religion. The Bible is part of religion. Churches are part of religion. No, you're beating around the bush again. Answer that question I just asked, because you're the one who said this to begin with. I'm telling you, the Bible is part of religion. So by saying all of religion is corrupt, oh my Lord. Okay, so the story of Adam and Eve, or and many other, the New Testament and stuff like that. Did Jesus come back down and just tell us what were the right? Because it wasn't written back then. At the same time, but the other ones, well, technically the definition for is the belief or worship of a creator or higher power, which he got mad about higher power, but that's exactly what the definition states. And you're just arguing something different. I'm just trying to explain to him, hey, look, if that's what you believe, you might want to be careful. So the Bible is not part of religion. That's what you're trying to say? Not you, John. I know you're just all kinds of crisscross. So Beasley, is the Bible part of religion or not? Because that's what we're talking about. If it is part of it, then you agree with me. That's all it is. I get that too. Okay. No, it's hard to tell context from words or whatever. No. This is what you feel or what your priest told you. That changes. That's corrupted. We already said that. That's part of religion. You can't use that. Remember, it's corrupted. The only question I want to ask you, I want to know the answer to, is the Bible part of religion? That's it. Very simple. You offering me all this cross arounds and all this? No. Is it or is it not part of religion? Because I believe that the Bible is a good thing and a real thing and everything else. So the argument about it just dumb. So by the way, what I'm saying is you might want to be careful when you say something like that, because you don't know whom you might offend up there. That's all I'm saying. You get what you get what I'm saying? That's it. I mean, in my mind, there's no way you can have religion or the Bible not be part of religion. Because without it, it's just a book, right? No. That's considering you think that's only because you think all of religion is corrupt. Yep. Because I believe in religion. I believe in the Bible. I don't believe in not all of the churches, just most of them, because that's where the money comes in. So that's what's corrupted. Corruption requires somebody abusing something to get extra something, basically, in the end, right? I know it's a much better, it's not the exact definition and stuff, but you get what I'm trying to say. There's got to be something there for people to abuse and gain from. And religion itself, well, actually, no, I'm just like, yeah, I was just like, hey, no, I just thought you were trying to word something one way, and I was just like, hey, you might want. It was just supposed to be just a silly thing in the very beginning, so it's like, why are we arguing about this? Because I was just like, it seems simple. God existed before the Bible existed, right? Right. Okay. Or at least it would have been simple to somebody go, okay, how about religion and church is corrupted? Okay. If you want to say that, go for it. Okay. I just require something to grift off of. That's what they require, I thought. They got to have something we're stealing or getting, whether that be power or control or money, or each one comes from a certain thing that you have to. No, I'm really trying to understand too. At just some point, it was just like no. I mean, I don't trust churches because they look to profit, and I've never met a priest. That's not entirely true. Okay, very rarely do I meet a priest that isn't living far better than most of his constituents, which reeks of. Plus, they get tax breaks and everything else, mad tax breaks. So, yeah, that's where I think if there's corruption in the church, it's going to be right there. Now, in different chunks of it, see, I'm not Catholic. Yeah. That's all I was trying to say. But no, I'm not Catholic, so I don't really know much about that part of the religion. I'm Baptist. I mean, I don't go to church and stuff, not because it's corrupted. I'm just lazy. I don't believe the church should be a requirement to love God. That's how I feel. And you can do that by reading your Bible and doing all the kinds of shit at home. I believe in that Bible, but it just seems weird in my head. It's like, if religion as a whole is corrupted, that kind of means everything, below that. I put everything in a graph in my head, and I try to work it. Like when you have four food groups, that kind of table, and they're like at the top of the pyramid, you have the sugars and the this and the that, and whatever, and below that, that's what I meant by the triangle. You get what I'm saying? It's like a four food group triangle. At the very top, you got the religion itself, and then below that, you have. You get what I'm saying? That's what I was trying to describe. I was basically just trying to simplify things because basically I was just trying to say that, to me at least, the Bible, yeah, is part of the whole. The church is part of the whole thing, and the whole thing is the religion himself. Technically, it's under God still, but what I mean is like the whole. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm just saying. Am I saying I'm not saying religion is about God? I'm saying there's God, and then God has like his hand. See, I can't even say that because it's like I'm trying to make it sound funny, but somebody might take it seriously, and then they'll get mad, or What I mean. I'm like, no, I just think it's like if you think of it in levels. Yes, the Bible is the word of God, so that makes it really high. But you give it timing wise, and God came first, and then what came next? The churches or the Bible? Pretty sure it was the church, right? So that would put the church above the Bible yeah. That's what I mean, like the older. Yeah, I was just basically trying to not to, you got to be careful because I do that shit to people all the time for laughs. So if they make a weird comment, they're like, "Ooh, God's gonna get you." And whenever somebody complains, I'm just like, "Hey, God made me in His image. He knew I was gonna act that way. He was omnipotent." Well, that's what I've said. That's what I said. I don't know how behind this thing is or whatever, but yes, I agree with that. God's first, and then it's the whole religion itself because that's the belief or thought or whatever, But then under that, yeah, I agree with that definitely. But so is church supposed to be in its own way. I mean, it's supposed to be a place, but it's still supposed to be a tool. But if there's corruption in any of those, where would it be most likely to have most of it at? And that is the church, I feel. Because the church controls everything. I mean, look, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for what it says, one nation under God. Why do you think we have to say that? I mean, I'm pretty sure they don't have to anymore, but I'm just, why do they got to say that? Because the church, not because of God, not because of religion, but the church did that. Yeah, that's all I'm trying to say. I believe in the Bible. I know a lot of the Bible. I got a Bible right there on my nightstand. I would never say that the Bible isn't true or corrupted or anything like that. I would never say that. I mean it. What I was saying was, religion is more like the actual belief, like faith. Faith is religion. There you go. So when you said corrupt, I should have just thought of that a million years ago. It's like saying the faith is corrupted. How about that? That's what actual religion is supposed to be, the actual act of faith in God. So by saying that faith in God is corrupted, that sounds horrible as fuck. That's what I was trying to say. I should have found a better way of saying it. There you go. Now, I hope you understand what I'm trying to mean now. No. I was trying to think of the whole time. That's why I was getting frustrated. I knew there was a better way to explain it, but I just couldn't find it. I was like, damn. I know there's a better way to explain what, the belief in blah, blah, blah is of God, but I just couldn't find the word until just now when I said faith. And I was like, faith! Fuck! So if you're saying faith in God is corrupt, ooh, you're going to get in trouble. That's what the whole thing was saying. Yeah, that's all it was. Yeah, that's a whole different subject. That's a bit of a different, as the second definition for faith. And that is like, I don't believe it's like the faith, the thought and the faith in God and whatever that becomes corrupted. I believe that's the sins of man. Using faith. Yeah, I mean, I figured out what I was trying to explain, so I'm happy now. That's all I need to say. But yeah, it just seems silly to say that the Bible is okay and faith is corrupted. That's why I was just like, I don't think he understands what he's saying. And I kept trying to explain it, but I just couldn't remember that word, and it was driving me nuts. It's like, faith itself is an awesome thing. Even if God didn't exist, I would still say faith is fucking awesome and should exist. You should fucking use it, fake or not. I don't care. Because faith can do so much amazing things. But yeah, sure, people can use faith as a way to fuck over other people, yeah. But that still starts with a fucked up human having to do it, you know what I mean? What I'm saying is faith is an awesome thing, whether it be real or fake. I would never think that the faith itself has become corrupted because there can't be nothing wrong with the faith in God itself. Now, the people that use that faith against other people. Oh, nothing's going on, Amy. Diana had a power outage. We're waiting to see how long it takes her to come back. I mean, I have nothing better to do up here. Who fucked this up for everybody? She just said, I feel like it's weird. Who fucked this up? I mean, it could have been a drunk driver. It could have been a car accident. That's me just talking to Diana. You hit a power pole gets knocked out. It overloads a transformer. Car crash, hits pole. Pole causes power surge on grid. Grid turns off. And it shuts down. Probably be another 2 to 4 hours. Another 2 to 4 hours. Sadly. That's just how it goes. I mean, I work half the time I do my job. I actually do it for the power company. And we're in the state that is. See, what did I tell you? It's 6:44 right now. I told her it's going to be another 2 to 4 hours, right? She just said, ugh. They said Eastern Standard Time, 8:30 a.m. Nailed it. I'm so smart. She's texting me. Yeah, we talk on the phone and all kinds of shit. Yeah, this is like my sister, man. I mean, yeah, exactly. But what I mean is the faith itself is never bad. I never see it as bad. Now I see people taking advantage of faith. Like if someone's below them, like say you're a 50-year-old man and there's a 13-year-old girl who has faith. You start telling her this and that God loves you, but God wants you to get naked so he can do bad things to you. Is that faith that's gone bad? Or is that the human that's trying to get her to do that to her? Yeah, that's the human. That's not faith. You know what I mean? That's what I mean, you know? That's, a human taking advantage using the name of God. Yeah. Faith itself? Oh, no, that's an amazing thing. Even if somebody proved that God didn't exist, I'd probably tell them to shut up and still tell everybody to have that same bit of faith. Because sometimes we need something that's beyond our powers as humans to get us to that next step. And it makes no sense, even if it was fake, to tell people it's fake. Fuck it, tell them more that it's not fake. I don't care. It's so damn. Well, but then again, is it always bad? It's not always good, too. Because technically, wouldn't that be the Mayans and the Aztecs had their own kind of faith, right? And they were sacrificing people and eating hearts and shit. So it depends on which step of the side. Yeah, there is bad faith. Because if you know what faith is as a whole, it's for all the religions, not just a few of them. So any religion that tells us something that sounds really bad and fucked up that they were doing is kind of basically bad faith. Now, of course, we're not talking about our faith or our religion and this and that and the other. It's their stuff, but I'm sure they thought it was a good thing too, right? I don't have a problem with it. I just like to mess with people with it sometimes or whatever. It's like they're so contradictory on so many things they do and say. It's like they'll tell you not to do this because it's against the Bible. But then you watch them for 5 minutes and they start doing something that's also against the Bible. That just makes them a hypocrite, and that they're being a bit of a narcissistic and condescending asshole that thinks they can do anything that's beyond what we're told that we shouldn't do. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. And then there's thou shalt not steal. So you get what I'm saying? It's like a cheater telling an owner of a store, bitching about a guy stealing. Well, I mean, you're still because it's in the Bible. You get what I mean? Well, I mean, what I'm saying is, let's say you've got one person complaining to another person that they're breaking a rule. Never mind. It's weird to sit there and try to talk to religious people because I mean I am religious. It's just I'm more like a I don't even know what the hell I call it, a free thinker. I don't fucking know. And it's weird. It's like, and I don't mean it to sound bad, right? The older the religious person is, the easier it is to like bug them or give into an argument or something like that. It's like they have the weirdest definitions of what they think the things are. And I'm just like, I don't know. It's like I said, it's hard to explain. Just hey, you know what? What if we get to heaven and God's like, "Ooh, that's the guy that called religion corrupted. He called faith corrupted," and then you get sent to hell. You'd be like, "Charles, I'm sorry, dude. I told you." I'm just fucking with you. I got a very simple idea of what you should and shouldn't do, and what makes you a good person and not a good person. And I believe that people that are good, damn near good, or pretty much whole, decent, like, okay, there's really fucked up things in this world. And if you can make it through all of life without doing one of those really fucked up things, I kind of believe that you've earned your right to fucking heaven if there is one, okay? Right? It seems logical. But yeah, if you're like raping a kid or killing a kid or doing something like that, I don't care if you lived all your life as a good guy, so all beforehand, then did that, then did all your life as a good guy after that. No, you should still go to hell because you should rape the kid. There's no like forgiveness. God can forgive, but God doesn't forget. Shit like that. And if I get to heaven and I see people like Dahmer and Gacy and shit walking around, I'm personally gonna ask that dude, "Hey, can you send me back to hell? Because you fucked up, bro." I bet I will. Trust me on that. I will. Or like Hitler is up there or something. No. Stick to this. You can take me right back to the hot place. I'm from Florida. We used to it. It's okay. And I don't care if that sounds dumb or whatever it is. No. There's some point that there is no way for a human being to come back from the fucked up things that they've done. There's got to be a point. A drunk driver, I can see them allowed to come back because they did a stupid decision. They didn't actually want to kill nobody, right? But there's some people on earth, like a Brian Coverter. Should Brian B. Koberger be sent to heaven because he asked for forgiveness? Fuck no, he shouldn't. Well, I call it good, but I'm not actually saying you have to be good. You know what I mean? Like, we're talking hypothetically, what the word actually means. Your own conscience, which probably came from God too, should tell you what you should do and what you shouldn't do, or at least just what you shouldn't do. I mean, every bad thing I've done, when it got really bad, a thing pops up in my head saying, "Hey, bro, you might not want to do that." And I'd be like, "No, but I'm pouring on that." Yeah, but you're gonna get in trouble because they're seeing you do it. Oh, all right, I guess. And I'd walk away. If the consciousness doesn't pop up saying something to me, oh, you want to know something I found out when I was with my last ex-fiance? Listen to this shit. I didn't know. This was crazy. I mean, you can call this religion, you can call it science. I don't know what the fuck it is, but I'll tell you what, it's weird. Now, hear me out, okay? This is important now. Hear me out. Did you know that people exist that don't have an inner monologue? I didn't know this. That's scary shit, bro. It's like you don't have a voice in your head or your heart or wherever it is that, gives you a heads up when something might be really bad or really good or this and that and the other. And she said, nope. I'm like, really? Stop looking at the word good. Think of the word inner monologue. Isn't another word for the damn monologue is like fucking a soul. You know what I mean? It's like your soul is reaching out and saying, that's not a good idea, dude. So if you don't have the inner monologue, doesn't that mean you might not have a soul? I mean, that's how I feel it is a conscience or like a soul or something like that. Because she didn't have that inner voice that says, hey, you might not want to do that. Or, hey, that's a good idea. That she didn't have it. And I learned that there's like 17% of the world that don't have fucking like a conscience. That's crazy, man. I did not know that. I mean, I got to check the number now and see if it's ever changed, but it's like around 17%. How many people don't have an inner monologue? Because that's what non-religious people call it, an inner monologue. Don't have an inner. See, there we go. This is basically what we call, religious people call a conscience. Holy shit. That's scary. Approximately 30 to 50% of all people do not experience a constant verbal monologue, according to some researchers. While most people have the inner voice, sometimes a significant portion of the population doesn't have. Okay. I was talking about they have none. So that's more, about 15 to 20%. Yeah, no inner monologue is about 5 to 10% of people. So there's 5 to 10% of people that have no conscience at all. They ain't got shit, bro. Yeah, that's fucking weird, ain't it? Because if that thing is your conscience, and your conscience is part of your soul or whatever, right? But they're born that way. That's crazy though, ain't it? I just remembered that. I was like, oh shit, that's crazy shit, bro. 5 to 10%. Now that don't seem like much because you hear 5 to 10%, but think about that. There's what, 8 point something billion people on this earth, right? 10% of that is like 800 million or some shit, or you get what I'm saying, around that. Yeah, something like that. Holy shit, it's a fucking lot of people. That's almost 1 billion people. And if that means, does that mean they don't have a soul? if they're possessed by demons. I used to get told by people all the time at church and stuff that I was possessed by the devil himself. But I always had an inner monologue. You ask the people, you know that, right? That's how I found out she didn't have it in the first place. One day I was making jokes and stuff, right? And she asked me what I was doing when I was just looking at something real quick and making a weird face. I was like, "Oh, dude, I was using my inner monologue to think about something." She goes, "What the hell is an inner monologue?" And she's Muslim and shit, right? And I told her, it's a voice in your head that tells you, sometimes when something's good, bad, whatever, da da da. She's like, "No, I don't know what that is. What does it sound like?" I'm like, "Are you serious?" She goes, "Yeah." I'm like, "It sounds like you." Yeah, that's what mine sounds like. It sounds like I'm talking to myself. Oh, I have no idea. But she was serious. I actually asked her 50 times. I'm like, you're fucking with me, right? She's like, no. I'm like, no, you're fucking with me. I did not know people didn't have it. I did not know. I'm like, how is that? Because everybody I ever talked to, somehow, some way, I remember a joke or something being made. And you could tell that they were using it or something. Well, I know I call it conscience, but a conscience would be part of your soul, I guess. I don't know. Well, that too, but I think it's a little bit more than that. I'd like to think of it as a mouth attached to your soul. That's what I was trying to say. Because what you're trying to protect from being taken or whatever else is your soul. And if your conscience is trying to make you into a decent person because keep keep you as a decent person, it's because it doesn't want you to lose your soul because your soul is part of it. I mean, hypothetically. Yeah, it's not even legal here, dude. But we can just go to the gas station and buy it. But the Arab guys look at us funny every time we go in there. And we're like, stop being stupid and just sell us the fucking weed already. God. Because I remember asking my friends, I'm like, yeah, well, sometimes I just want to buy a little bit of weed. I don't want to drive all the way to the dispensary. And what if I don't want to redeem my card? They should just make it legalized. No, like, just throw it down to the Gulf. I'm like, what? You go down to the Gulf, you say indica or sativa. Oh, they stopped and they're like, okay, you go up to the Gulf and you ask for the trash can. Like, okay. Like when they pull out the trash can, you say indica or sativa, man. Like, uh-huh. And like, then you buy like a fat gram and a half for like $10 and you go. That sounds like it's a fake weed, but crap with the I forget the letters that's used to talk about the chemicals, And they're like, no, dude, trust me, it's weed. And I've smoked those weird looking things that do look like buds and shit. You definitely know it's just something off about it when you smoke it. I knew it wasn't that. I bought one. I looked at it. I'm like, looks like good ass weed. Opened the bag. I sniffed it. Smells like good ass weed. And usually that fake weed, whatever crap, has a weird smell to it, or something that you can tell right away that's going to make it a little bit different. This smelled, looked, and everything like some pretty good ass weed. Plus, they had it bagged up in see-through baggies, and you couldn't see it because it was under below the register. So I'm like, so what you're telling me is basically you got a deal from a dude that does business in a state where it's legal, and they ship it over here to you guys, and then you're up here selling it. I'm like, y'all are so going to get busted here really soon. Somehow they haven't gotten busted yet. No, dude, this is actual weed they're selling up there. Even though it's not legal without a prescription, it has to be sold at a dispensary. You can now buy it at the gas station. Not all the gas stations. I'm not sure how many total, but at least one by my house, you could just buy weed right over the fucking counter for $10 for a gram and a half. I swear. I mean, it's gotten that bad that it's been kept medical all this time that now Habib gas stations are literally just selling like fat ass dime bags. It was good weed in it too. And I always remember smoking the fake shit or whatever, and you could tell it's only got a THC portion level or whatever that you only get that high off of. So I always used to not like it, but it was better than nothing if I didn't want to go down to the dispensary place. But yeah. Queen, I like to have natural resistance against being near basically all drugs but weed. So, I mean, anything I do, and I've done a lot of things in my life when I was younger and all this stuff, it would barely affect me. I had to do more until it actually did something. But then weed, I could hit a roach like 3 times and be stoned. That's even after like hitting an ounce or smoking a whole ounce or whatever the next day. So as long as there's a portion of time between last time I did it and the time I'm doing it now, I'm still going to get stoned for a little bit, tiny bit. No, this, yeah, if you, I'd have to have you hear whatever because you'd have to do the full test. Because when you look at it, you get that idea like these are some pretty good to mids to like grow or something like that. You know, one of the a kind bud. Okay, this is definitely a little bit between mids and kind bud. And it's like okay, so look wise, it passed the test. No stems, no seeds, yada yada. Usually, sometimes you do get a stem, little tiny thing. When you open the bag, another way to tell it is it'll have some sort of little bit of chemical smell to it that lingers for a while and stuff. You smell the bag, it smells like good ass weed. Like, You pull it all out of the bag, let it get aired out and everything else, and you smell it again. There's no signs of chemicals or whatever else. And then when you smoke it, same exact specs as weed itself. Yeah, I mean, it's not like full good dispenser shit. But it's like right there at that like cheap kind bud level. I mean, it's $10 per gram and a half. You can get it anytime you want, and the store's open 24 hours. It's a really fucking good deal at a place that's still technically illegal, you know? I told you, did you already forget what happened to Diana? You need to smoke less weed, bro. How did you forget what happened to Diana? She had a large power outage in her neighborhood, and they are saying it's going to be down till at least 8:30. She's been texting me the whole time. I swear to God. It happens here all the time. Hold on. It says, I see her reporting the power outage to her company. She's just sent me a screenshot before. Yeah, my fucking power went out on my block. Be right back. Then I see the thing on her cell phone from the power company saying it's going to be gone for a little while and they're trying to fix it. Then she said, waiting. And then she said, okay, I reported it, and there's 2,500 people without power. How weird. I feel like it's weird. Who fucked this up? But I'm from Florida. If a drunk driver hits the damn grid and pulling the right spot in the grid, you're going to have 5,000 people without power for a good 4 to 6 hours. That's what I tried to tell her. And the second I said that, they're going to be like, I said, well, based on the time you've been gone, you probably got like 2 to 4 hours left. And that was at 6:30 or 6:40.
Y'all are still here?
Well, apparently, yeah, because we got into the topic of religion and Stoner over here got confused. So, yeah, it took a while for me to explain what I was trying to say because I don't even want to get back on the topic. But yeah, I figured I'd sit here and at least myself wait until your weird ass came back.
Hey, JP, I'm back. Hey, Quad. Hey, man. Oh, Mandy, you got a new profile pic. Look at that.
Seen it. It was there last night.
Thanks. I bet you did. I missed you guys too. Thank goodness I have a bunch of flashlights.
Okay, are you somehow implying they like you more than they like me?
No, not at all.
Well, I mean,
Not at
I think I have a bit of evidence against that. I'm just saying, there's a bit of evidence that says otherwise. I'm just saying.
I just balance you out, Charles.
Mm-hmm. I think it's like,
And I had just like banana roll too. Shish kebab.
yeah, it's the Beauty and the Beast. I told everybody, Pinky and the Brain. I like that one better.
Charles brought out the dark side of the force. Yes, Valencia.
Those didn't do nothing. Somebody said religion is corrupted, and I'm like trying to explain to him. I'm like, but religion is basically faith itself. You can't corrupt faith. That's And I was trying to find the right word to explain it, but I couldn't figure out what. She's already gone. Why am I talking to myself? There's nothing scary. Period. Come live my life. Then nothing is. Once you live my lifetime, ain't nothing scary anymore. Because you know what? You know exactly what you're able to fucking live through. That's why when some fat ass from fucking UK runs his mouth talking about he's gonna scare me, I'm like, really? Really? You? And you want to be that guy that's in the meme that's like, you're not that guy, bro. You're not that guy. No. I just wanted the reason to make fun of Stay Pup again. You know how it goes. Yeah, I just did it again. So. Mm-hmm. Well, it wasn't my fault. They wanted the guy getting mad because they kept trying to sneaky bring Delphi up, and then they would bring it up, and then Diana would fall for it and start the conversation again. And I'm like, guys, they're just sneaking Delphi up on us again, and she's not seeing that. And the topic would be right back on the Delphi, and then I'd just try to say something that's common sense, and then people would get mad again, and then Diana would blame me. I'm like, you are the fool that keeps talking about Delphi. No, you're fine. You're fine. Well, yeah, that would not have happened because I'd rather just not get into that. So yeah, that happened plenty of times, but yeah, apparently she thought bad choice. Okay, that's even worse of a topic than Delphi over. Yeah. You saw it, y'all. There's something even I think right off the bat is such a bad topic that I just stopped right away and walked away. I'm like, nope, ain't talking. I learned religion at Delphi. No, this is worse than that. No. So I just walked away.
JP.
Well, he was in here blaspheming, and I was warning him, and he, which is like speaking bad upon God or something like that. I was trying to tell him that, and we got into a weird explanation. I was like, no, you're not understanding. But yeah, that was fine. The topic I almost just now said something about is worse than religion and worse than Delphi. Maybe put together. And upon hearing myself get ready to say it, I was like, Charles, walk away from that. Walk away. You can get me to make some sort of comment about religion and Delphi. That's it. It's like, no. I'm not dumb enough to fall into that trap. So imagine how bad it must be if it's like worse than church or religion and fucking Delphi.
I was so bored when the power.
Yeah, I figured. I would see my little thing, the app up the top go up and say one. I'm like, yeah, she must be getting bored. So I'm going to make her wait for a respond.
I was so bored.
At least you still had your phone.
Yeah, but I was scared that it was gonna. Yeah, we were playing. See my flashlight right here.
Well, I told you how long it's probably going to be. And then when you literally answered me, was I not dead on?
Then I was scared that it was really gonna take till
Oh,
8:30 in the morning.
You afraid of the dog. It's adorable.
I have plenty of
I used to be afraid of the dark. I'm not really talking shit. Honestly, I'm not. But of course, I was a little kid, so that's different.
Yeah, I was afraid of the dark when I was a little kid too.
Yeah, but now I'm like, I came from the dark, bitches. It don't scare me. I was born in the dark.
I was born at night.
That's what Bane says in the Batman Dark Knight movies. He goes, "You you adopted the dark or whatever to Batman." He goes, "I was born in it." As in you adapted basically evil. I was born in it. I guess. Kind of.
I was bored too, so I had to stir an argument. Hey, where's Snarky Sauce Angel?
He started an argument and she got involved. So she got frustrated and ran away, I guess.
For real?
I mean, hypothetically. Like, they were arguing with me, but I'm like, you guys don't understand what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying he said that faith was corrupted. I'm like, you can't really think. Yeah, I don't want to get back. Bad subject. Gosh. Because he thought I actually meant that the Bible was corrupted because I said, what I said was if religion is corrupted, because religion basically is like faith. And
are you calling me again?
Of course.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah, that kid just ordered people. She's like, no. Sorry.
You heard her yelling at me? Like, no.
Huh? That's what I say. I can't remember. I think it was Mandy or somebody. Like, oh, she's so well behaved. No, she ain't. The princess Queen showed up, do her bidding and go away. I expect chicken nuggets and McDonald's fries. Until then, get me out of my sight, human.
Yeah, remember that night she was pissed.
But in that tone, basically, it kind of is.
She was pissed. Charles, I think you need to be careful throwing terms to beliefs.
Didn't we say bad topic? I have no fear in God himself because he made me this way. I have to be cocky because he said so. That's why he created me like this. No more topic about religion. If y'all do this again, I swear to God, I'm going to bring up abortion. You don't want to have that happen. Exactly. Don't fuck with me.
Valencia. I don't know. She's calling me now. Where's your daddy?
I said, don't make me bring up something that's even worse than religion and don't fly, because I'll do it. Like, there's topics that are beyond that. Come on, I'll bring up fucking abortion. Whoa, I know how that would piss everybody off. And I'll go troll move with the abortion. Oh.
Wait, isn't Tony home already?
Tony?
Isn't Tony home?
What are you talking about? I thought she was supposed to get home at 4 a.m. Or where are you at? Are you 3 hours behind me?
I think is he mountain time?
Where?
Mountain time? Where's Nevada? Mountain time? Oh, just now she got.
I don't think Nevada's 3 hours behind us, so yeah, she should already be home, I think.
2 hours? 2 hours?
Oh yeah, no, I don't argue against anything and everything. I don't give a damn. And I always have the perfect excuse. I'm always just like, God knew I was gonna do it. He knows everything, don't he? There you go. Yeah, he's omnipotent. So if he knew I was gonna do it, he planned for it. That means I'm just doing what he planned. Boom, shakalaka.
Mm-hmm.
I'll build my whole damn house out of Bibles. I don't give a shit. But here's the question, that I want the answer to logically. Would you or would you not, if you had no other choice, use the white pages of a Bible to roll up a joint? He knew what I was going to ask. Yep, you see that? Yes, something came out so quick. Because only the words are God's, words or whatever. The white pages are fine. That's legal, dog. You can do that and not get in trouble, right?
Ew, I do not like how they made this. ChatGPT made this.
Oh, I mean, it's not that big of a deal. But do you agree the white pages in the Bible are okay to use as rolling papers or no? Because they don't have words on them, so it should be allowed, right?
Well, what if you have a apple and a pen?
No. This is if you had no other choice. Like you're staying at a rinky-dink $5 dollar fucking hotel, and there's nothing in that damn room but the fucking Bible.
The papers themselves are trash.
Well, I mean, but if you had no other option, if you had weed, I personally, I have and I will. The white pages are white pages. There's no words on them. But yeah, the paper, you're saying, all the papers in the Bible itself, it's not what it matters. It's actual words. So the paper, especially that makes me thinking it's okay because there's nothing on those pages, So it's okay, I guess. And how you gonna act like you even smoke, homegirl?
Me?
Yeah, I ain't never even seen you take a drink or nothing, man. You're like such a goody two shoes.
I used to do both of those all the time.
Oh, I figured as much, but yeah, you just like no, I'm just fucking with you. Chill.
But with my low energy, if I smoke, I'm too low energy.
I got you on that. I feel you.
Way too low energy if I smoke. And drinking, it gets you hyper when you're drunk, but
not me. I get drinking is a downer for me.
During the time that you're drunk?
Yeah. I mean, I don't get tired. I don't get tired itself on weed either. But if I'm already tired and I smoke some weed and I lay down and close my eyes, I might go to sleep. Because it's like, it adds to the effect, I guess, of that I'm tired. Now, if I'm tired and I'm drinking, it's not going to wake me up anymore. But I might fall asleep if I lay down while drinking. Because it's like I think shrooms are shrooms an upper or a downer? I thought shrooms. That's a good question. Yeah, because shrooms I thought were downers, but LSD was an upper. I thought.
I just know that they're hallucinogens. I don't know if they are.
Aren't they actually poison?
They're hallucinogens.
Well, I mean, yeah, they got poison in them. They poison you. Does it know that?
LSD. That girl is poison.
I asked a damn simple question, and I think I just made. I'm here to tell you, I just made. Google just went retarded. I answer. It's been so long since that's happened. They're like, I don't know, bitch. Here's the link.
LSD is a psychedelic, says Juan Mimi.
Well, from what I remember, shrooms have arsenic in them, and LSD has strychnine in it. So basically, both, even though they are acid, are basically kind of poisoning you, and that's what's getting you high. Now, I don't know if that's actually true or not, but that's what I always saw that. Yeah, it's like Google. You know how every time you Google something now, Google AI pops up trying to answer you?
Mm-hmm.
Google was just like, fuck this, bro, I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
Right, bitch, give me a list and say which ones are uppers and which ones are downers.
I don't think that they're either an upper or a downer.
Well, a definition by upper is something that a stimulant, blah, blah, blah. Hold on. Increase alertness, energy, activity levels by stimulating the central nervous system. Examples of stimulant drugs include caffeine, cocaine, amphetamines, and methamphetamine. Okay. Downers are depressants, slow down brain activity, causing the user to feel relaxed or sedate. Examples of depressants include
Alcohol.
alcohol, benzodiazepines, marijuana. Yeah, see, shrooms not on either list.
Right.
What the fuck?
Because they're psychedelics.
But doesn't that mean that makes no damn sense?
Well, they're just not considered an upper or a downer.
I mean,
Traditional upper or downer.
I have seen people once in a while fall asleep on acid. You ever seen people try to have sex on acid? It's so weird. It's like, how are you doing that? How can you do that?
I don't think they can.
I had one friend, and I kid you not, he would take acid and then go to sleep. Like, what the hell? Like, what is wrong with you? I'm like, what are you doing? Where are you laying down? And cover up. He goes, I take my acid and I go to sleep, and then I start having tricky dreams, and then I wake up and I continue. That's fucking retarded. You're wasting your money. Mike, and you just don't wake up. He goes, oh, I don't know, I just stay asleep. Like, that's a loss of money. If you're awake, you know 100%, you're at least going to get something for your money, right? But if you go to sleep, you never wake up. I don't remember my dreams usually.
Mini Monster's calling me again. Hold on.
You say that like we're surprised. Oh, that's right. I need to have a talk with her. Oh, we'll do it at some point. One time I saw me trying to chase me down. I mean, it definitely was me. But it had like claws like a motherfucker, and it had fangs and shit, and it had fucked up eyes, and it was trying to kill my ass. But it was definitely me. Yeah. I mean, I don't think I'm going to go to bed soon. I mean, I'm used to being up 3 to 5 days and then taking a night to sleep and then being up 3 to 5 days. That's just how it goes.
I need to pay my damn bills. No, you're not.
Sissy of what? I'm so lost. Are you talking about when the version of myself? Well, if you ever saw me, and if you saw me with fangs and claws coming at you, I'd run too. I did. It's not really the whole face looking scary thing. I mean, I don't think I'm that scary, to be honest with you. It's the size. You don't want the size of me coming at you with fangs and claws. It's just no good. Because you're like 6'5" person coming at you that maybe like 300-400 pounds at the time, or yeah, I was still big back then. At full blast speed, fucking well, no, actually, it's faster than you normally because it's not really there because it's drugs that's causing it.
As long as you're ugly in a pink dress, we're good.
No, this thing was basically wearing the same clothes. It doesn't give you a choice.
Oh, God.
It's like you yourself, the way you look right at that moment, with Wolverine's claws on each of your fingers, and like saber-toothed tiger teeth things, and really fucked up alien-looking red eyes. And it's chasing you because it wants to eat you. And you can see that it looks just like you. It's like almost like a fake thing that looks like you. I remember there was a party, and we did this a few times because it was funny. And I may or may have not made illegal things available for consumer purchase at some times and had a party somewhere. I'm trying to make it sound a little sophisticated and weird, but we basically know what I just said. So, okay. Now everybody would be getting ecstasy. I hope everybody knows what ecstasy is.
Oh, I used to love me some ecstasy.
Oh shit, dog! Give me some triple stack Armani's or some purple butterfly. Hell yeah, bro! There, yeah, I get that. It was fun. I get it. Okay, but
We're talking about rolling, JP, rolling.
rolling. What? Rolling. Come on, ecstasy, my friend. You're old. You probably. Well, okay. That would be MDMA.
Yeah, but back in the day, it was called ecstasy.
No, I mean technically, depending on what kind of bean it was, it would have more stuff in it than you think. See, if your bean that you got had specks on it, and the specks were the different color and stuff like that, there's more in your bean than just MDMA. That would be heroin or some other drug mixed in, or in some cases ketamine. Like green butterflies had ketamine in that shit. And if you didn't eat these things quick enough, they would turn into these things that look like little tiny hot chocolate marshmallows. That's a whole other story that I fucked up one night. But okay. So we would have these parties all the fucking time. There'd be like 30, 40 people at every single one. And they're all rolling. If you've been to a rolling party, you know exactly what I'm talking about when I say this. There's a bunch of weirdos sucking on Vicks, using little glow-in-the-dark looking things and pacifiers and shit. And they're trying to get dizzy and they're trying to rub each other's heads and all kinds of weird shit. It's hard to explain. It's fucking weird. It's really fucking weird. So me and a couple of my buddies would do this once in a while just for laughs and shits and giggles. We know because we're the ones selling the beans to people, what people were doing what that night. But instead of taking the same thing everybody else was, we'd be taking some gel tabs or something like that and trying to see who could pretend as long as possible before people figure it out. Now, if you know what a gel tab is, you know what I'm basically saying, right? You got a party of about 40 people on rolling and shit. You got 2, 3, 4 people, all guys, because it's funny, on acid, on LSD, basically. So you know how you are on LSD. I'm not sure if you know how you are when you're rolling, but you know the difference between the two. You're trying to make everybody think you're rolling. That's the whole goal. How long can you get through the party before anybody else notices you're not actually rolling? Because you got to do it the right way. You got to ask to be blown up and shit, and do all the dumb shit and everything else without breaking down, laughing your ass off. That's the best part. That is literally the best part. Doing the same shit and not falling around. I've done some crazy shit. Have you ever trolled? Oh Lord, it's got to be done at exactly the right timing with the right one first and everything else. But when you perfect it, I did it so many times that I literally perfected it. I'm like, it has to be done like this. And they're like, what do you mean? Like, because it's called trolling, dumbass. What do you mean? I'm like, okay, first you got to take the damn acid. They're like, okay. And I'm like, it took me a few times, but I'm like, okay, I got it, y'all. Take the acid first. So you drop like 3 or 4 gel tabs because we've done taking so much acid at this point. 1 or 2 is not going to work anymore. I'm like, right when it gets to its peak, and you know what acid does? It's like in a 3 to 4 hour range or whatever. It's at its peak. Like right when it's at its peak, and they're like, yeah. I'm like, then you take 3 or 4 more ecstasy pills. They're like,
3 or 4 more.
No, 3 to 4 hits of acid because we had taken so much that we were so accustomed to it. You had to take more. If you were doing it normally from the start, you would just take like 1 hit of acid to 1.5. And then once you hit the peak and you start coming down, once you know you're coming, you feel that like I'm as high as I can get and you're starting to come down. That's when you take that 1.5 to 2 beans or whatever and jumped into the next saga. Then all of a sudden, right when the acid's about to kick off, about 30% away from being done, then you start getting hit by the rolling things, and you're like, whoa. And if you do it exactly like that, you can keep doing it and doing it and doing it for days on end. We tried it. I went for like 10 days, mostly just drugs. She just downloaded that bottle.
Gatorade?
Oh, you mean she's down? What is Gatorade? What's the deal? Chug it, chug it, chug it. You're muted, dude.
That was my iron pill, my birth control pill, and my Wellbutrin.
Well, see, if you were here the other night, dude, she said that she forgets all the time whether or not she takes her pills because she puts her pills in something so she can take it each and every time. I'm guessing that's what, I mean, I wasn't even paying attention, but the way it was described to me just now, if she went and downed it like nothing, that's probably the thing she was talking about that she puts her pills into to do it, right? See? Simple.
I think so. That was just my iron, my birth control, my Wellbutrin. I thought you were. No, I can't take no more Adderall right now. I have to go to sleep soon because I gotta work.
Yeah, she's turning into Rosie Red over here, so.
I know. You know why? Because I'm out of my fucking.
I know, the air conditioning. I know. Calm down.
I'm out of my blood pressure pill. I ran out today.
Oh. That's so weird. Why don't you get them? Never mind, because you just got the ones that. Lord, it's seriously, you are a relative at this point.
What?
You're like, I know way too much about your leg. I seriously, yeah, just you're adopted. Period. Okay.
Thanks. Yes, I have to go get my blood pressure pill. I'm on birth control. Helps my bitchy.
I can see if it's the Adderall or if it was opiates or whatever. It's like if you need it for something that's important health wise, I do believe that's the kind of pill that you should be able to get a couple days early. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I just remember that you had gotten some pills not long ago. It's like if it's important to someone's health and you cannot abuse it, then maybe you should have gave it to her, you fucking dumb stupid. That's all.
What?
I was like, then maybe you should have given it to her when she was there before, you dumb fucking pharmacist store.
I know I have a hatred towards the pharmaceutical system. Just give us our meds, okay?
I agree. At the same time, I wonder. Oh yeah, I mean, honestly, if the doctors are able to give out the prescriptions all the time and everything else, then I'm kind of the person that believes all drugs should be legal. But yeah, legal pharmaceutical ones and the illegal ones should be illegal too, or legal too. Because since when is it their choice what the fuck we do with our bodies, right?
Well, they want to make it, but you know, I'll eat Sour Patch Kids at 4:30 in the morning, and that should be legal.
Who said anything against eating Sour Patch Kids?
Mm-hmm. Some haters.
Yeah. I mean, I've probably done that last month or so. So I can sure does. I have no time. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like people just anybody telling me what I can and can't do. It's like if I want to jump off the damn mountain and I live, no, you can't do nothing to me about it. Why? Because it's my body, bitch. So the fact that some people get charged on the field suicide, that bugs the shit out of me. It's like it's their body. Leave them the fuck alone.
Mine.
Unless they broke something in their fall, I'm like, okay, then you should be able to pay for them. They did fuck up and they're still, alive. So okay, I get that. Congratulations, sir. You lived. Here's your bill, bitch.
Here's your bill.
Well, like if you jump off a house or something and you land on your neighbor's car, but you live. So you live, you actually get arrested, put into a psych whatever place, a psych ward, and after you all that, you get a bill.
Fucked up. I need to pause this chat.
I just want some shrooms, man. I don't care about the rest of that shit.
A force and a
But I
chewy.
don't want. See, what I worry about is somebody's trying to send me something, a place like there, and then they get found. Like, well, I mean, you got to figure out a way to sneaky send them or whatever. I don't. That's fine. I'd love to have some, but it's like I don't want people to get in trouble. You know. There's a way to do that. Obviously, you make a fake address on the package and whatever else. You put it in there. You just put it in the mailbox. That no cameras or whatever. So if it makes it here, it makes it here. Of course, when it gets delivered, I'm just gonna be like peeping at it for like 5 or 6 hours before I go out. I don't even think about grabbing it because I'll be sitting down the road like it's still there. I ain't seen a cop pull up just yet. All right, I'm gonna go check. Nah, at this point, I would just go out there and say, fuck it. If they're going to take me to jail, they're going to take me to jail. But yeah, there's a lot of drugs I would never do again or never have done. I'm shocked that there's actually a few I haven't done. It's kind of weird. Huh.
What haven't you?
Well, I never smoked crack, but I did cocaine. If that makes any sense.
Well, it's different, isn't it?
I mean, it's got baking soda in it. You got to cook it and all this other crap. But it's like, I mean, I'm told or whatever, and even Google will tell you, like when you smoke it or whatever, it not only takes less cocaine to get the job done, but you get a higher highs for a short amount of time. Now, I used to be weird since I used to mix the cocaines with other things and then do them together or whatever. I like to mix my downers with my uppers and just see how really retarded I could get. That makes any sense.
And baking soda.
Well, yeah, no, the crack has baking soda in it, and that's how they cook it.
Who went to bed, Tony?
Yeah, she already got home, looked at you, and was like, fuck that, I'm going to bed. But yeah, it was just like, because I would have to work. If you take the downers by itself, it'll help with the pain and stuff like that. But then if you're not careful about it, you might nod off, fall asleep or something. But if you take cocaine with the downer, you have the one keeping you awake and the other one making you dumb. So boom, boom. Now you're a wide awake moron.
Boom, boom.
Yeah. You got to understand it's Florida. Basically, we get the best shit. I mean, the only ones I can see competing with us would be Texas. Texas and Florida, I expect to have the best shit of everything.
Right.
Well, Texas is right along the Mexican border, of course.
True.
Mm-hmm. Because that's where they send it through. They either send it through Texas and border stops, or they ship these like submarines and shit underwater straight to Florida, and then pick them up and take them, whatever.
True.
And I just honestly, I think the cartels get blamed for enough. Like, do we really got to blame them for crimes and stuff too? This far up? I mean, it's kind of obvious when it's a cartel crime. I'm just saying. Personally, there is one cartel I actually like. Kind of. Okay, I wouldn't really say like, but they're nice to me, so that's all that matters to me.
Who's that?
No, Sinaloa.
Why?
Because my family members are in Sinaloa cartel. So when I go to Mexico, I'm always protected.
Gotcha.
Well, yeah, my brother-in-law, I told you that. My brother-in-laws are former Mexican mafia. Mexican mafia, alongside of MS-13, work very closely with specific cartels, and depending on the area, yes, they work with Sinaloa cartel. It used to be run by El Chapo in his El Mayo, El Mayo, and El Chapitos. And most of the El Chapitos have now been arrested too. So now there's a bit of a problem because Mencho is running around doing whatever the fuck he wants, and most of Sinaloa has already been wiped out. I mean, somebody else is obviously going to stand up, but I don't know. I'm kind of worried actually. You got 2 more Los Chapitos left. The fucking American government. Why do they have to fucking? That's not a good move. Not a good move. No, you don't understand. It's a really bad move for Mexico. But if they can kill 1 more Chapito and arrest 1 more, then there's going to be a super massive power struggle between all of CGNG and CJNG. Yeah, okay. And the Sinaloa territories. Now, let's say hypothetically speaking, 40% of Mexico's states or whatever are controlled by Sinaloa. Okay. And about 30% or so are controlled by the CJNG. That literally means all those countries are going to come to war, but the little ones actually trying to do the same thing to get more chunks of the pie. It's literally going to turn Mexico into a power struggle. And I don't see why the government, because, okay, here's the part that bugs me. And something's just not right here. I can't remember which Texas city it was, but the Los Chapitos did not know where El Mayo it was for the longest time. Even though they were the same cartel, they were kind of feuding quite a bit, you know? Not super feuding to where they were killing people and this and that, but they just didn't like each other. So the fact that the main member of the Los Chapitos is in the same damn Texas city on the same time, same day as El Mayo to get caught, on the same day, they're on the same time. Somebody set that shit up, dude. You know somebody set that shit up. What?
Laughing at JP's question. Charles can answer this for you.
What does it say? What are her hobbies?
None.
She ain't got no hobby. I mean, I could answer. I probably should not answer that. I mean, none. Yeah, like she said.
Hobbies are just living a life.
Yeah. I mean, that's what she said. But honestly, I think I got a little bit more digging to do, in my opinion.
Hobbies are overrated. Why do we gotta have hobbies?
Define hobby.
Sleeping.
Yeah. Let me see. I'm just thinking in my mind or whatever like that. That's like extra time things and stuff like you do, like when you're bored for entertainment, I guess. Like I said, define the actual word hobby so I don't have to Google it. Or basically, I'm just going to waste time while you do so and then, find another way around answering that question. Because I don't know. For one, you're making me sound creepy. It's not my fault I know so much about you. We just have normal conversations all the fucking time.
And I'm not saying stuff like, I gotta go do my crafts or I gotta go play this sport.
That's true. That's why I said define whatever, because she might find something different as a hobby, and I find as a hobby. What do we like to do as hobbies? Okay, well, I mean, I said really, by the way. I don't know. I guess true crime.
I guess that could be a hobby, yeah.
I mean, technically, right?
Fun? I don't have fun. Everything is boring.
I mean, it's just the funnest thing I do. So yeah, yes.
I think everything is boring.
The place where she does shit with her kid. I mean, I really don't know if you can consider that a hobby, though. I mean, once you have a kid, you kind of have to do it. It's very, very hard to explain, right? Yeah.
What do you
work? What everybody's off having a good time and stuff. We're usually here just bullshitting. Oh yeah.
I sleep.
Just
I work.
sleep when you can, work when you have to.
No, I work
Pay
a
your bills.
lot.
You eat when you get hungry.
I go online. I read stuff
Yeah,
online. Yeah, everything does take effort. How do you know? Are you
there's a
ADHD?
reason for that. Mine's different from hers. I mean, I say there's a reason for it, but it's just how she said it to me one day. But she likes to be in her own house. Like she feels safest, I guess, in her own house. Is that okay to say?
Huh? That I
You
do
like
what?
you feel safe at your own house, is what I said.
Yeah, I feel safe
Yeah,
here, but I'm too lazy to leave.
I mean, yeah. It's like once in a long, great while, she'll actually pull out the effort and do something.
And then
Take
I
her,
gotta leave for a whole weekend
yeah,
to
she went
recover.
to Disney and shit. On the holiday the other day, she went to a barbecue. So she once in a while she does go do something. I mean, just as bad, honestly. Shit.
His lazy ass was here all weekend, sleeping, crapping in my toilets, eating my food.
Well, you're the one that lets him.
Yeah, he lives a mile down the road.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a similar situation here. My parents live like a mile or so down the road. So randomly, if I leave my door cracked, a big ass 120-pound pit bull will just come in and say hi, and I'm just like, "Where the fuck did you come from?" That basically means that my parents are outside, or at least one of them. And it's always lovely to see sweetness because I love, well, any puppy, honestly.
He is an outstanding individual. We have broken up, we broke up. I moved out, and then I found out I was 3 months pregnant. So then I moved back in, and then I moved out again when my daughter was about 11 months. And then we just been, I wouldn't call it co-parenting. He just comes by. I don't let her go. He lives with his mom and his brother. They all live together.
I don't know. Most people's exes usually want to beat up for whatever reason.
He doesn't pay
No,
child support because he says that I make
yeah.
more money than him.
Well, do you?
Yeah, but
Well, then I don't know if they'll actually.
I also have more bills than him,
That's true too, because you take care of the child. Well, I don't know how much more,
and
but
my rent is double what he pays.
stop being so nice to that man. I can't. I couldn't remember why, but I'm like, I want to slap him when I come up there, but I couldn't remember why. Like, it can't be the usual reason I want to slap, because I never want to just slap somebody. I usually want to beat the shit out of him violently. To him, I remember wanting to slap him. I can't remember why.
Like
No,
a
it's not
bitch.
that bad. I know the bad things about him and stuff like that. So it's like slap level is the best
Yeah,
way. Yeah.
He's a bitch, so he needs a bitch slap. I think that's why.
Yeah. I mean, not that horrible of a person. Like he might be good and corrected, but when it looks, oh, that had a good sound. Oh, ow, my hand.
He's a evil. Yeah, he cares about her. He cares about her.
Well, he definitely cares about her. I mean, even I've heard enough to know that much. So
He cares about her. He loves her, but he's just very immature. He's just very
yeah,
immature.
it sounds weird.
He'll never stop living with mommy because mommy does his laundry and mommy helps him pay bills and all that. And then he's a narcissist.
I was leaving that off because I didn't think that was anybody's business. So yeah.
Huh?
I said I was leaving that off on purpose because I was like, I'm not sure if she wants people to know that, so I'm just going to shut up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was even one of the reasons that I was going to slap the shit out of him. That's one of them right there.
Spread awareness because I didn't know I didn't even know he was a narcissist. Expect to marry a mommy and take care. Yep, that's another thing. He never cleans shit. I think he changed her diaper about twice, maybe ever.
So do you think that possibly that should maybe give you a second thought when you pick somebody? You should sit there and go, I should think about this a bit more.
It was an accident. Didn't you hear when we broke up and then I found out that I was
But
pregnant?
if you had to break up with them, you were with them for the picker tells you whether or not or who you should go date is what I'm saying. That's what the picker tells you. You know, and when
Well,
you
what
date,
had happened was I was
Ooh.
with my love for 6 years, and
Oh.
then we had a breakup, but we lived together, and he was
Mhm.
trying to kick me out of the house. And then my baby daddy was the alarm guy, and my ex-boyfriend called the
So
alarm people to come by to change the code.
So where's your love?
Where's my love?
Yeah, I mean, you said love. That means where's the ex-boyfriend at?
Oh, he's in Miami. My ex Mario.
Mm-hmm.
He was my ex love when I finished my doctorate. After that, he broke up with me, and I had nowhere to live, and I had no job. I had just finished school.
That means
My
he's not
mom
very
was
nice.
being a bitch.
Yeah, that basically means he's not very nice either. See, you need to pick better ones. I'm just saying.
Hi, Dieter. My
She's
ex
like,
lived
"Thank
with
you,
his
subject."
mother.
Smart.
After she died, his stepfather gave him the boot.
Don't even get me
After that, he
started,
disappeared from his.
lady bitches.
Oh man, that sucks. Mm-hmm. This one's mom facilitates it.
I want a rich mama, and then I'm gonna sugar mama too. That sounds awesome.
However, the good thing that happened was I had nowhere to go, right? And he had an empty house because his family was moving to Oregon. So I just moved in there with him.
Mm-hmm.
And then basically we kind of like used each other for a little bit. Oh, hey. And then we moved to Oregon, but it worked out well because Oregon is like, it has the best Medicaid. So I have a lot of patients that have Medicaid and it pays really well. And it's like number 2 in mental health. So the more people that want services and the less mental health providers that there are.
I think if you would have just said, for whatever reason, I had to leave Florida, the whole crowd would have been like, "You did the smart thing. All right, good job." Yeah.
You lost
Best
me.
story ever if it involves leaving Florida. Then I'm becoming so happy. Like, oh, you can leave because, it's like the home of the newlywed and the nearly dead. If you come to Florida, there's a chance you might not make it out alive, literally.
Oh, good. I'm glad, Peter. Yeah, I'm gonna find my baby a good stepdaddy. Don't worry.
And it's okay to just say that your picker is like broken. That's what I say. Really broken. Like really, really broken. It's like stuck in one spot and it's like you flick it a bunch and it doesn't move. And then it twitches a little bit and you're like, oh, it's changed. And then you're wrong.
Yeah. Hey, Carol. Yes.
Yes, we're back up. Yeah. We went to
Electricity went back on.
Yeah, she just basically left because it was just me.
Yeah, no, this guy doesn't pay for nothing. He didn't buy her any birthday presents. I asked him to give me money because I rented her a pool and all that stuff. It costed me, probably almost $3,000 with the pool, the food, the groceries, her presents, and all that stuff. And he's like, I gotta pay my mortgage. So he didn't give me shit. Christmas, he didn't buy her shit either. I bought her all her presents like I always do. Luckily, I have my degree and I have my business. So screw him.
Like the more stories you tell like that, you're going to get like a harder slap each time. And I never forget. I may forget the reasons, But I always think in my mind, like he's gonna get a level 9 slap, and you just remember that part, and the rest is fine. I think like isn't it like a level 10 slap, like a punch? Ooh, you gotta be careful. Be careful. You don't want to punch. You break his
He
pretty
is
face.
also like 7 years younger than me too.
You cradle robber.
Oh, let me show you this is my ex.
Charles did not say that she went to bed. I said her power turned off. Lying
Just
ass,
looking at my ex.
ass snitch.
Which we're still friends.
Yeah, he's all that. Yeah, he's over there all the fucking time.
No, not him. We're cool.
Oh, you mean Mario?
Until he
It's
yes, until he fucks with my daughter's feelings, then we're cool. My baby daddy. He's a loser. But
yeah. Well, I mean, at least I won't have to go for it to slap Mario, so that's fine. Yeah, he's still my
yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. No, we're friends. We're cool, you know, we're all right. Nothing wrong with Cougar.
I think there's wrong with both sides, man. The last couple of people I've had were like supposed to be cougars, and then the ones before that were younger, and then they flip back and forth here and there once in a while. And it's just like they're all fucking crazy. They're all fucking crazy.
Cougars?
All women, not just the old ones, not the young ones, all of them.
It's 2017.
I keep forgetting my valuable lesson in life. If they are attracted to me, run the fuck away. I gotta make sure I remember that. Please, y'all gotta help me remember that.
That's
if
true.
I gotta go after them and convince them, there's a chance they might be a decent person. But if they're like all over me, it's like run, cracker, run. That makes sense.
Yeah. Run.
Because it's like, why would somebody happily put up with my bullshit? They're nuts. That's why.
Oh, do you want to see me and Mario's Game of Thrones Halloween reenactment?
Oh, Lord.
It's so good. It is so good.
A reenactment? Or did you just
well,
dress in costume?
We dressed in those costumes. Okay, you ready?
I think there's only one. No, I can pull off like 2 characters from Game of Thrones. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, men are soft now. They just want women to do like everything.
How do you ever say another soft? Oh, shit. You don't know half the shit I go through. Holy hell. And I gotta be nice. It's like, okay, how do I put it in a nice way? I would never hit a woman. But I was always taught, make them wish that you had. I can't even do that now. I'm an asshole.
You never do a what?
Like, okay, you know how the story I told you, like my mama said, never hit your sisters. What you do is to get back at them is say something so badly that they wish you had hit them instead. That's how I got so good shit talking, right? Because that's what my mama said. She goes, you got to say something so nasty, bad about them. And that's where my shit talking ability came from. I would always have some way to combat my sisters just verbally.
That's a good one.
And it's like, I can't even use that now. Because it's like, oh, you're so mean. All right, shut the fuck up, bitch.
That's a good one. JP, you asked how you kick out your wife and child. In my case, his dislike for me outweighed his love for his kids. I guarantee he thinks about them. He just won't reach out to them now. That is totally fucking his loss, isn't it? He's going to die alone and miserable and sad with a bunch of regrets.
Mm.
And that will be.
I probably agree with that. Honestly, straight up. Because I don't know, I've had to put up with so many people in my life, and I never actually had kids for mine. So it's like, if I got to put up with motherfuckers anyways, then, I don't know. Some people just don't like their kids. It's the only thing I can say is some people just don't like their kids. It's sad, but it's true. Or their kids, man, they're like, shit, I'll just pay a check and go gets another chick that I might like better pregnant instead. I mean, they're replaceable. That's what people think. So that's how it goes.
He has every opportunity to see his daughter. I won't stand in his way unless I have to. Is that are you talking about your stepdaughter?
He literally left his stepdaughter? What the hell? Oh, okay. Somebody else said that. My bad. Girl, if you're going to read comments, at least say who said it first. I'm
Sorry.
like, why would you ever say it? What? I'm confused. And I look over and I'm like, oh, okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Have you? Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Oh my lord.
Yeah, sometimes it's like a whole bunch of people just deserve a really good slap. You ever seen that video with that guy at a barbecue and like some kid is beating up his kid and he stops his kid from getting beat up and then he slaps the kid across the face, right? And everybody is like, "Oh no, you didn't!" And at that point, he proceeds to walk up to each and every person at the party and slap each of them too. And I think the cops even show up and he slaps them too. It's the best video ever. Just watch him slap them.
Wow. Oh my god, the court returned her.
Yeah, kids, don't do that.
Why isn't this going up? Oh, there we go. It's my prediction too. It's sad for all three of them, but honestly, I discovered that I could love them enough for both of us. He was just a bad person. But you know what? Also, like, you really don't know what kind of dad a guy's gonna be until after you have kids with them.
Yeah, how do you know it's a bad thing that he's gone? He might be. It might be better than the opposite of him. Still, yeah, I've seen some really pieces of shit that stayed around. Sometimes leaving it might be better of an option. You know what I mean?
So I wrote him and told him that I will be hitting the thorn in his side until he gives it. Nice. You go, GP.
Man. That's probably why they're like okay with it or whatnot. They think they can take advantage of people and stuff like that. I mean, in that situation and stuff.
Here's me and my ex when we went to Iceland.
I mean, you
That's
said he
me
had
and
a
Mario.
problem with meth, right? You'd be amazed at all the crazy, freaky, twisted ways I've seen these swamp people get away with fucking taking meth. And he could be doing that shit right in front of you. You won't even know it. You ever seen them like a cigarette vapes or whatever like that? That have nicotine in them and stuff like that. They take the meth, they pour it right into the container with the liquid, it melts right into it. So as he's sitting there just talking to you and hitting the vape, he's actually just getting high. You never know. It's fucking fucked up. You want to start looking for the science and don't think that you'll find evidence just that simply. You just look for the science. Or if it was me, I'd be like, nah, you gotta take. If we're talking about the kid or his kid or whatever, and him seeing the kid, I'd be like, anytime you come to get the child, you must take this test and then hand him a math test. Very simple.
That's good, Dieter. I'm glad you found a better dad for them. I shall do the same. And we'll see if this one wants to be, if he wants to step up or not. As long as he doesn't let her down. Like, those kids in the movies that you see them like, oh yeah, my dad's gonna pick me up, and then they're sitting on the curb like waiting and waiting, and then the dad never shows up. Like, as soon as that shit happens. And by the way, I never put him on her birth certificate. Thank God for my therapist who told me not to put him on the birth certificate.
Mm-hmm.
So then I could leave whenever I want to. However, if I do want child support, then I'll have to put him on. But I'd rather just have
Shouldn't.
complete custody of her.
Mm-hmm.
JP, you gonna get that, dude? I are smarter now too. Well, I was desperate back then, you know. I had nowhere to go. I had no. My mom and me were. My mom was being a bitch. I had just graduated from grad school.
What
I had
year
no
was
car because I had just turned in my lease. That was
it? Like
2017.
25? Yeah. Ain't that about a bitch?
You can't know she's an adult now.
I kind of get really happy when I get threatened. It doesn't happen very often. It's always like got to be somebody on the computer, on the phone that's never seen me and stuff. And it always ends the same way. I'm just hoping when they that it actually, you know, because I'm smaller now, so it's almost like I'm hoping that somebody thinks it's a good idea again, and then you know it actually happens, but it usually doesn't. It seems like it's always like 5'8" to 5'9" guys that want to think that they can beat up the whole world. And when the 6.5 foot guy starts walking up, they just like, uh-oh.
You know what time my baby daddy is? He's like 5'4", 5'5".
See?
He's like 5'5", if
Well, I
not
mean,
on a
certain
good day.
people at least they saw part of me, and then they're still threatening me, and it's just like, do you not? And I wondered to myself, like the other one, that when they just did it, I'm like, is nobody telling you nothing about me, dude? It's like nothing at all. Because they came to me and they were like, dude, he's like 5'7" to 5'9" or some shit or whatever. Like, you know, and like 320 pounds. I was like, like, so you are you giving him the same information just for me? They're like, no. Like, that's not very nice. Because, you know, I mean, if I was that much different, small, you know, size wise, I mean, I might shut the fuck up, you know. But then again, he's in another country. That, you know, it does give you the ability to have courage in a bit. You know what I mean? Because it would have to come. Basically, like enough people paying attention. Just let me know. All you gotta do is let me know. Well, I'll take the rest. Let me know.
Yeah, thanks, Dieter.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna have to be one of my inspirations now because you went through this, and I only have one. I can't imagine having two. That'd be harder. Or wait, do you have two or three? Don't you have three? Three boys?
That sounds eerily familiar. Shut up, dog. I said that sounds eerily familiar.
Two boys. Well, that'd be hard. Yeah. Yeah.
Originally,
Well.
I never had my own kids, but I helped raise 18 of them. Yeah, some of them completely damn near by myself. From the age of like 11 on. Yeah, I mean, it's a fun thing. I mean, but it's not the same when you just uncle, you know, and stuff. So
Once is enough, JP? What do you mean once? I mean one? Wait, what do you mean?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he is like 47. Technically, you could still knock her up. I'm just saying, man, I want to be a little bit careful. That's all I'm saying.
Kids having kids.
Oh, shit. I had two
Kids
step
having
kids. They're adults now. That's it. That's the closest I'm getting.
I was married before I have two step kids too. They're like fucking 28 years old. I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
what?
And,
I'm 28 years old in my head.
because my stepdaughter or whatever, she's actually almost done with college, and my stepson's fucking. What the hell is he doing now? Oh, he's like taking extra grad shit and stuff. But it's been a while since I talked to them, believe it or not. They're
Holy
busy now.
crap, big boys. Those are big boys.
Yeah, basically you're having to deal with me. So congratulations.
At 14. Shoot.
Yeah, 6 foot. I was about 6'1" at like 15. That's when that damn story took place.
That's crazy.
My dad is 6'11", so yeah, it's basically.
How tall is Tony? Don't tell me Tony's super tall.
I was about to say,
6'7".
no, she's probably like usually if the guy's that tall in the family, right under 6 foot. I'd say 5'10", 5'9" to 6 or so. No,
She's
hey, well, yeah, it gets confusing. I think my mom is like 5'7", and I'm the shortest guy in the family, like 6'4". But then my sisters, Sierra is like 5'9", Michelle is like 5'10", some change, and April's like almost 6 feet tall.
hold on real quick. I gotta make a phone call. 5'6" is not short as fuck, but it's pretty short.
I wouldn't call that short as fuck. I mean, if I'm standing next to them, yeah, it's about give or take almost. There's enough space there. But let me tell you, how even now they're tall, how much do you got to pay for the shoes? That's where the bitch starts happening, man. You can get everything else normally or whatever, but when the shoes start getting massive, oh Lord, it's a pain.
36, yeah. So yeah, I'm 5'1.5". We're in the short club. Anybody under 5'5"? For me, is the short club. Great photo, Tony. Why don't you stand up next time? You're so mean.
I call everybody that's shorter than 6'3" a midget. So I'm probably guessing everybody in the chat, all y'all fucking midgets, all y'all midgets.
Who, me? 5'1"? Oh, that's funny. My mom is 5'2", so she's a little bit taller than me.
That's
Where's the phone number for this place? I have 5 aunts all under 5 foot. That's funny.
no, I mean I don't even want to be this tall. It sucks. It does really fucking sucks.
You're average. You're good. Good and average. Not too tall, not too short.
6 feet would be nice. That's about it.
Five aunts under 5 feet. That's funny. Let me see. Where's the phone number for this place? Hmm. Hmm. Nah. Nah. Do you want to know what little pussy bitch this guy is? When I was pregnant, I wanted to have a C-section. That was my plan, right? Because I was scared. And he says, oh, well, my mom is going to have to go with you when you're having labor, when you're giving birth, because if I see blood, I'm going to pass out. Charles, you're on mute. Did you know that? Tracy, you're 5 foot tall. You're just like me.
Yes, I knew I was on mute.
That's messed up.
So here's an idea. Learn from okay, the next guy, what you do is you walk up and be like, hey, or I don't know, cut him, do something. I'm like, you gonna date like a little bitch? Okay, sorry, we can't date. I don't know, something, shit. Or act like you hit your head and you say fake blood, it reacts the same way. If they're afraid of real blood, they'll freak out for fake. I don't know. I mean, I've heard plenty of men that could not go in there for whatever reasons, for many different reasons. But any man that can't go in there for any reason whatsoever is the safe one to just say nope.
He's just a little bitch. Where is the damn phone number for this place?
I stand blood. Oh Lord. You should have been blessed with a son like me. You have no idea. Like one day, my cousin Dolly, we're going to go pick up my sisters from school because I was still a little bit too young. And I don't even think I had a shirt on. And she drove this old piece of shit Dodge Dart. And this would have been like in the 80s and shit. So probably a car from the 70s. Her piece of shit Dart, the door fell off. So I went with it. And since I wasn't wearing a shirt, once I fell off the door on the asphalt, basically my whole chest area and all of my back area and my arms were fucking just scratched up all over the place. And she said, for the life of me, I just bought you some candy and some McDonald's and you stopped crying. Still plenty of blood, though. And I remember another time when I was like 7 or 8 years old, my dad came to pick us up. And we went to a park that had these weird grills or whatever. That they had a turning thing that you cranked to make it raise. And I wasn't so smart back then, so I cranked it all the way up, and then I let it go. And it started going crazy, and I was like, I should try to stop it. And I started bleeding in like I was trying to stop it, and this thing clocked me right in the fucking chin. I was like gonna freak out, and I looked over at my dad, and he's just like, well, you done did it now, stupid. And I was just like, what? And then I could see, like, you could feel the liquid. It's like, this is not the first time. My chin tends to like to get cracked open, and it's like blood everywhere. When we were cutting down my aunt's house, we were cutting down the trees from the hurricane that took it out my aunt's house. And there was one of them that seemed kind of wrapped up in the chain link fence around her yard. And I'm cutting it, and I'm like, man, it looks like it's kind of tightened up like a bow, like that you wind with the rope and shoot arrows and stuff. And it doesn't occur to me as I start cutting, it gets to finally the end, I cut it, and as soon as I get done cutting it, it's like, bam! And that was one of the times, if not the closest time I ever got close to getting knocked out. Because everything, well, there was another time, a couple of times or so. Everything was fucking ringing in my head. It's like your eyes start getting like fucking like blurry yet bright and all this stuff. And I'm just like trying to laugh it off, but in my head I'm like, don't pass out, jackass, don't pass out. And I reach up to grab it in my chin because it hurts like hell. And I move my hand away and it's just soaked in fucking blood. Like all over my hand. And my stepdad was a ways away. My soon-to-be wife was a ways away. They both looked in my direction like, oh, what's he walking back over here, though? all they said they saw was like half of my face was covered in fucking blood. It was just pouring down. Stuff like that, you don't even go to the hospital for. Who do you not like the sight of? I mean, nobody likes the sight of blood, of course. I don't know. It's just like if something happens to your kids, or somebody else's kids, or somebody else's somebody, or something. You know, I've been covered in blood that wasn't even mine. Like I didn't even know the person. I mean, that's like little bitch on so many different levels of little bitch right there. Because I remember like there was a white van that got hit at an intersection near my house. And the driver was drunk, but his passenger had no seatbelt on, and his shit was covered in, yeah, we helped the EMS drivers and shit get the fucking guy out. And yeah, basically, you know, there's ways. I was about to make a bad joke, but I'll just shut up and not do that. You mean he ain't got his Red Wings? But don't. See, everybody knows what that means, though. That makes it hilarious. So people are still going scared. So you never got a response about that? I almost forgot. I'm like, wait, I'm still offended here, damn it. Where's the response? No.
Be right back.
It's like people trying to piss me off all of a sudden lately. They normally aren't trying to piss me off. At least I think so. I mean, I can't think of any other way to make that work except for that. Guess what, though? I have an important meeting. Don't tell anyone, but I'm a writer, and I have something that needs publishing. You actually get the stuff published? Good for you. I just made my mama read it, and if she complains about anything, I throw it in the trash. I'm kidding. They're not.
That's super cool, Dieter.
Oh no, I'm very easy. Yeah, trust me, it's very easy to make me mad. It's very easy to piss me off. Very easy. Yeah. I'm so. I wouldn't even call it I tell people all the time how to make me mad, honestly, but usually it's like you gotta be like a real dick to get to that point, and that's where it becomes difficult. It's like. The other ones, they've been doing the same thing for years. So when they did it yesterday, because two of them are basically a couple. Yeah, that makes me feel better. To say they're a couple. Okay, a couple of men that are gay, so they live together and stuff. You know, so that's so funny. But okay, one of them yelled at me, and I got mad. But they've been yelling at me for years. So like I yelled at this time, I was like, excuse the fuck out of me. But I was like, calm down, it'll be okay. Like, all right. Then their May, like, did it too, and I was like, calm down, it'll be okay. And then that same mate did it again, and I was like, listen here, you piece of shit, conceited motherfucker. Like, who the fuck do you like? It's like I'm not the type of person you want to piss off. Because first, I'm like gonna say so much bad shit about you. You're gonna wish I had hit you. Because first, I'm gonna make you want to die just with my words, and then afterwards, I'm gonna probably get in the person's face or whatever just to see if they'll flinch quick enough so I can have a reason to punch them in the head. And then while they're on the ground, I'm gonna talk shit about them while I put my foot on them and make poses and shit. I'm a real asshole, It's just like I said, I didn't like being disrespected like that. It's like, but somebody comes, they're like, hey, bro, we will make a partnership. I'm like, mm-hmm. And I know you got everything that's needed for the partnership. I'm like, mm-hmm. I'm not going to give you nothing, but then I'm going to shit talk you if you don't give it to me fast enough. What would you do? Because I literally exploded on the motherfuckers, both of them. Both of them. They're really not homosexuals, and they're really not together or living together. It's just they're really close to each other in proximity and friendship and a situation. So when they come up to me like that, it's like, I'm not a flunky of yours. I'm not a lackey. What the fuck, mate? You're not bringing anything to the table. I just gave you some information last night and earlier today, but somehow you're still trying to say that's not enough. Suck a dick. I'm done helping you. You ain't giving me shit. What the fuck? It's like, okay, we're getting information that nobody else has for well over 5 years. But I have it. I give it to you. It's not enough. You want more. Like, who the fuck do you think you is? Yeah, I was trying not to overreact to the first one, but I still gave him a bit of a crack in my voice and said, what the fuck, yo? And then the second one, I'm just like, bitch. I almost want to lean over and just beat the fuck out of me. So I blocked that one. Jumped over the internet, told the other one, said, fuck you too, and blocked that one, and got back on the computer. No, they knew there was a rule by the beginning to disrespect me. Disrespect me, it's a whole other matter. And you have no problem with fucking getting in somebody's face.
Yeah, I want to read it, Dita, of course.
What's it about? What genre is it? Is it horror? What is it? I want to read it, but I'm illiterate. So what's the book about? So there was no response yet on that? Yes. Somehow I feel like it's going to be an interesting week. Still no emails left yet from those people. We got like basically confirmation, and I know if she's gonna be there, then he'll be there, and the other couple will be there, but I'm sure. This big ass list. In case people call you off or whatever, there'll be people back up the people that called off. Okay. This is so annoying that she's nice to me. I feel bad. God. I keep telling her, like, please stop being nice to me. I'm not even doing anything that's that big of a deal. Seriously. For once, my connection seems to actually help something. So that's great. That's all it is. Huh? I guarantee, well, I mean, this one here on the screen, she could probably piss me off really fucking easy. Because I tell everybody how to piss me off. It's just simple. But you have to be a real dick, as I was saying. Easy to do, but you have to be a real douchebag to fucking do it. Best way to explain it. Sub what? So what kind of genre book is it? Is it like fiction or nonfiction or what? Is it horror or like mystery? What do you mean? Uh-huh. I'm so lost. Maybe that's you can hear me. What are you all talking about?
Where did Charles go? I'm back. Do we need to put on some background music? Charles, you're on mute.
I know I was on mute because every single time I said something, nobody answered me or paid any attention. So I left the stage and I muted the shit. Fuckers.
Oh, sorry. Why do you gotta call them fuckers? Okay, let's see.
I was wanting to read the thing too, but nobody was fucking paying, like didn't answer, and I was too lazy to scroll up, so I was just fuck all y'all.
That's not nice.
I hate to be the one to inform you. Apparently I'm an asshole. It's not nice ignoring people. I hate being ignored. That's like a pet peeve. That's another reason you could, I don't know, that probably wouldn't piss me off. No, actually it probably would. Yeah, it definitely would. Yeah, easiest way to get me mad? Just fucking ignore me for a long ass period of time.
Where's Carol? Where's Carol?
Don't tell her how. Gosh. Oh, she ain't gonna bother me. Shit. She ignores me. I'll have a good day. No.
This is a tearjerker.
Oh, never mind. I don't want to read it. It was like romance or something.
No, Dita wrote a book about her husband passing away, which was about a year ago.
Aww.
And
I'm sorry since you actually liked it and stuff. I mean, I never liked mine. Mine was a bitch. If she died, oh man, it would have solved some problems. But I mean, it sucks. Sorry for your loss. Yeah, I mean, the only kind of book I can write, like, probably my wife, like, I don't know, 500 ways to kill your wife and get away with it or something like that. Now, I know I sound like an asshole saying something like that. You just don't understand my wife and the situation and all this sort of stuff. Then it definitely would be okay that I kill her a million times in a book. Always cherish the good people. Forget about the bad one. So, Diana, what do you think about doing live on like that creepy place I got invited back to? I mean, it kind of sounds interesting or whatever. It's like, could you imagine a place where the internet trolls were fucking created?
okay, hold that thought. Hold that thought. Let me finish this sentence here.
You can't type in.
I mean,
gotcha.
paragraph. Hold on. Oh man.
I gotta teach you how to speed read.
I was soaking it in, okay, you bastard. I was soaking it in.
Hey, I know who my father is. Thank you very much.
That was nice so far, Dieter. If someone would allow me to read more, but I read the dedication. Is that what it was?
I'm sorry, we can't talk.
Yeah, dedication.
Somebody?
Dedication. I put the thumbs up to the one that I already finished. It's really pretty so far. And I'm curious. It makes me curious. Very curious. I'm wondering if you're going to reveal what he had going on. He was a writer too? Interesting. Aw. This is something. Charles, did you mute yourself again, you little sourpuss?
No, it's just if somebody's going to complain if you talk, it's called you mute yourself and go watch a video on YouTube.
Let's see what you told me that story was recording on. Aww. Excuse me. Okay, well, Charlie, I think I'm gonna go to bed. I gotta get this little girl to bed. I gotta wake up in 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait. 6. I gotta wake up in 6 hours. There's 8 people here. I'm not sure who they are. Besides Dieter, JP, Quad Mimi.
Pretty sure.
Oh, that's what it was?
They don't like me, so that's all we need to know.
Quit being so butthurt.
I was watching a video because last time I talked, you complained.
Yeah, because ankylosing spondylitis. I haven't heard of that being rather deadly.
What disease?
It's the reset activity. I slept all weekend long, trust me.
What the hell is that?
It's an autoimmune disorder.
Well, I thought there was a chance of death in all cases of autoimmune disorders or whatever. Disease, whatever it's called.
It's an autoimmune disorder. Doesn't it affect the cervical spine and the gastrointestinal? Supposedly my daughter's great aunt has it, but I can't necessarily believe everything she says because she's very dramatic. I slept, seriously, I slept all weekend. I don't even need to sleep, honestly, right now. But I need to put Valencia to sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna go watch YouTube.
Like, how long did I sleep for real?
Oh, that's me. I have no idea. I don't pay attention to the time you go to bed. I usually usually says something or whatever when you wake up. That's the only reason I can remember.
Hmm.
So I think, wasn't it like 9 o'clock yesterday or some shit? Yeah, pretty sure I said that earlier. That's because you say funny shit when you wake up. It's like, how do you tell somebody at 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m., or something like that? Good morning. It's like, what? It's easy to
That's
remember.
when I woke up. 8
I
p.m.,
know.
9
It's
p.m.
still funny, you know? It's very easy to remember. I can just open the thing up and it tells me. I mean, I could tell you when you said it probably would go if I look real quick. I don't know how long you stay awake after that, but usually it's not very long. So,
I need to put on my glasses and take off my contacts. That's one thing.
yeah, that's not going to help. Plus, I'm looking at it on the damn computer, so it's going to be slow as shit.
I'm coming. I'm coming, Valencia. Hold on.
You talk too fucking much. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's
You know, I just scroll through. Oh, wait. No, okay. This time it was 10:53. She said, I'm waking up.
Hold on, Valencia. I'm coming.
Oh, was that yesterday? Hold on.
I'll be back.
I'm so confused. Oh.
I'll be back. Maybe you'll be here. Maybe you won't. Hold on. Good night, JP.
Night, JP. Oh. So you woke up at like near 10 something yesterday. I don't think I can, like, yeah, that would require too much reading. So, yeah. She's always complaining about my typos. So then I log into the app thing that I can use on the laptop or the MacBook to respond to her. I was like, no typos. I can type really fast, but then that means I just say more. And she, yeah. What happened last hour? I'm so lost. Oh, so if it had respiratory issues attached and it affects your breathing and all kinds of other shit. So yeah, that might be thought. Yeah, I see. Well, I mean, I don't know. I couldn't even remember what like lupus was. Like I had heard of it, but from like House MD and stuff. So somebody got mad at me, and I was like, "Why are you mad at me?" And they're like, "Because I told you I had lupus." And I'm just sitting there, I'm like, to be honest, I really didn't know what the hell lupus. I'm like, if I don't have it, and somebody directly next to me doesn't have it, you know, it's like, how am I supposed to be to know what the hell it is? You know, about that, you know, something. Maybe it's just me, I guess. Guys, that may be confused with jaundice or something because at the end. I was like, I don't know what the fucking lupus is. Why are you getting mad at me for not knowing what the fuck some is? So we got him. I mean, it is a bit of a flattery to know that weird people watch you like 24 hours a day. I kind of almost want to leave a computer live 24 hours a day just to see if they'll sit there all that time. You think they will? Well, I mean, yesterday was crazy because I kept talking to the people in the corner just to see what would happen, and like two of them came into the chat. I knew one of them. I'm pretty sure I know both of them, but they're, the one of them I really ain't got no issue with, so I was nice to her and stuff. At least I thought so. The other one was being stupid, so I banned it. I still probably know him, but I still banned it. Like, they called me unhinged. I'm like, why? How am I unhinged for wanting to stop being attacked when your leader was attacking me for 6 months in a row and I did nothing? But I'm the unhinged one. Please make that make sense. If you're an asshole to me, I'm going to be an asshole back. Simple as that. Oh, I love reading. Actually, no, I had no problem with it. I just didn't understand what it was. Like the person was getting mad at me or whatever, for like no reason. I actually love to read. I read all kinds of shit. It's just like, okay, hey, but see, best way I can explain this: it was a female, right? You know how females are when they think that they're losing an argument of some sort. They're gonna pull out something out of nowhere, and it was obvious. I didn't understand what the hell right off the bat that lupus was. Like I said, I remember it from like house and stuff, but I couldn't remember exactly what it was. It just, I wasn't sure. Um, I was in the chat, and what seemed to be, well, after being threatened a few times and stuff like that, it was my first time there too. And people were like, "Hey, you guy, you better be good." I'm like, "What did I do? What did I do?" No, I think the going around message was that her daughter had possibly gone into labor because I guess her daughter's doing soon or something. Is what I saw in chat. And I sat there until like after 11 or around 11 or whatever. And the live was supposed to start at 10. I'd never been there before, but I knew a bunch of people in there, but nobody had anybody get directly contact with her basically. So whoever that person is, I don't know. It's a bad sign when the first episode I got to look at, like, yeah. Yeah, I was like, what did I do? I don't understand. I just came in there and I said hi. I was being very polite and all that. I saw a bunch of my friends and all that stuff. All was well. And Streets was just like, hey, you. Like, so you better be good. Like, hey, what did I do? Like, everybody else told me to come here, bro. Get off my nuts. No, it's not, bro. Like, you get it. So. Some people, well, y'all were there, so you know what I'm doing. So. I'm sure she's fine. I mean, I've accidentally set up lives like a million times. Well, not a million, but at least 100 times. And then just said, fuck it, whenever the time came up. Because it's like, yeah. But you try to get better about it all when you actually have people start showing up and stuff all the time. So. I think it was Nancy. She was like, anytime, like, Ooh, case by case. Oh, I haven't even been in there. I'd like to check it out. Hmm? Oh, I go to check. How much was it? Wait till y'all see my new name change. I'm gonna pull off today at the live. But I don't know, I love reading actually. I think at the time I asked him what the link was or whatever. And it was one of the things she was all quiet about. And I was like, okay. So I just looked at him. I figured I'd just get it back her, get it off my her when she comes back or whatever. Yeah, that's about when we were sitting up over here. But yeah, I got all this research and all this other junk. I think we're going to do like a whole live soon, going all over it and stuff. Because I got this badass like researcher. And this was long ago, literally when I was like still good friends with the TF and stuff. And it's like stacks of research, and it was like now I feel bad whenever I got to talk about it or whatever. And I'm just like, screw it, there's nothing wrong with it. Just report it to the damn story and stuff and keep it in your public car and just go with it. But yeah, it's basically what I figured. I mean, well, there's multiple possible stories, I guess, that involves that. Because there's just certain odd things up in the specific other, let's say, family or something that was witnesses at the lawsuit and everything else. And there was 2 arsonists connected to that person. And then you could go for insurance and find at least 1 or more arsonists connected to that route. And what I mean, we're going to do a deep dive down each rabbit hole of each suspect and all that stuff. Because, I mean, honestly, I'd like to see if Kathy would come on the show, because Kathy is the best, amazing storyteller of them all. And when you have that, like someone that close to the crime. And yeah. I mean, I try to be a storyteller. I think I'm all right. That's about it. But Kathy, as long as it's Flora, I mean, I don't know. I've never heard her tell another story, basically. But she's so close to everything involved. You know, the whole area, the victims, all that stuff, the possible perpetrators, and it's the whole neighborhood. There's so much information and stuff, and she just said it very well. But I don't know. I'll definitely see if she wants to. But have you ever heard her talking or whatever like that? You know, she's yeah. I love Kathy. I'd love to be Kathy up here and Coach Kev. I love those 2 rats. Because I love bringing Coach Kev, especially on anything that involves fire. But we did a pretty good Tupac live too, and we did a bunch of others. There's a bunch of lives on people's channels, and it's ironic because you know who was in live with me and Coach Kev is Frank Meister. So it's like, yeah. I think that somebody else actually hates me now too. Yeah, whatever. I ain't never attacked his ass. He said something to me, I say it back. That's how it goes. I ain't got no problem with them. They want to be mad at me, be mad at me. There are 4 less here today, so that's a plus. I mean, I guess. It's got to get boring over time. I mean, I don't care if somebody records me or not. It does sound like a fun idea. Leave my laptop or the all-in-one just completely live 24 hours a day. And then pop up once in a while and be like, just like let people know. Oh, yeah, I think today it is. I don't know if you all use Discord or not or whatnot, but the server should be done by then. And then that means, even though there are already people in there, that more people can join. So. And then everybody will have a nice little spot that they can be safe from to be able to talk about whatever they want and not have to worry about some weird people in the corner coming at them, or at least just creeping on them. But yeah, I'm gonna figure out who the Gilly person is. They called me Maximum Evil. Really? I haven't even had that name in like a month or 2 or something. Well, your leader attacked me over 6 months. No response at all. So if I'm still pretty mad and I find myself not being very nice, that's called payback's a bitch. Don't fuck with karma. She knows how I am. She decided to attack me. I didn't attack her. Now she's going to act like the victim. Same. And unlike everybody else, I'm not going to really care what people think of me. And I never really cared. So, hey, look at that. So, biggity boo. I'm not a group kind of person. I never was. I don't like that people think they can tell you what to do and where you can go and all this other crap. I'm sorry. If it works for some people, that's great. But I don't know. I gotta just be able to do my own thing. I don't like to be on anybody's side or this, that, and the other. I just follow the evidence. I refuse to just pick one side and go from there. So, because I've seen plenty of times where the prosecution is fucked up, or screwed up, or messed up somebody's life, and all kinds of other stuff. So, yeah. And yeah, it sometimes seems like a lot of people will tell you that their opinion on the case and what it is, but then you try to have a conversation with them, and they're not able to tell you very much about the damn case. So you're wondering how and why they actually came to that conclusion that they have, and you basically start to get the idea of, I guess, the only reason that they're saying that's, it might be, just they're in that group, I guess, right? I'm not saying it's true. It seems like it. That's it. Yeah, so that we can blame it on trolls because it's the first time Troll showed up on the channel, and then the first time he shows up, fucking like everything goes nuts. I'll probably go ahead and do this thing soon, I guess. That stuff I do. It's like, yeah, I think I got Yep. All right, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and go live so everybody can do their own thing and not have to sit there and do whatever. That's why I assume, like I said in the Discord, you can do things like basically live or what we call voice chat or whatever. And anybody and everybody can talk, whatever, and they don't have to worry about being recorded or anything like that. I can give a shit, guys. I like to dox myself for fun, so that's pretty awesome. It seems like a dumb thing, but when they go to do it to you, it's just like, yeah, kind of boring. Yeah. People I know, try to have a nice morning, nice day, nice night, whatever. Corner people, try to have a good day too, okay? Bye, everybody. All right. Take care.